So yeah, I don't know how many of you know this. Most of you just know me as that funny guy who makes the funny mods for a funny dying game in a funny dying franchise. But I used to do other stuff too. So, a bit of backstory. When I was a young child, I had a strange fascination with plush videos. These videos are basically just people recording themselves telling stories with plush toys. Anyway, Luigi Fan 01's plush series was a very big inspiration for me. I used to watch his content all the time. Eventually, I was like, yeah, I like these sorts of videos. I want to do one too. I like Plants vs. Zombies. I have Plants vs. Zombies plush toys. I have my parents' poor quality camera I can record things with. So, I recorded several episodes on said crappy little camera, then deleted them because they were bad. So yeah, lost media. Few years later, I did it again, but they were also bad. I didn't delete these monstrosities of cinema. You can find them right at the bottom of my channel, burrowed away like an ancient evil where they belong. 2 years later, I did it again. There was a vicious cycle of plush content corrupting my brain. I had an unquenchable thirst to film myself playing with Plants vs. Zombies merchandise. Thus birthed the infamous PVZ plush. Very original name. Now let's get on to the main brain-rotting portion of the video. So, the series follows a basic premise, I think. So there are plants, and there are zombies. It actually doesn't even focus that much on them. It's really about these two. Yeah, Woody, Toy Story, and Enderman Minecraft. The greatest duo in all of fiction. This was also because I didn't have a Crazy Dave or a Zomboss toy at the time. So, Woody Toy Story has this magic thing called the Gem of the Underneath that I got from a fucking 2p machine in Clevedon. And mean old Enderman Minecraft wants it. That's the whole plot, basically. Every episode is just Enderman Minecraft, whose name is Noc-tense, by the way, for some reason. And his little creeper assistant, who's just called Creeps. I don't know why the Enderman has a fancy Latin name and the creeper is just Creeps. But anyway, how does the Plants vs. Zombies aspect of Plants vs. Zombies plush relate to this in any way? Well, so, as the camera pans down on this weird blue Toy Story looking wallpaper and the stock Kevin MacLeod music echoes throughout the land, we get the iconic,
"Oh, hello there. My name's Woody, protector of this here Gem of the Underneath."
So Woody starts explaining the FNAF lore, and then it cuts to those. So they start talking about random stuff for a few minutes before Woody calls him and Creeps and they get into a heated debate. Noc-tense says xenophobic slurs.
"What is it, you little inbred redneck?"
So Woody shoots him with a gun on the house castle thing. Also, there's a sticker on this box which depicts Shrek and Fiona kissing. I just wanted to point that out as it seems to have been removed in the other episodes. Truly a monumental loss. The two then run away to this specific area and Noc-tense starts blaming Creeps for being shot. And he makes this noise.
"Big couch."
And oh no, it's a drawer. After gaslighting Creeps some more, Noc-tense decides to open up the drawer. But uh-oh, it's the titular zombies from the game Plants vs. Zombies. What will be their establishing line? Will it be clever? Insightful?
"Roar it,
Well no, obviously not, because this is Conehead, one of the many zombies. He's the goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases.
Is there Wi-Fi in heaven?"
"You ain't going there, son."
Oh, guess he got condemned to hell. Creeps and Noc-tense then question what they are, but then another one appears and oh my god, the purple zombie is the guy in the channel. It is him. Purple is the straight man. He'll often comment about things that are happening. Good for him. He asks Noc-tense and Creeps what the year is, that being 2018. God, this series is so old. I'm so old. I miss my childhood. Also, it's revealed that they've been in that drawer for 9 years. Can you imagine being locked in a small room for 9 entire years? Truly one of the most tragic characters in all of fiction. Also, this room is really messy. Oh my god. I mean, it's still messy. I'm a very lazy person, but like, damn. So, Purple explains the horrors of the afterlife to Noc-tense and Creeps or something before introducing the rest of the cast. So this white one is Buckets, and he's the goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases.
I'm going to lace the water supply with arsenic.
This one is the objective best character in the series, and probably the most famous character, Basic, aka Brown Coat Gaming, from that video.
Shut up! Get out the game! You're cheating! How can you cheat?
He is the goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases. This one is Scurvy. He is a character. He doesn't actually do anything, but when he does say something, he is a goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases. This is Polly, a random parrot plush I got from Longleat. She says squawk before every sentence.
Squawks in Scrubs.
Making her a goofy comic relief character that says,
Hang on, I'm coming.
This is Duckus. He has magic pencils. For some reason. I don't know. They do random things that are necessary for the plot, like granting wishes or death. Also, he's a goofy so that's all the zombies for now. Back to the plot. So Noc-tense explains that he hates Woody and they freed them, so they're like,
maybe you and I could partner up.
So Basic goes first because he's a fearless, heroic being or something, but gets shot and dies. But then gets picked up by Polly and gets dropped back. Conehead then goes next and says one of his iconic lines.
Hey, look, it's Yosemite Sam on still.
What? Woody then reveals he's from Alabama, which is a very integral part of his character. Conehead gets shot and doesn't die, but gets shot again and dies. Bucket goes in next, gets shot, doesn't die, gets mad because
Beautiful Bucket.
and enters Bosnian mode, but dies anyway. What a wasted character arc. Then Duckus reveals a very important plot point. He can heal the zombies, but it takes hours or something. I don't know. Scurvy dodges a bullet and then doesn't and then dies. Duckus does this, then uses his
Disabler pencil.
ah yes, the disabler pencil and disables Woody's
Giant freaking cannon.
but gets shot before the thing works, and oh no, Woody's defenseless now. If only he had some plants to protect him from the zombies. Noc-tense then sends Purple, so Purple goes there, and then Woody kicks the ever-loving shit out of him. Polly picks him up and then drops him from out of the sky, making him fall down to the ground, presumably breaking every bone in his body. He then drops all these seed packets that I printed out when the printer had no black ink apparently. I don't know why he has all of them. Why would you carry these around with you? Polly picks him up again, and then Woody pegs the seed packets, and then they turn into a poorly green screened white smoke effect.mp4, and whoa, the plants from Plants vs. Zombies. I assume that they were unconscious when turned into seed packets. It's been 9 years and the crash wasn't Woody's fault. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. So the plant characters are pretty one note. Most of them can be described with 1 or 2 words. Pea Shooter is British. Sunflower is a woman. Split Pea is a Republican. The other head is like a submissive femboy. I don't know, he doesn't do anything. Mini Chomp, yes, that abomination of textile design is supposed to be a chomper.
I love feet.
Squash is an old man. Goldie the Marigold. Don't ask why some of these characters have custom names, but most of them don't. She is a woman as well. At the time, I've probably only spoken to like 3 women in my entire life. Wally the Walnut is
Quirky and random.
but deep down he's very sad and lonely because he has a hole in his head that I never fixed. But why would I, when I can store Pringle cans inside of it? And finally, Cherry, who is a conspiracy theorist.
That the Easter Bunny is just Jesus in a fursuit.
Basically, the plants are, say it with me, goofy comic relief characters that say wacky and zany phrases. Anyway, Pea Shooter explains the PvZ lore and how the zombies were defeated but said fuck you and imprisoned these particular plants in seed packets, presumably using Duckus' stationary set or something. Woody can't remember that this major devastating conflict happened. So Woody's like, I hate the zombies. They are working for Noc-tense, and the plants are like, I'm thinking you and I could partner up. We cut back to the zombies, and Noc-tense is like, hell yeah, we killed the cannon, I'm gonna go beat him up. And then Noc-tense walks over to the thing, but Woody, being the cunning strategist he is, sets up the plants and Squash breaks Noc-tense's spine. So Noc-tense is slightly annoyed that he was crushed to death by a sentient fruit, so has an angry rant to Purple, who gets blamed because it's his fault. Why would you carry all of your enemies with you if a single touch can free them. Conehead then says some zany line, and that's the end of the first episode. 49 to go. This episode may seem bad, but don't worry, they get better. I mean, I don't think they ever get good. Episode 2. We're only on the second episode and it already has the word assault in the title. So the episode starts off with Noctis screaming slurs at Purple again because his back hurts or something. He also says Purple's name wrong. He does that to every character in the series. It's really oh so funny, guys, trust me.
I'm stealing your idea and using it as my own.
This clip will be very good to use later. So they decide to use chemical warfare against the plants by buying weed spray and gassing them to death.
We shall use weed spray.
Amazing. Small issue, they have no money, so they raid the bin bag that they're sitting on and try find stuff. We then cut to Cherry and Squash, who are sat on the castle doing things. Cherry's looking for UFOs because he's a goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases. Squash then says
Communism.
So communism actually comes up quite a lot in this series. Being 15 at the time, communism was a very funny thing. Also, Squash is a goofy comic relief character. Cherry leaves and Squash wants child labor to be legal or something. I don't know. We're only on episode 2 and this is already becoming unhinged as all hell. We cut back to the zombies. Bucket has found a
phone, a plunger, and a £10 note.
After a weird slide transition, Noctis explains why this matters. You see, because he's a weak little beta male, he can't tap the phone, so must use this weird plunger thing. They will then use the £10 to order weed spray from Amazon, buying chemical weapons from Jeff Bezos. Creeps then says his iconic catchphrase,
Imbecilic buffoon.
Right.
Noctis then reveals that I have over 2,800 unopened emails and then Floral Assaults Purple with a stick. We then cut to Pea Shooter explaining that there are more plants and that there are still more seed packets out there. Cherry then references a SpongeBob episode for some reason.
Squidward's hopes and dreams.
The plants get threatened by Noctis's phone and Pea Shooter makes a really funny joke.
Your side of the story. What's that supposed to mean? Well, because you're side character.
Please stop. Purple insults Noctis's stick.
You do realise that thing is literally beamed down a toilet.
Noctis then threatens to spank Purple,
Over my knee, now!
but ends up throwing the thing at him, but it misses and lands in the neighbor's yard. Basic, being a wholesome little scrunkly, goes and asks for the stick back, but
But the property is on my property, so it's mine.
Pop culture references are my least favourite kind of reference.
shut the fuck up. Anyway, Noctis gets angry and sends the zombies to go attack the plants. A fierce battle ensues. There are many casualties as the zombies get florally assaulted. We learn that when the plants die, they turn back into the funny low printer ink form. The eyebrow head of Split Pea then wants immigration control or something. Split Pea fucking kills himself and then Noctis calls Bucket a slave. Why am I doing this to myself? Speaking of suicide, Cherry suicide bombs Bucket, but Bucket lives, so Squash sits on him and he dies.
Being squashed when I don't have my bucket is my least favourite time to be squashed.
Shut up, Bucket, I hate you. Uh-oh, the phone is on low battery. So it's up to Purple to go get the thing. The Marigold throws the thing past Purple and Noctis grabs it, and he gets florally assaulted by Marigold in a wide stash of illegitimately earned cash and dies. So that sucks. Also, he drops another seed packet, he's still carrying them. Are you stupid? So we get a new plant who is a starfruit. Her character is
Pronouns!
You know, it pains me that this is the legacy I'm leaving behind. After I die, this is how I'm going to be remembered. This will be immortalized on the internet forever, and there's nothing I can do about it. We then cut back to the zombies. But uh-oh, Conehead traded the money for Lightning McQueen Bitcoin or something and knocked his... He doesn't understand the joke. The episode ends, but not before Conehead utters another funny line. On to episode 3. Yeah, because Plants vs. Zombies, Minecraft, and Toy Story were not enough arbitrary franchises. We gotta get Pikmin in on this. So the episode starts off with, of course, Noctis verbally abusing Purple. This will be a common thing. Creeps then suggests that using his own DNA and a carrot, he will make a hyper-intelligent hybrid hellspawn baby.
Now, this may look like an ordinary container, but I'll have you know that it is not an ordinary container.
Yeah. Alright, yeah, Creeps is a scientist and he makes science gadgets, science smart. In order to make the baby smart, he inserts a season 1 disc of Rick and Morty. Yes, that is a major plot point.
Rigor mortis.
After uttering his famous catchphrase once again,
Imbecilic buffoon.
Creeps then opens a offshore bank account or something, I don't know, and then Noctis poses in a sexual position on the box. What is happening? Duckus then uses a pencil of plot contrivance and makes the hellspawn exist.
Abracadoodlebug.
So this is Picky, he's smart.
Bulgaria.
Goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases. Anyway, we then cut to Splitpea and Starfruit having an intense political debate.
Peace supremacist!
Fame and Nazi.
Don't care, I hate these two characters, these are the worst characters. Picky the Pikmin then uses his intellectualness to draw lines on paper for 2 minutes and deduces that they can just go around the plants. He then gets pissed at Basic and throws him to space. It is then revealed that he launched Basic to Neptune in about 10 seconds. You realize how much force that would require? I'm pretty sure that exceeds the speed of light, thus making him the most powerful character in all of fiction. Why didn't he just flick something in the general direction of the plants and eviscerate all of them instantly? After Picky explains the FNAF timeline, the zombies are sent to go get the gem of the Undertale. Conehead then launches Woody into Neptune with Basic. How powerful are these characters? We need like a PvZ plush power scale tier list. Also, Woody can survive in outer space? I get why Basic can because he's dead, but Woody's alive. Woody dies in this scene. It is also revealed that Wally the Walnut went to a high school and during his prom was Floral Assault. I don't know. Also, Mini Chomp is as children.
I got mouths to feed.
Wait, you have kids?
What? How do you know? Have they escaped? Oh no.
Groundbreaking lore. Then Bucket throws him to Neptune as well. Picky then gets mad that no one is following his very simple plan of going around. So he's like, fine, I'll do it myself. And Purple also goes,
Oh, shut.
Picky then calls Cherry his father's famous catchphrase.
Imbecilic buffoon.
Anyway, the zombies actually get the gem after Purple drops another seed packet, but Woody comes crashing down back to Earth, landing directly on top of... Purple grabs the gem, but Basic falls on him and Woody grabs the gem and runs away, so nothing was accomplished. Yeah. So they open the seed packet and we get Shroom, who's a religious stereotype with his own religion.
Mushroom God.
He's, say it with me, a goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases. Also, the episode ends. On to episode 4. So this episode starts with Pea Shooter complaining about the heat, and then Shroom saying that God hates you in particular or something. Sunflower finally has something to do and is happy because of the solar energy or whatever, I don't care. Cherry finds a fan but Squash.
I need to handle this, it's stolen property.
Woody then jumps off of a building. Also, for some reason, the frame rate of this episode is lower. I don't know why. I guess Movie Maker or whatever I made this with couldn't handle such Emmy-winning content. Noctis spots the fan and is all like, zombies, get me the fan, I am hot. But the zombies are like, nah, mate, it's too hot. So Conehead's like, oh, I know, I have an idea, and turns off the sun. Like, he just straight up turns it off. It's gone. But you see, the plants need photosynthesis to live. Speaking of living, Picky is still here. He still exists. He will continue to do so until the end of this series. And the video footage becomes really dark and unwatchable. But most of this series is unwatchable, so like not much difference. The plants panic and Cherry's like, oh no, the world's ending. Then a SpongeBob time card appears and the sun is still gone, so the plants are slightly concerned. Also the plants die or something, except Shroom because haha, night level PvZ reference, and Sunflower because she produces solar energy.
Can we go kill the plants now? I'm bored.
Conehead's bloodlust has not been satiated within these 3 days. Picky explains that Mushroom Night level PVZ1 reference, and Noc-tense is all like, "Ooh, Purple, you fucking twat, I hate you, go attack the weeds at once." Shroom then tells everyone that God is mad and demands a sacrifice, so he's like, "Hey, Sunflower is the sun, let's put the Sunflower in the sun. If she can produce sun, then she can produce the sun." Then Pea-Shooter, who has a crush on Sunflower because he's a PVZ hero slayer or something, cries. Wally wants Pea-Shooter's firstborn child, and then Sunflower and Shroom leave. The zombies arrive, even though their base is like 2 centimeters away from the plant base, and Floral assaulting ensues. Basic gets shot again. Basic gets shot like every episode. This poor little goblin man. Picky beats up Pea-Shooter. Woody's all like, "I'm sick of your shit," and goes and beats the shit out of Noc-tense. Creeps then makes this noise. Purple and Conehead notice Sunflower and Shroom and go and stop them from doing whatever they're doing. Shroom then references Ugandan Knuckles for some fucking reason and shoots stuff, and a light switch turning the sun back on. So Pea-Shooter and Sunflower have hot sex, and Purple drops another seed packet, but it is picked up by a certain reoccurring character that has not been seen yet.
Very cool.
As the episode ends with this message, so sad. Uh-oh. Turns out Noc-tense is in immense debt with the IRS, who is the Ender Dragon from Minecraft. So, he's afraid of taxes.
Mortgages.
He is also afraid of socialism, because he is a goofy comic relief character that may or may not say wacky and zany phrases. He then tells the zombies a story about how long before time had a name, Ninjago was created by the first Spinjitzu master. Also, he has a gambling addiction and got into debt with the Ender Dragon from Minecraft, and it's 25 years to pay it off. Also, Creeps thinks Noc-tense is from Italy.
You said you were from the desolate realm of Italy.
I don't know. This happened in 1993, so Purple is like, hey, wait a minute. 25 plus 1993, that's this year. Well, not this year, but the year that video was made. I'm so old. Also, the Ender Dragon jump scares Noc-tense and demands money. Noc-tense is like, this is Purple's fault. But the Ender Dragon, being the honest businessman he is like, nah, and threatens to murder Noc-tense, I think. I can't tell. The music is too loud.
Do not try to blame your own failures on others.
Noc-tense then gaslights the Ender Dragon into thinking that the plants have the gem of the underneath and stole it off of Noc-tense. So the dragon is like, grr, I will get them, and goes to them, but...
And if I find out that you're lying to me, there will be dire consequences.
I wonder what will happen. Split Pea, being the American patriot he is, shoots the Ender Dragon. So the dragon nukes the plants, grabs the gem, and then goes back to Noc-tense. But then Noc-tense is like, yes, finally, the thing! And the dragon is like, he lied to us. He's a fake and a fraud, and that's bad. And then gets mildly annoyed at Noc-tense, i.e., tries to make him not live anymore. Noc-tense runs away, so the Ender Dragon takes his anger out on the zombies. But luckily, Duckus uses his plot contrivance device to make them escape. Then the fucking Breaking Bad Mexico filter appears. What? What is happening? Is it supposed to be sunset or something? Also, the dragon has tied up the zombies that did not escape. Noc-tense and Woody are like, maybe you and I could partner up, and then they all concoct a scheme to kill the dragon or something. Also, the dragon kidnapped the plants that weren't killed in a nuclear explosion. Noc-tense and Woody also make this noise.
Here.
Noc-tense reveals that ender creatures are allergic to water because, funny Minecraft reference, or as Funny Enderman puts it,
Inbreeding.
Unfortunately, all the water was made hypoallergenic. But Duckus is like,
Wait, I have my pencil of wet.
There's also this phone number which foreshadows a future plot that people really care about. I don't actually think it's an actual phone number. This is just random numbers. Anyway, they then go on the plot. Noc-tense then goes and distracts the end of dragon, and the others go look for the pencil. Creep says his iconic catchphrase,
Imbecile buffoon.
and alerts the dragon. And we get this stunning piece of cinema.
Abracadoodlebug.
No! No!
The dragon dies. Woody gets the thing back. Status quo restored. End of episode. So this is a goofy comic relief episode where the zombies get wacky and zany weaponry. Fun fact about this episode, people in my school found out about my series, and this was the first episode everyone watched. The brain rot was starting to spread. Noctis is like,
What the hell? I don't know what to do.
and Purple is like, hey Lois, remember that time Conrad turned off the sun? Noctis then thinks that these episodes are too unhinged, so decides to just give the zombies a dangerous weapon and go Floral Assault the plants to death. In order to do this, they get help from the best character, the bin bag. Duckus uses his...
Pencil of
Whack! It is used to whack.
Scurvy uses a Lego sword. Bucket uses a fucking metal pipe. Conehead.
I use this thing that my mum drank when she was pregnant with me.
Awesome. Purple uses a sock. Basic somehow obtain the religious book of Fume Shroom.
2? Well, that's a 4.
We then cut to Fume Shroom crying about his blasphemous texts and tells Pea Shooter,
You shall burn in hell for all eternity.
and oh boy, another political debate. I don't care. I will burn these plushes. We then cut to the zombies. Basic is reading religious texts and Picky goes to watch anime. Noctis sends the zombies to, you guessed it, Floral Assault the plants. Fume Shroom then spots Basic with the book and gets mad, so fires his stuff at the book and gets really angry. Basic then does an impression of my parents when they see my accomplishments.
Well, that's a disappointment.
Pea Shooter and Conehead then have an intense debate about peace and war, and Pea Shooter gets hit by a glass bottle. Mini Chomp then activates Goblin mode and mutilates Conehead's face. Scurvy attacks Wally with his Lego sword, but a Lego Ninjago minifigure appears and beats up Scurvy, and honestly, I think there might have been some sort of lead-related contamination in the water supply in my area when I made this. Bucket then murders Mini Chomp. Yes, that is the actual sound it makes. He also kills Split Pea. Good. Bucket then admits to killing 37 people. Then he gets squashed. Duckus dies. Picky then arrives with whatever the hell that is and enters Goku mode with the Breaking Bad Mexico filter again and most powerful character in all of fiction. Also, I'm sticking with the lead poisoning theory. Fume Shroom arrives with his Shroomnomicon repaired and declares that anime is banned, like those funny penguins from 2017, and murders Picky for his crimes against his faith.
Squawks in anime.
Good for Polly. Creeps is like, oh dear, it appears my son is dead. And Purple kidnaps Sunflower and takes her back to the zombie base. The zombie base. Sunflower is then tortured using
A BuzzFeed quiz.
lead poisoning. Also, apparently Scurvy states his personality to be an asparagus, which is probably accurate. Creeps also says that he's tortured people before. Noctis then calls Creeps crepes, which is an important plot point. Anyway, Sunflower is interrogated and they learn the phone number from the last episode. It is then revealed to be
Sis?
My friend from my old school, Minecraft Monster School Funny Compilation 3.
Creeps is jealous of the guy because he clearly wants to sex Noctis or something, and the episode ends. Also, Sunflower escapes, obviously. Yeah, that is certainly a title that exists. Anyway, this episode starts with Woody saying,
Oh, fuck you!
he is scared of Oseus, who was the previous guard of the Gem of the Underneath, the guy in the last episode. When Split Pea suggests that they eject him from orbit. Yeah, I don't think that's possible. Yes it is. What about the Perplexing Pikmin incident? Creep starts saying, "Gah, that guy's bad, I hate him." But then the guy in question arrives. This is Oseus. He is a Minecraft skeleton. My favourite PvZ character. So Noctis is the goofy comic relief villain that says wacky and zany war crimes. Oseus is not wacky or zany. He's very edgy. He then comes up with a plan. It's basically the Perplexing Pikmin episode, but with Funny Skeleman. However, during the Floral Assault phase of the episode, Funny Skeleton starts abducting plants from behind the back alleys. Picky's like, okay, I'm going now, I'm smart. And Osiris is like, haha, not anymore, I'm smart. But uh-oh, Picky dies.
I think I will have something to say about it.
And him and Polly get kidnapped by the Undertale reference. He's betraying the zombies. Oh no. Look at those glue sticks in the background. You can tell that those are the sort of glue sticks that, like, don't work. Like, he's all runny and just makes a paper slide across. He then goes into Woody's house and is like, bahaha, I'm edgy and emo. Woody then collapses in fear as Osiris steals the gem. He kidnaps Noctis, his own friend. How could he? What is he planning? What was he cooking? He then gets all the zombies together with promises of ice cream. The promise of nourishment excites the coned one as he screams ice cream at increasing volume. Ice cream! That's how loud it is normally. Well, it isn't. I turned it down. They then capture all the plants as their ice cream lust fuels them or something. Duckus then Chinese censorships fume shroom, and Osiris lures the zombies into a plastic box.
Seems non-suspicious to me.
Creeps is like, excuse me, where is Noctis? And Osiris tells Creeps to fuck off. Noctis is then found crucified or something, but frees himself on his own? So, no, I'm not questioning it. There's no point. They then go to Woody and all like, and they're all like, oh, the power of the friendship, but Osiris ignores them and opens a portal to hell. He opens a portal to hell. Like, is actual hell. Like, he opens a portal to hell in Plants vs. Zombies. Woody then dives into hell, grabs the gem of the underneath, and uses rope to climb back out. Osiris then explains the incomprehensible horrors of being immortal and reveals that his plan is to summon the god of death to wipe out all life forms so he doesn't have to live anymore, because that is the only thing that can kill him. But, like, this is fucking Plants vs. Zombies. Imagine PopCap just releases a game where you fight the embodiment of fucking death with cabbage pulp. Anyway, whilst Osiris is rambling, the plants and zombies are freed. Osiris grabs Noctis and suicides into the hole. The zombies form a human rope and grab him, and we get our first glimpse of the fiery pits of hell. Osiris gets dropped into hell and the day is saved. But uh-oh, the portal is still open. And a thing came out, leading into... Yeah, this episode was played in a classroom. Like an actual... a classroom in a school. My chemistry teacher put this episode on in a class. A classroom with over 20 people in it. Obviously against my own will. I mean, can you imagine the embarrassment? Imagine being in a science classroom. The teacher putting on an educational video. And then there's just... So the episode starts with this strange lizard man being ejected out of hell in this funny dump truck. Then it cuts to Noctis yelling about ideas. Then the titular, the great and powerful Yoshi, flies in, landing on Noctis. So this character is, you guessed it, a fucking comic relief character. He says wacky and dirty phrases. I'm so sick of saying that. Oh my god. His whole gimmick is that,
ooh, I'm so evil, except I only do mild inconveniences, lol XD. I'm quirky random. I fucking hate my life.
Yoshi uses his immense strength to throw off the truck, announcing himself to be the great and powerful Yoshi. Noctis then calls him Grape Sand Chlorophyll Yo-Yo because he's
being quirky and random.
Yoshi says,
"We will create a system in which a compulsory contribution to the state revenue, and if I govern some workers into business profits, or into the cost of some services and transactions, is paid every month. And then we won't pay them. Oh.
I don't know. I don't like you." That's what I'm saying, the purple zombie. And Purple announces his pure hatred of this being and threatens him with euthanasia. You definitely need to be euthanized. Also, all the time this is happening, you can just see Duckus dying under the truck. Oh, he got acknowledged. Never mind. Yoshi's like, ooh, screw you. We then cut to Cherry looking at things, as he does.
The underneath of the myth made up by the Chinese to sell commemorative mugs.
Lead poisoning. Cherry is asked if he took his meds, to which he says,
I'll have you know, I took them lots of times today, actually.
And Purple suggests a, quote, crackety whacking idea, where they drive directly into the castle Why is Purple so murderous in this episode? We then cut to Split P, but don't worry, our Lord and Savior, the great and powerful oh my god, this room is so messy, what the hell? Goldie, the very substantial character, says some inaudible thing.
Drive the driver. I produced a £1 coin.
Speak up! And Fume Shroom brings out the book of Again I Don't Care. Yoshi then uses his border smuggling truck to
Release huge waves of zombies.
which of course is basic, like it's just basic. Squash then has a Nam flashback.
Oh no, it's the bloody Viet Cong. Quick, check the trees for snipers.
Which raises several questions.
That's a bit disgusting, mate. Like my fetishes.
Okay, apparently being mauled to death by Mini Chomp is one of them. At least he's open about it. I don't... lead poisoning. Also, Woody distorts reality or something using some sort of Ned Flanders mannerisms.
Oh, Whitley, Woodley, world.
Yeah.
Also, Noctis refers to Yoshi as Yeezy, which is a very integral point of Yoshi's character. Conehead then kills Walnut and fights Split Pea, and thankfully he dies and gets insulted.
You're so dumb the D isn't silent. Wait, it's not silent anyway. I'm eating the B.
I think. Conehead then gets murdered. Yoshi then releases Duckus, who is just a lifeless corpse at this point. More Floral Assault happens. It ends with Yoshi having gamer rage. So the truck gets launched into the air by this plot lever. And of course...
Duckus is ready to fight. Haha!
Purple, Sunflower and Goldie talk about overthrowing capitalism or something, but gets shot and dies. Yoshi gets his truck back out, almost as if that entire scene was pointless. Cherry then blows up Yoshi's car, but it's still intact, so he tries to pick up the truck and throw it, but it crushes him, even though he has done that like 10 minutes ago. Noctis then makes this noise.
How?
And Yoshi says,
Southeast Zimbabwe.
and leaves. The end. I hate Yoshi, I hate that truck, and I hate Split P. Next episode. Okay, so this episode is 2 parts for some reason. Guess it was just that funny. So the episode opens with, oh my god, is that Chef P from Super Mario Logan? From cinematic classics like Chef Pee-Pee's credit card scandal? Oh, it turns out he's not the same character, he's Scottish, and his name's
Mr. Haggis McStereotype.
so he isn't Chef Penis at all. What a shame. So this character is a comic... I'm not doing that again, I cannot be asked. I just can't. I'm not saying goofy comic relief character, you know what he is. So he jump scares the plants, breaks into their home and starts assaulting them. Then he scripts the plants into school because they are legally 9 years old. We then get the classic,
So does anyone have any idea on how we could kill the plants?
I like how he just says,
Let's just fucking kill them. I'm sick of this shit.
but then Mr. McStereotype emerges out of nowhere as if he's some omnipotent force that stalks our main characters. We get more lore on Noctis's tax evasion.
It's the tax man! Quick, hide the money!
He then says,
Oi, good to school, laddies.
so they do. Next day we get a school, which is just the normal exact same area that every episode occurs in, but with books on the floor.
Oh, yo, purple boy.
More new characters. This is
Die boy.
some roadman elephant thing. One might say that he's some sort of goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases. The teacher guy then picks up and throws the castle, proving how much of a powerful antagonist he truly is. I then complain about seating plans because I hate school and I hate everyone in it. I'm so edgy and cool, I am so cool, too cool for school, quirky and random. As McStereotype assigns seats, a familiar face is seen. That's right, it's the stupid fucking green lizard from the last episode. He's here now, but uh-oh, Melman from Madagascar shows up. What? Why? Wally then gets to relive childhood trauma by getting sat next to the elephant man. Then we have this stupid squirrel who says,
Big Speed. And I'm disappointed.
you know what, this one's not even a goofy comic relief character. This isn't even a character, this is just a squirrel. Uh-oh, Starfruit and Splartpart are sat together. We then get Snivy from Pokemon. You goofy comic relief character. Finally, we get introduced to the best character, Shigwe, a funny businessman who loves his money. You could say that he's a comic relief character of some sort. Perhaps he says some wacky and zany phrases occasionally. Then we see the Triceratops from the land before time, my favourite PVZ character. It is then revealed that Scurvy is in love with Polly because of course he is.
Disgusted squawks.
Then we have this dragon thing who exists, I don't care. Bucket then threatens to murder Conehead. Then we get more characters. Goofy comic relief character. SpongeBob! The cow from the magic roundabout. I can't deal with this anymore.
Oh, why am I stuck on a one-dimensional table?
Yeah, because you're the most layered, in-depth character, aren't you? Stupid flower. Mr. McStereotype then starts teaching them about circle theorems. I thought they were supposed to be 9 or something. What 9-year-olds learning about circle theorems? Purple then hits him with the
How are we gonna use this in real life?
You can't.
and gets put on the board, and he then slaps a piece of paper for the next 30 seconds before Picky is like, actually, shut up. Teacher man beats paper more.
69.
I don't think SpongeBob would ever say that. He then gets Perplexing Pikmin into space, but uh-oh. Is that a bicycle bell? It's time for more wacky and zany phrases. Nothing really happens. Wally gets put in a bin. Yoshi eats a chocolate bar. Madagascar giraffe gets...
Type 2 diabetes.
You then get this exchange.
Oi!
Well, excuse me, Mr. Nosehole.
This isn't a nose actually. It's my pee hole.
Shy Guy starts selling drugs or something. But uh-oh, he has the winter melon seed packet. But uh-oh too. The bicycle bell rings and it's back to suffering. They then learn about mitosis and how the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Bucket has 83 chromosomes, apparently. And Purple says, McDonald's really loud.
McDonald's.
And the first part of this god-awful episode is over.
The only thing I learned was why unemployment rates are so high.
Such stunning social commentary. Then they get nothing personal kidded into school. Purple gets gassed to death by the stupid Triceratops character. It is revealed that Pea Shooter brought the gem of the underneath with him to school for some reason, and Yoshi's like,
Ooh, I will tell because I'm funny.
funny elephant throws a pencil in Purple's eye, but Purple gets a warning because society commentary about Bucket is then revealed to have killed the monarchy. Then the zombies are like, oh my god guys, he has the thing, let's go florally assault him. Pea Shooter explains the underneath lore.
Which is host to many merciless, unforgiving beasts.
What, like me ex-wife?
So Woody and Squarish arrives. Woody takes the thing away and then Creeps and Noctis arrive. They then Saul Goodman them out of school. So the zombies haven't got any rights, but then Woody is like, yeehaw, plants aren't people either, and they all get out of school. Mr. McStereotype realizes that literally no one else is human, and then he has a mental breakdown and leaves.
Right, since I'm good at teaching furries, I'll go to DeviantArt.
Purple also has a mental breakdown because he realizes he's a fucking plush character, and then
I was alive for 18 years.
Yes, my DeviantArt profile is legal. Hooray!
lead poisoning. There is lead in the water. End of episode. Why was this 2 parts? Oh, I get it. It's like drop the bass, but with a stop at the front because I want to.
Actually die.
So Creeps builds a robot.
The large, obnoxious, sound-emitting robots.
So it's called The Loser.
Ah yes, this is why I want
So the plan is to.
royalty-free music, the plants to death.
But uh-oh.
If it overloads, it will explode, killing everything in a 20-mile radius.
I wonder what will happen. And the only way to stop it is to sing into the microphone?
Sing.
Yes.
The plants are playing Go Fish or something, but uh-oh.
Ballet! Zombies!
Basic then shows Pea Shooter a Pikachu card and then gets shot. The zombies start playing royalty-free music and oh, go away. Fume Shroom gets his funny book, but
Stop playing me.
the robot florally assaults him to death.
Ooh, person, we got a zombie supremacist on our hands.
I ought to burn that plush toy in a grease fire. Conehead then.
Now give me your social security number.
I guess you could say you're a sociopath.
Yes. He Seinfeld laugh tracks pea shooter to death. Cherry then starts rapping about
Global warming isn't real.
Kona takes the shell of Cherry and my hand drapes over the screen for some reason. Woody finds out that singing into the microphone removes power, so instead of doing that he sinks. Creeps then releases a drone or something and it brutally murders Wally, but Cherry nukes it and it dies. Scurvy then questions the existence of Goldie and how she will collapse the economy. Mini Chump gets grabbed by the robot and probably dies. Woody jumps off a building again. The stupid lizard cretin appears again. Split Pea starts singing the American Dad theme song or something, but Picky tells him that Woody kills Picky. And then, God help me. Like, actually, please. Please help me, God. Woody and Noc-tense start having an epic rap battle of history.
Your mother is your mother.
But uh-oh, the lizard hijacks it and does something. But Woody starts rapping. He then calls Noc-tense a deer.
You are the deer.
Lead poisoning.
What are you talking about, doop diddly doop?
What?
Dirty boy, I got a snake in my boot.
Why does he call him a dirty boy? What is happening? But uh-oh.
Error. Power at 20%.
But Kona takes over and starts spitting bars.
Cause I'm gonna blow you off your feet.
Power at
Something
100%.
noises.
Okay, we're at maximum.
But uh-oh, his raw lyrics break the machine and it does this.
You overloaded it.
Give me that back.
Error. The base is going to drop.
What?
And everyone starts singing, but is out of tune. Noc-tense then starts roasting everyone.
I help you. I can't.
But uh-oh.
Well, that was a little.
So everyone dies, but there's still 40 more episodes, so I guess they take place in purgatory or something.
Attention, people of Bikini Bottom! You have been cheated and lied to!
So, zombies, I was digging outside the bins in Tesco, and I found,
The Marvel Infinity Gauntlet.
parking meter.
Oh, but it's just the glove with stickers on it. That isn't even the right color. Lazy, lazy child. We cut to the plants and... She reads from a scribbled piece of paper asking Woody about workers' rights or something. But uh-oh.
Did somebody say 15mm?
I don't like this episode. So Starfruit wants to make their house a communist state, but Squash does not like that. So Starfruit triggers a PTSD flashback. She then wants to have Split Pea executed or something, which, you know what, you know what, I agree with that. If I can kill Split Pea. She then wants peace with the zombies, and it is revealed that the reason they were captured in the first place because they tried negotiating, and then they betrayed them and some, I don't fucking know. Isn't faking a peace treaty like a war crime? Anyway, we cut back to Noc-tense, who has the glove instructions. You need instructions to use a glove.
Yes.
So you snap your fingers to wipe out half of all life in the universe. Because funny Marvel reference. Noc-tense then throws a giant unidentifiable object at Purple. Noc-tense's gambling addiction is further explored as he reasons that the wiping out of half of the life in the universe will probably kill some plants. Purple then explains the laws of probability, and Noc-tense does not care. Purple just wants Noc-tense to throw a fucking continent at them, but Noc-tense is like, no, I must. Okay, Noc-tense doesn't sound like that, but honestly, it'd be pretty funny if he was like, no, Anyway, Purple gets fed up with Noc-tense's shit and starts an NHS walkout, but uh-oh.
I like her fingers.
Noc-tense can't do the thing because he doesn't have fingers, even though he used it perfectly fine like a minute ago. He then calls Scurvy an STD,
Gonorrhea.
and he leaves. The rest of the zombies, and even creeps, follow.
I could get with a little genocide though, but yeah.
This will be relevant soon. He also calls Duckus a cuck.
Duckus?
Noc-tense is alone. This is a metaphor for how gambling addictions destroy relationships. So we cut back to Starfruit, who wants to make a gulag, but she gets pissed off when Woody doesn't want to, and she and Cherry Bomb, for some fucking reason, just leave. So we cut back to the zombies, who are existing They elect Creeps as the new leader. Oh my god, it's Chef Peep. He screams at them for some reason and leaves. Conehead then dabs.
That's actually the least funny thing you've ever done.
It sadly isn't. We cut back to Noctis, who is going through the 5 stages of grief, and then goes to the plants and threatens them with his glove. Goldie suggests that he gives them a prostate exam. Woody then thinks Noctis has the fucking embodiment of death from the Skullosal Scandinavia episode, but Noctis is like, I don't know what you're talking about, I'm doing nothing of major suspicion. Anyway, Noctis fails to use the glove because kid named No Fingers. We then cut to Starfruit and Cherry, who approach the zombies, and they're like,
maybe you and I could partner up.
So they all make picket signs. Conehead draws a deformed version of what I think is Peter Griffin with no chin. Cherry draws Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls, which will be a plot in the future. Bucket does that, but Basic...
Picket sign? I thought you meant camouflaged explosive device. Guess I don't need this then. Way.
Sorry guys, I just fucking killed a civilian. So Starfruit starts protesting about the workers' rights in Morrison's or something. Noctis is still pissing around with the glove. Bucket wants to commit genocide.
Don't let a glove kill half the population, let me.
Conehead says this.
Sliptard.
Purple and Noctis have another one of their classic philosophical debates. But Purple says, fuck you, and gets Cherry to fucking...
Yes, the perfect way to show your political agenda. Blow up the opposition.
So true. So Noctis pulls out a fucking sheet I got from English class and calls Purple some arbitrary adjectives. Perfect response for just being killed in an explosion. Conehead references the bombing of Nagasaki for some... Why? Why are you a fucking r/dank memes user?
I'm going away!
Please, please leave.
What a good idea.
You agree with my idea? Guess I'm back in then. Come on, remains of Cherry Bomb.
Well, there is no god. There is just no god. Noctis then has a fit, and it is revealed that the glove thing got broke. So status quo restored. Episode over.
Last Christmas, I stole your kidney, but the very next day, I sold it on the black market.
Yeah, of course there would be a Christmas episode now, wouldn't there? So the episode starts off with the plants violently assaulting Woody because they're pissed off about the existence of Christmas trees, but then they realize that they aren't trees. Pea-Shooter doesn't know how Christmas works, he forgot or something. Shroom hates Christmas because it violates his religion. Whoa guys, it's...
Recurring character Shigwe,
who starts singing about stealing Pea-Shooter's kidneys to the tune of Last Christmas. There is a full version of this. Pea-Shooter tells him to
Get at me fucking house.
We then cut to Noctis yelling at Creeps because he think the tree a plan, because the tree a plan. But that's not a tree, it's actually
An intercontinental ballistic missile. Oh, and there it goes.
So Creeps has tortured people, done horrific experiments, and built weapons of war. Do not ask Creeps what he was doing between the years 1938 and 1945.
But Christmas is good because you have an excuse to hang things.
Why is this episode so edgy? We're like a minute and a half in and I'm already tired.
Fools, it is
Why does he keep appearing? Go away, Yoshi. No one likes you. So the lizard cretin wants to steal Christmas or something.
Prepare yourselves to be mildly disappointed. Santa isn't real. Oh. Well, if Santa isn't real, then who delivers the presents? No, I've been thwarted again. Off to my evil lair. Swoosh.
What an exchange. What a conversation that was.
It's a gem of the underneath a gem.
Noctis then gets possessed by Maria Carey.
All I want for Christmas is the gem of the underneath.
And Yoshi plans to steal the gem of the underneath because I'm being wacky and goofy comic relief character who says wacky and I'm tired.
awful idea.
Yoshi then immediately steals the gem of the underneath, something that has taken the zombies over 11 fucking full episodes to do. Most powerful fictional character. So everyone wants to beat Yoshi to death. Duckus then uses the
Pencil of Mayo Chill, Abracadoodlebug.
and it hits the gem of the underneath, which banishes all of them out of this realm of existence. So they enter this new realm with a Boots shopping bag in it. Also a Christmas tree. Pea-shooter assumes that they've entered heaven, but Duckus rebukes with that if this was heaven, then Duckus would not be allowed in it.
Erotic pencil drawings.
We are then introduced to the best character in the series, a Christmas ornament called the Nutcracker. He is a somewhat goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases that is also confirmed to be a male prostitute.
My name is the Nutcracker. Don't ask how I got that name, though I will say that £50 is £50.
So this realm is the overneath, the opposite of the underneath. That one place from episode 7, Skeletal Skeleton. They are apparently having a Christmas party. Pea-shooter implies that there is an overneath Ian version of Jesus. They then start florally assaulting Yoshi. They corner him, but begin fighting each other due to their ongoing race war. Fume Shroom is then perplexing Pikmin into the tree, which knocks over an ornament. Christmas Ornament Man is like, "Fuck you fucking dick," and takes the gem. Yoshi is then banished to hell.
Oh no!
We then cut to the zombies having a funeral.
Steven Universe!
Where Yoshi falls from the heavens and lands on them. So back in the Over the Hedge, the Nutcracker makes the plants and zombies play squid games to see who can get to the top of the tree. Best out of 3 wins, and whoever wins gets the gem of the gemmed gem jammy gem jim jam jim jim jam jim 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 jim. Kerned and Pea-shooter go first. Pea-shooter starts flirting with the tree because he is a Plants vs Zombies Heroes player.
Could you stop flirting with the tree and climb it?
I can't do that without its consent.
This is the first mention of sexual consent in the series. Pea-shooter shoots Conehead, so Conehead throws a hedgehog at him, and Pea-shooter throws a small house at him.
I'm on the FBI watch list.
Conehead is the first character to be confirmed to be on an FBI watch list, though Duckus definitely is as well. Creeps is probably working for them after the war. Conehead wins the first squid game. Next is Duckus and Purple versus Fume Shroom and Gold. Duckus immediately loses because he sucks. Goldie shoots coins at Purple. It has an emoji on it and Purple's like, "Girl, I hate emojis, I do. Reddit awesome 100.
Not
You useless piece of shit!
Noctis and Woody begin the final squid games.
Incest pig.
We are then introduced to another goofy comic relief character that throws wacky and zany explosives at Noctis and Woody.
Nutcracker. I explode primary schools.
This is the first character in the series to be confirmed to destroy primary schools. So he starts throwing explosives at Noctis and Woody, and they are mildly annoyed.
I shot JFK.
That's actually the least funny thing you've ever done.
Well, I cheated on my wife with a reindeer.
This is the first character in the series that has been confirmed to be into bestiality. Woody throws the Nutcracker off the tree, so the plants win the squid game and get the gem, but then they get kicked out of heaven because they're dirty sinners, but not before Noctis becomes a Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare 2 player.
That's not fair because I didn't win.
So they all go back to the Minecraft overworld or whatever this place is supposed to be. Rural Britain? I don't know. So Creeps gives Noctis his present, another horrific genetic experiment.
I don't like it.
Which leads into...
I'm stealing your idea and using it as my own.
Noctis says more ethnic slurs.
Filthy weed!
As the usual. Basic then mentions that the purple zombie is a fake and a fraud for stealing episode ideas. Just because you acknowledged it, it doesn't make it okay. Conehead gets vored by the plant. Purple says it looks like Mini Chomp, the classic character from PVZ Plush, and Creeps then does a funny flashback where he drugs a Mini Chomp and extracts his genetic information. Creeps then does his Tesco horse meat scandal impression.
I'm afraid these are no ordinary doggy biscuits. These are biscuits of doggy.
Due to the plant being a genetic abomination, it needs to eat the Tesco horse meat to stay alive. Conehead then eats the Tesco horse meat like a funny little scrunkly boy.
Conehead, you imbecilic fat fuck.
So Creeps says that he got the Tesco biscuits not from Tesco's, but from the reoccurring character Igwa. Krebs then sends Conehead and a bucket to get more things from him, and they go and get the things. Noctis then sicks the Piranha plant on the other plants and Mini Chomp.
Oh, mate, that thing's hot.
But uh-oh,
So that's my child.
What? Please refer to one of the many lead contamination incidents in Britain. What the fuck? We then cut to Conehead and Bucket and Asda or whatever, and look guys, look! Recurring character Shigwe.
Ah, Bucket, want more of those kidneys, eh?
This is not the last mention of organ harvesting in this series. Conehead wants the horse meat, but Shigwe does a test to determine that Conehead is not a police officer. Conehead then tells a story about how he was a school hall monitor, and oh my god. He then tells Conehead that the crash was 7 years ago and he should move on, and then the flashback ends. We then cut to the plant. Pea-Shooter then tells the audience to like and subscribe, and the scene ends. What a useless waste of my time. Although, you probably should do that. My channel's kind of dying because no more loads of variants Garden Warfare 2. No more loads of variants Garden. No more loads of variants. Noctis then sends Basic to go and Floral Assault the plants. Pea-Shooter then lists a variety of British activities.
Gang violence, acid attacks, knife crime.
Basic then comes to the realization that the zombies are a gang of roadmen and hangs his shoes up on a washing line, but ends up kicking the Pea-Shooter to death. Squash sits on Basic and he dies. Noctis then sends the titular Piranha on Plant and it goes and devours Split Pea. Scurvy has cognitive dissonance disorder and thinks that everything took his eye.
You took my eye!
Mini Chomp face plants the floor and vanishes, and the scene cuts back to Conehead and Bucket doing whatever they're doing, but uh-oh! Conehead cuts up the money because he's a goofy comic relief character that I want to throw into a fucking air fryer. But JKXD, he didn't cut the money up, he just cut up Shigwe's credit card.
You destroyed one of my 4,723 credit cards!
He then makes the zombies feel the unbridled wrath of the
Money Square activate.
And then Conehead thinks that they should instate a socialist party as the leader of Britain, so monopoly. But uh-oh, the word socialism made Shigwe kick them out anyway because it's funny, it's so funny, I'm so funny, oh my god, I'm so funny, why am I so funny? I'm actually close to tears. Like, I'm actually sad. Shigwe then shoots them. We then cut to Piranha Plant biting the air around Mini Chomp. Duckus then exists and goes and does Duckus things such as listening to Fume Shroom's hymns about
Rule 26 of the Shroomnomicon dictates, the only burning you shall do is of non-believers and or your house for the insurance money.
Fume Shroom's religion condones insurance fraud. Cherry then starts saying that God is a hand and a hand appears with scissors to fucking assassinate him, but it leaves. The Piranha Plant then gets tired because it's starving to death. But don't worry, because
From the illegal black market store in which I cannot reveal the location of.
But they don't have it. Mini Chomp then references the obese rats from Flushed Away by DreamWorks
On voyage, me old cream cracker.
and murders the Piranha Plant. Shigwe shows up and is all like, "Girl, I hate the zombies. Maybe you and I could..." And the episode ends. More like bad. So Shigwe offers Woody an offer. If he's allowed to stay here, he will give them the thing from episode 4. Shigwe wants to live here since the plants can shoot at taxmen and charity workers. Yes, that is the actual reason that this episode is happening. He then gives them the thing.
Yes, I have lots of items here. My horse meat stash, my work-in-progress nuclear warhead.
Shigwe has the technology to make nuclear warheads.
Don't know how to charge it. No USB slot.
Silly Shigwe, you can't charge that with a charging lead. It's a piece of paper, not an iPhone. We are then introduced to Wintermelon. He says phrases.
What's up?
It is then revealed that Pea-Shooter knows Wintermelon, and they speak or something. I don't care. Essentially, Wintermelon is a goofy comic relief character that throws wacky and zany melon PNGs upwards and hits Noctis with them. Noctis has a very mild reaction to being hit by a projectile. The zombies are all like, "Oh
no! That plant's overpowered because funny PVZ reference.
Noctis then screams at Purple because
You dropped another seed packet.
But Purple has a flashback to the oh my. Shigue then reveals his master plan of turning the castle into a Tesco Express. Goldie makes the fatal mistake of assuming that she has rights, and Shigue laughs at her. Starfruit tries to protest, but Shigue says, "Shut up, liberal, and get the woke agenda out of my cornflake boxes." He doesn't actually say that, but honestly, would you be surprised if he did? Noctis finds a flyer for Shigue's corner shop or whatever, and
That is definitely a trap.
I won't stay in a trap.
good for you, Basic. Noctis then tells them to go to the shops and get the thing, but they're like, "Oh no, we haven't got any money, we're poor."
It's not a phase, Father. I just want to die.
That's not a very wacky and zany phrase, Picky. Noctis then suggests that they steal it, but Purple says that that is literally what they've been trying to do for the past 14 episodes. Noctis, being a based Sigma male, tells Purple to go anyway. The plants try to protest selling the Gem of the Underneath, saying that it could cause the end of the world. Shigue then says, "Okay, and?" Basic then gets killed in a shooting.
You're not supposed to shoot the customer until after they give us the money. Squawks in Morrison's.
So Polly can just fly into the castle. Why haven't they done that before? Basic is dropped back, confirming to the zombies that it was a trap, but Noctis does not care because he lacks basic cognitive function. Duckus then does an impression of a gaming YouTuber.
She said she was 18, I swear.
Split Pea then makes this sign. Shigue wants to sell weapons of mass destruction. Woody then says that that will get them in trouble with the police, but
Oh, it's okay. They're worryingly easily bribed.
what nail-biting societal commentary. Duckus then uses the pencil of plot contrivance to turn invisible, but uh-oh, the pencil doesn't turn invisible, so everyone thinks he's a flying pencil.
He's a bally witch. Burn it.
Duckus is also seen in the background despite him supposedly being there, so I guess there are two Duckuses now. Duckus asks to buy the Gem of the Underneath, but
Okay, give me the money.
Yeah, well, I've got on me are some morally questionable Splatoon drawings.
I hate this episode. Luckily, Squash kills him, and it is revealed that the zombies are brothers, so I guess death is genetic. Noctis then calls Purple a pit main, and then he goes to the Tesco Express. Starfruit thinks that selling the thing that they are literally all dying to protect is bad, but Shigue is like, "I don't care, I want money." Starfruit then makes this noise. Purple then arrives and he's like, "Oh yeah, I want the McDonald's Fortnite burger." And then, yeah.
You're a disappointment to me, the other zombies, and God.
Noctis then calls Picky a twig and says it's a reference, which it is, to a different plush series. Bucket then is revealed to have traumatic melon-related PTSD. Bucket and Conehead arrive and
That's the two savages who destroyed my credit card.
And Wintermelon questions the existence of Picky, makes funny jokes.
What did the Wintermelon say to the plant man? Have an honest day.
And bludgeons him to death with a melon. Sunflower then kicks Bucket's hat off with her legs. Shigue then hits Conehead with a metal pipe.
The Fitness Grand Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic
the
capacity
least funny
test that
thing
progressively
ever
gets
done.
Wintermelon then suggests that they shoot Polly.
Squawks in what?
Scurvy then enters Pirate Sea's ultimate battle mode at the loss of his bird, but dies in an explosion. Shigue then just leaves. Okay. What a great episode. What an amazing 10 out of 10 piece of cinema. I don't want to be alive anymore. Also, Creeps has a big robot dinosaur now. Okay. So this episode is a re-upload, as the title implies. I think the old one had really bad frame rate because PlayStation Share Factory or whatever software I made this with broke it during the export process for some reason. It has the intro sequence from later episodes in it. The intro is nothing special. just shows the characters' names and probably isolates viewers because they click on a PVZ plush video and then see Woody Toy Story and Enderman Minecraft. So the episode starts off with Basic asking what the giant full metal dino is. It is in fact the
Preserved in metal prehistoric structure.
Pimps. But Creeps renames it to the Extinct. Conehead then says a wacky and zany phrase.
Despacito.
That's actually the least funny thing you've ever...
Creeps then makes this noise. We then cut to the plants. Wintermelon rejects Pea Shooter's sexual advances. Oh wait, silly me. He's actually asking Wintermelon for dating advice, because when a little Timmy clicks on a video about Plants vs. awesome frickin' robot dinosaurs, what they really want to see is a Pea Shooter plush toy ask another plush toy how to fuck. Squash then starts complaining about communism because communism is so fucking funny.
Oh, please! Communism is a myth made up by edgy 15-year-olds to make bad jokes on the internet.
Just because you acknowledge it does not make it okay. We then cut back to the zombies. Creep sets the dinosaur on the plants. We then cut to fuck off. Lizard cretin then says,
Make lots of children.
What an integral quote, truly the turning point of the great and powerful Yoshi's character. Creeps then says his iconic catchphrase,
You imbecile.
We then cut to the plants.
Such a beautiful day. The clouds are stationary, the birds are birds, and the flowers are saying, such a beautiful day. The cloud...
Pea Shooter tries to hit on Sunflower but makes this noise instead.
Okay then.
Noctis then says racial slurs in a sexual tone.
You filthy weeds.
Why is this episode the way it is? Anyway, we finally get to the dinosaur scenes where it brutally mutilates all of the plants. It steps on Wally, and then why are we cutting back to the zombies? I don't care, I want to see the dinosaur maul the plants to death. Anyway, Noctis wants the zombies to go attack, but they're like,
No. What do you mean no? No, used to give a negative response. Negative? I'll show you negative. Pickle, get the shock helmet.
this is the first mention of shock therapy in the series.
Guess I'm straight now.
This is the second mention. What the fuck is this? So the reason the zombies don't attack is because it's Valentine's Day and they're sad because no one loves them due to being dying, dead people.
Sad? What do you mean sad? The only sad I'll show you is President Assad and using chemical weapons on his own people.
What? That was not a very wacky and zany phrase, Noctis. What is wrong with you? So they then decide to
Watch those weird cartoons Duckus has.
I feel very uncomfortable watching this episode. We then thankfully get the hell out of that scene, and why are we not seeing the dinosaur? What is it doing right now? Is it just sitting there, waiting for the plot? Pea Shooter starts singing about Sunflower, but Squash is all like,
Back in my day, we didn't have a son.
so Sunflower is grabbed by the dinosaur and should be being torn to pieces right now, but I won't question it. And Goldie's like, if Sunflower dies, then Sunflower will die. Pea Shooter's like, I'm gonna rescue you, Sunflower. But Starfruit says, shut up, you simping simpleton, I will do it. And Split Pea also gets eaten. The other head wants the sweet release of death. What a relatable character. Why is Sunflower tied to a shoe using one of my school PE socks? Did the dinosaur do that? Pea Shooter tries to attack the dinosaur, but unfortunately throwing peas at a fucking metal structure isn't going to do anything. Pea Shooter then steals the remote, but Creeps activates autopilot mode or whatever. The dinosaur and Pea Shooter teleport to a completely different location for some reason and start fighting. Sunflower suggests they throw it into hell. Pea Shooter then throws more things into hell.
Wait! Ah!
So Creeps has been banished to hell. Sunflower and Pea Shooter have hot sex, but it was really bad and Pea Shooter tries to jump into hell.
Suicide is a temporary solution to a permanent problem.
This episode is the worst one so far. Holy crap. It is then revealed that Creeps clung onto the edge of hell and is picked up by Noc-tense. I'm so happy that this episode is over. This was the worst 11 minutes of my life.
Well, off to visit your mother.
The zombie's mother visits them. That's the entire episode. So Purple is on his iPhone and is phoning his mother. The zombies are like, oh my god, it's me mom. This is the PVZ plush episode 16 Mama Z in question. She is just a gargantua plush with some wool on her head and some weird scarf thing. She is a goofy comic relief character that does wacky and zany child abuse. It is then revealed that the only reason that she is visiting is because the government are onto her benefit scandal.
That seems slightly illegal.
We are then introduced to the zombie's little brother called Redcoat. Redcoat is a goofy comic relief character that has no legs because whilst pregnant with him, she
drank, smoked a lot of gasoline, mercury, and nuclear waste.
It has also turned him into a brony.
Sister? Oh, just because I religiously watch My Little Pony, I'm a girl. Yes.
This is actually the most tragic character in all of fiction. It is then revealed that Redcoat is a 4chan user.
4chan.
Mama Z wants to know about her children's lives and if they have grandkids so she could reap benefits off of them instead, which I don't think that's how it works, but okay. Duckus comes out as a raging pencil-sexual.
I do not like girls. I'm more interested in the also sweet and succulent pencil.
Bucket's schizophrenia is then further explored.
The voices in my head are telling me to hit myself.
He then feeds his bucket a crisp. Noc-tense then is like,
Yes, big woman go step on the plants.
We then plant to the cuts. They are watching TV.
Hootin' tootin' turn on the tiddly toodly telly.
The TV just so happens to be on the news talking about Mama Z with recurring character Shin Guard.
In recent news, the infamous illegal organ donor Shigwe has been detained, so don't look for him.
He then talks about Mama Z and how she's a dangerous criminal. The plants are like, hey, wait a minute. I remember you from the war. Noc-tense is then like,
Go and attack the plants, but for real this time.
Noc-tense calls Mama Z hulking and grotesque, and she thinks that he is hitting on her.
Well, I have no interest in a regular shape such as yourself. I'm holding out for a real cuboid.
Instead of sending Mama Z to go attack the plants, he sends Basic for some fucking reason, and Basic instantaneously just gets shot and dies. Duckus then uses the pencil of inversion and makes the peas not hurt people. Why haven't you used that before? Never mind, he just gets blown up and dies. Also, it plays a really, really loud explosion.
Porta potty!
Purple gets shot a couple of times and gives up. Finally, Mama Z actually does something. Literally at 10 minutes into this 13-minute episode. She then steps on Split Pea. Mama Z then throws her child at Goldie and he mutilates her. Mini Chomp then throws the child back at Mama Z. Then Sunflower pulls on Mama Z's neck scarf and it makes her into a funny Karen manager that says manager, and I need to see the manager. She needs to see the manager. Let her see the manager. What the hell are you talking about? She sees that Redcoat is hurt and thinks the gem of the underneath is a healing remedy crystal. Noc-tense is like, yes, bring me the gem. Fume Shroom shoots GLOOP at her and she dies, which makes her back to normal somehow. She then leaves and the episode ends. These past few episodes have been so goddamn pointless. Luckily, the next one is a bit more on the wacky and zany side. Yay, it's the time travel episode! At the time, my very large fan base considered this episode to be the best one, which is an extremely low bar, so it probably still is unwatchably awful. The episode starts off with Noctis saying,
Ooh, you lost to the plants again. I'm really mad and angry.
he blames Purple for releasing the plants in the first place, which is honestly valid criticism. Anyway, Noctis is like,
Oh, if only we could go back in time to the first episode and get plants off the series.
and then Creeps appears and he's like, that's right, we're going back in time to the first episode to get the plants off the series. Noctis then questions to what the hell Creeps is yammering on about. Creeps explains that a Creeps from the future gave him a time machine.
We have been needing a clock.
That's actually the least fun.
I like how the time machine is just a black cube with a watch on it. Noctis tells Creeps to take Purple and Conehead with him because he doesn't care if they get eviscerated by the space-time continuum. Creeps expresses pure fear at letting Conehead near a time machine. Noctis suggests that they take Bucket instead.
I'm going to go back in time and conquer the British Empire.
So he takes Conehead. They then proceed into the machine. The time machine is a grey room with a phone in it. They then go back in time and land in the first episode. They see all of their past selves and
now I'm saying an unfunny joke.
Didn't grow out of that one, I see.
if you remember the first episode, then firstly, I apologise for putting that in your brain, and secondly, Polly picks up Purple and drops him, which scatters the seed packets about, so they decide to grab Polly and tell her not to pick up Purple, but she's like, squawks in fuck you fucking dick, and goes to the other Purple instead from the past. Creeps is like, hey, wait a minute, did we cause that? And deduces that the timeline is predetermined no matter what, which means that none of them have any free will. Will they discuss the implications of this? No, because
Dinosauruses!
Conehead, get off the machine!
Conehead is silly and goofy and goes to 1914 for some reason, and
Wait, where'd he go? Oh, I don't know.
so it turns out that Conehead was approached by the guy who was driving Archduke Franz Ferdinand around and sent him down the wrong road where Gavrilo Princip fucking shot him. Conehead caused World War I.
Conehead, you dumbass! That was Archduke Franz Ferdinand. You directed him right into the reticle of Gavrilo Princip's gun.
Score 1 for Serbia.
Creeps is like, Conehead, what the actual shit?
Jesus Christ, Conehead.
Jesus, let's go see if that guy was real.
But then Creeps is like, no, we need to go back to the present. Conehead is like, lol, XD, LMAO, and makes them go 4 billion years into the past. They encounter a drop of water ice spilled onto the carpet, and Conehead touches it. Creeps then assumes that Conehead's germs are the propagators of all life on Earth, and is like, grr, fuck you, Conehead, how dare you cause the life, but Conehead sneakily runs away and abandons them 4 billion years into the past. Purple is more concerned that the most powerful invention to have ever been created has been trusted to the hands of Conehead. Conehead then starts singing to the tune of In the Year 2525 by Zager and Evans.
In the year 65 BC, Conehead blasts a missile through prehistory. The dinosaurs, they drop down dead. But this does not satisfy Conehead.
This song details the utter chaos and destruction that besmirches all of time and space at the mercy of Conehead. Notable events include launching a nuclear missile at the Earth to wipe out the dinosaurs, causing the Chernobyl disaster, deflecting a gamma ray burst at Earth, and causing the Permian mass extinction. He then causes the Black Plague.
Conehead sends a third of Europe to heaven.
He then causes a certain evil historical figure to fail art school, making him responsible for 2 world wars.
Oh wow.
And then he creates Stonehenge, I guess.
In the year Raiser 696969.
That's
Right.
He then gets bored and goes back to Creeps and Purple. Creeps is like, Purple, you're immortal, so you can just wait to go to the present, lol, amau. And Purple is like, what the hell, I do not want to wait 4 billion years. Creeps is like, I don't care, I will die soon because there is no oxygen. Conan then says that he caused a couple of virus pandemics.
absolutely fantastic.
He then states to have caused 45 world wars.
Absolutely fantastic.
They then all go back into the time machine and
2001? Why were you there, Conehead?
Absolutely fantastic.
they then go back to the present, but no, actually Conan doesn't want to go back, probably because he wants to continue being the cause of literally every single instant of human suffering across all of history or something. Creeps and Conan fight over the controls, causing this to happen.
The hell did you do? How did you even get any of those symbols?
I wonder what year it is.
No!
Invalid format used.
We're dead.
So they get sucked into a timeless void. Creeps is white for some reason because I used a green screen. Purple is like, can we go back in the machine? But Creeps is like, there is no machine because we are not in the universe anymore. Conehead then whips out a fucking bomb and Creeps is like, okay, let's go in the machine then, even though he just said that it didn't exist. The bomb detonates and the machine says that they are in the year 13 billion BC, meaning that they created the entire universe.
Right, so basically, yeah, Conehead is God. All religions are wrong because Conehead is God.
Creeps is like, okay, I'm getting the hell out of here, and Conehead agrees, since that by creating the universe, he indirectly caused all suffering across time and space, meaning his funny little goofy mission is done. Creeps sends the time machine back to his past self at the beginning of the episode, creating a nice little circular loop. They discuss what the hell just happened and who actually made the time machine in the first place.
Oh, by the way, I destroyed the universe as well.
Anyway, we have learned that Conehead is the personification and embodiment of the chaotic and uncaring nature of the universe, which, well, I mean, it doesn't lead into, but the next episode is... How do you go from an episode about Conehead being the chaotic, uncaring god of this world to the plants become YouTuber? The plants are like, wow, these zombies haven't attacked in weeks. We then cut to Noc-tense yelling at Creeps because they've run out of money again. This is a recurring plot point. Bucket is like, Conehead, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm watching YouTube, the famous video platform where you can tube just like me. Noc-tense is like, show me this YouTube. And he does.
I'm watching this podcast right now.
Pixar Theory. Carl Fredrickson's house is an allegory for the Pearl Harbor attack.
1 minute into the episode and one of the characters has already mentioned a fucking war. Also, Conehead probably fucking caused that anyway. Picky is like, I know this app. You can make money from ad revenue. And Noc-tense is like, ooh, money. Oh, yeah. They have a meeting using a cardboard box as a table and discuss potential video ideas. And Noc-tense keeps saying, the YouTube. Because he's a goofy comic relief character who says, the YouTube. Conehead says that they need a channel niche.
Gaming.
But Noc-tense is like, I know. What if we do everything? And all the zombies are like, okay. The videos are made and they start showing off their funny LOL videos, lol funny. Conehead's video is a parody of those shitty the woke media is woke and it makes me want to wake up and I want to sleep type of video.
Today, I'm gonna be ranting about cheese and why feminism is to blame.
Where he is a talking VLC media player logo. Scurvy parodies a Storytime YouTuber.
Storytime.
Yeah, even with animation. You're hearing me, mate.
Bucket's video is a tutorial on how to
Hide the bodies.
which is really cool and awesome and funny. Duckus parodies a game theory-esque channel.
What if this skeleton is not actually a skeleton, but a Super Nintendo Entertainment System?
Purple parodies a reaction channel reacting to the first episode. Noc-tense is also there and has an existential crisis because his life is not real. Then we have Basics video and he has a micro stroke or something. They upload all of the videos and there is a 1 month time skip. They got 5 pence in ad revenue, which is social commentary on how my channel is dead.
That's right, only 4 months and we can get an entire choppa chop.
Shigwe is watching from above and is like, awooga, money, 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 and goes to the plants.
Noc.
And is like, we need to, Yoshi. And they're like,
Don't we get a say?
No.
they then do the Root Tubers PVZ Plush episode 18 and
Now that the videos are done, reoccurring character Shigwe shall use this reoccurring prop. Long table.
so Pea Shooter's video is him playing Garden Warfare 2.
Hello, fellow gamers. It is I, Pea Shooter Gaming.
He goes into a match and it fails to connect, which is clever foreshadowing to the current state of this hacker-infested, barely functioning wasteland of a video game.
Now we're on here, and I'm waiting for someone to come hither so I can shoot. Oh, there. Ooh, hang on, I got. Okay, I'm getting a little bit mad now because I swear to.
After that wacky and zany gameplay, we then go on to Goldie's video where she does a funny ASMR thing. Wintermelon just says like and subscribe and hit the bell.
Twitter.
Sunflower then does a vlog parody and
These are the walls. This is the floor, and this is my criminal record.
Cherry does a conspiracy video.
I did nothing with any form of cat.
Ah yes, just the thing I want to see from my PVZ funny toy video. Split Pea boo, does a political video. Starfruit does the same thing. I am so fucking tempted to genuinely throw those 2 abhorrent plush toys into oncoming traffic. Wally is like, I'm sad, I'm literally crying right now. Me when I watch PVZ Plush episode 18 Root Tubers. Fume Shoom does an unboxing video.
Now watch as I open the box.
Squash does a funny prank.
Yo, you bally millennials. I'm Epic Squash Gamer Pranks, here with another Epic Squash Gamer Pranks video.
He bribes Pea Shooter 20p, which is a lot too squash because
Why, back in my day, inflation only stayed on DeviantArt.
they upload the videos and make 6 pennies as opposed to the 5 the zombies made. But it's the funny stupid green idiot that no one likes. Why are you still here? Why must you torment me so? He's like, so these fools are YouTuber.com, eh? Well, I will YouTube.com as well. He then tries to do an exposed video, which is just a black screen with Yoshi using a shitty voice filter.
We must destroy them with facts and logic.
We then cut back to the zombies.
That cowboy has a YouTube channel. I will destroy him with a diss track. Dukes. Your channel is bad.
Woody sees it and Shigwe is like, you should do a funny KSI versus Logan Paul.
Oh, Noc-tense is going to go for the first move.
Yeah, punch.
A draw.
We then cut back and their channels have randomly been terminated, which would be a contrived plot point, but yeah, that can just happen. Your channel can genuinely just randomly disappear as if it never existed. Turns out it was
The great and powerful Yoshi.
who falsely copyright struck the videos, which is a problem that still happens in 2023, 4 years after this video is released. Noc-tense is mad, but is like, oh well, at least we made a few pennies and money, that's better than nothing, I guess.
Actually, I just had the greatest choppa chop. What? No! It was strawberry. What?
And the episode ends. You know it's gonna be a really good episode when the title isn't spelt correctly. Damn, can't believe the plants are gonna have to defend the gem of the underneath from a font. Don't know how they're getting out of this one. We start the episode at Redcoat, the legless child from episode 16. he's watching TV.
SpongeBob, me boy, we're going to go into the Peruvian Amazon and enslave the indigenous tribes people.
Well, this episode's already irredeemably awful.
Ugh, stupid SpongeBob. When's the good stuff on?
Whoa there, buddy, you can't be slandering SpongeBob like that. Redcoat sees that My Little Pony is on, but his mother is like, Britain's Got Talent's on, I want to see that show.
Britain's Got Talent? To hell with your damn talent show, and to hell with ITV.
Hell, you little bastard! How dare you swear in my household?
He then leaves out of rage. He then goes on his funny little laptop and goes into a random voice chat room where he speaks to goofy comic relief terrorists who get him to build a wacky and zany radio tower that can bring down satellites. He will then use one of these satellites to destroy the ITV building so they can't show Britain's Got Talent anymore. What a plot. We then cut to Split Pea, who is sneezing. He blames vaccines because he isn't already unlikable enough, and then we cut to Noc-tense, who...
Okay, zombies, I have devised a plan involving a spoon and a large container of shampoo.
Redcoat arrives, bringing a huge thing that he places down and builds itself into a huge aerial tower. He then makes the tower even higher.
Overcompensating for something that...
Redcoat explains his plan.
Control satellites. Who are these friends of yours?
Well, they said not to say their names to anyone, but there's some guys from Chad and Jordan, I think. I went to school with a bloke called Chad, and a bloke called Jordan, and a bloke called the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Noc-tense is like,
yes, I will crash a satellite into the castle as well.
and then the plants will die in a horrific, fiery explosion. So he goes and activates it, but uh-oh, the activation button is all the way at the top. That's a bit silly and goofy if I do say so myself. Creeps says to use the control, but he comedically throws it at the thing, and it breaks, so he can't put it back down to press it. And Polly is like, squawks in fine, I'll do it myself, but gets shot by Split Pea at random because...
Squawks in plot.
We then cut to the plants, who see the giant tower and are like, I don't think that's very good, and go to the zombies. They then proceed to florally assault each other.
Oh no, I'm feeling immense pain.
Me when I watch PVZ Plush episode 19 Arial Attack. Noc-tense is like, zombies, go in the big tower now. Conehead climbs it, but it starts wobbling, so Noc-tense is like, okay, I will make the small child do it. And Creeps says, what the hell, Noc-tense? You can't just make small children climb 300 feet into the air.
Oh, age is just a number, Crumpet. A very small number in this case, but a number nonetheless.
Redcoat starts climbing up. Wintermelon fires a melon at Redcoat, but it falls back down and hits Porch Shutter, who turns back into a seed packet. Woody is like, Cherry, you gotta blow up the radio tower. Conehead throws him back, which blows up Stair Fridge. Split Pip shoots Picky.
Ow! It would appear as if my brain has stopped.
Me when I watch PVZ Plush episode 19 Arial Attack. Creeps does not like the fact that his son has been shot, so...
Now it is time for my latest invention, a gun.
Woody then steals it, but Duckus turns it into a spoon. Okay.
Hey, that's my spoon.
So then Woody orders Split Pea to shoot down Redcoat, but he misses because he's funny, sneezing, lol, XD, LMAO, LOL. Redcoat continues climbing anyway as Split Pea shoots him, but keeps missing because skill issue. But uh-oh.
Sorry I'm late, I had to sit at a bus stop and provoke other people's dogs until they started barking.
And then Squash instantly breaks it and the day is saved.
Ow! Ow! Why were you falling? I don't know.
Mama Z returns and takes back Redcoat, and the episode ends. These last few episodes have had really clinically insane plots, but the next one really takes the cake. Well, this is it. The final episode of PVZ Plush Season 1. We still have 2 more to go after this. I weep for my mental health. The episode starts off with famous PVZ character Shy Guy showing people money, then dropping it and tripping over, falling into the underneath. You know, hell.
Now this is why you don't flaunt your wealth, cause you trip on it, and you fall into a hole.
What a lesson to live by. Don't leave coins on the floor, kids, or you will be subjected to eternal torture in the fiery pits. It is revealed that the portal to the underneath is always active, but is just one way.
Like mine and Sunflower's relationship.
Woody explains that Shigwe is probably being tortured right now, and Sunflower wants to help him for some reason, despite him constantly being a massive asshole. Woody says, well, I suppose we could open the portal and get him out, but the Zambians and Noc-tense will get it, and then they'll sterilize the earth with a biblical inferno. Wally, the Wally that says that he found one of Duckus's magical pencils, which puts people to sleep.
And I picked it up and accidentally hit myself with it because of my depression.
I'll tell you what, I really want to hit myself with something right now. Sunflower volunteers to go in the hole and asks Pea-Shooter to go with her because the other plants are mentally insane.
We must punish Israel for their war crimes.
Let's make Israel into Wasrael.
3 minutes into the episode and we're already doing shit like this. Sunflower and Pea-Shooter go to hell as well. Woody goes to the zombies and blasts them with the honk shoe meanie pencil. We cut to Shit to Git, who is in hell.
Oh, a snake. Just like that guy who ratted me out to the IRS. Well. Oh, the IRS!
We are introduced to a new goofy comic relief character that is a wacky and zany sock with paper taped to it. My favorite PVZ character. He tells Shigwe that he is in the underneath. We then cut to Pea-Shooter and Sunflower who are falling. Pea-Shooter is having a mental breakdown due to the existence of hell being real.
It's not hell, it's the underneath.
Better not sin, Pea-Shooter, or it's car bed sheets for you. We then cut to this horrendously out of focus shot and
what better way to torture you than singing it to a parody? Abandoning your family, that's pretty brutal. We'll find ways to sin you.
He sings a parody of a song from what?
Oh, deep. Ha! Just tell me what.
This is genuinely awful.
By trying to divorce your wife.
This is canonically Shigwe's wife.
Please let me explain my crime ceremony of these boys' pranks.
Morrison's! Wait! Maybe it's supposed to be shit, because we, the audience, like Shigwe, are being subjected to torment. Whoa, now that's some good writing.
I don't feel well.
I don't think anyone feels well watching this.
It's up to us to rescue him. Maybe he likes it here in hell.
Wait, is that Mario's shoe?
Faking lawsuits, fixing elections, trafficking young Indonesians.
What the fuck is this man been up to? Do not let him out of here. This sock is not the antagonist. The two plants fall on the sock man and he gets really mad and angry and ties them up. It is here that we finally learn of the sock man's name.
My name is Malignitas.
Ah yes, must lick my ass. What? So he, like the funny skeleton man from episode 7, Skeleton, the skeleton skull, is going to sacrifice them to summon Satan. Plants vs. Zombies plush. And Malignant Ass says that Oseus was mauled to death by the beasts in the underneath. You know what, I cannot be asked to say his name. I'm just calling him the Sock Man. So the Sock Man wants to wipe out all life on the surface so him and his people can go live there. He then pulls out the dinosaur from the worst episode. Why out of all episodes did I reference the worst one? Sunflower is then like, but why is there a god of death in the Plants vs. Zombies plush series? The Sockman is like,
long before time had a name, the first spin.
He states that the time meddling Conehead did during his wacky shenanigans, which he somehow knows about, made life and the universe in general, and the actual gods were like, what the fuck is this? Get this shit out of my house, and created a hellish creature to kill it. But they were like, wow, life's pretty cool, isn't it? And they sealed the demon away. But from what I've seen, I think that all life forms here should be cleansed off of the face of the earth.
It created itself. Like my debt?
Whoa, epic Pikmin 2 reference? Damn, this really is just a late game Pikmin 2 cave. The things falling from the sky, the random product placement, and the hellish robotic creatures. I like how, as he's explaining this really important and deep lore about Satan, there's just minions in the background. Unbeknownst to the Sockman, they have escaped. But he's like, I don't care, let's just go to the surface and enact our evil plan. The snakes form a huge rope and pull the Sockman and the dinosaur up. Pitcher Plant, Plum Tower, and Ship Dip grab on. We then get this really weird looking shot as they go through the portal. The snakes, being avid gamers, do not like the sun. Oh, I hate gaming. Sockman, being anti-gamer, says that it's just the sun. Shut up. Truly one of the most devious antagonists of all time. Pea Shooter and Sunflower go to the plants, and it is revealed that Woody tied up all of the zombies. They then tell Woody that the Sockman approaches, but it is too late.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, it's beloved Sockman from PVZ Plush episode 20, Shindig's Inferno. Why are you helping us?
Maybe you and I could partner up.
The snakes attack the plants as this intense opera music plays in the background. What iconic PVZ music this is. Conehead then says,
Skeet, skeet, yeet.
Because he's a goofy comic relief character written by a goofy comic relief grown-ass adult who has 0 friends, and his family is disappointed in him because he fails at real jobs and now just stews in his sad little room rewatching his own shitty content.
Why the hell are there snakes? Obamacare. What?
Noctis and the Sockman get on the dinosaur robot and go and...
We have to stop this thing.
Oh really, Sunflower? No fucking way! Pea Shooter then tries to shoot it like he did 5 episodes ago and it did nothing. This is where Pea Shooter's early onset dementia comes into the series, as he shoots it again, but this time okay. So if you suffer from epilepsy, do not watch this scene. Skip ahead. What the fuck? I will play this scene now. What the hell is that effect? I'm privating this video, this is terrible. I'd re-upload it, but like, oh no, I can't watch PVZ Plush episode 20, Shigue's Inferno. What a travesty. Anyway, the plants then violently assault the robot with a random assortment of PNG files. Noctis is like, well, that happened, and leaves them, and then
All our food keeps blowing.
he grabs Shigue's religious books and takes out a page and is like, mwahaha, okay. Duckus then tries to steal the pencil back, but it breaks. The day is saved, and Sunflower is like, Woody, the Sockman was trying to unleash the demons of hell upon this wretched earth. And Woody then has a war flashback.
I know everything, Pea Shooter. Every gruesome detail of that malevolent beast's arsenal of cataclysmic weapons. Every tortured soul that has felt its cold, unfeeling gaze.
Thus ends season 1 of PVZ Plush. I wonder what amazing piece of cinema will start season 2.
What the hell? Oh my god!
The meme-ing of life. The meme-ing of life. I am going to cry. Anyway, the episode starts off with literally nothing. It's just Noctis rambling about the economy.
Inflation.
After explaining this plan, Noctis asks the zombies if they have any questions about the plan. Conehead, being a silly little goober, instead asks,
Where do babies come from?
The least funny thing you've ever done.
because he is a goofy comic relief character that commits mass atrocities on a universal scale. Noctis blames global warming for the existence of children. Creeps then arrives and what the hell is that? What kind of a disgusting concoction is sealed within that fucking bottle? I mean, I know what it is, and no, it's not what you think. I recall going to my fridge and filling this bottle with literally every single liquid inside of it. Creeps explains that this liquid is a
Bottle of pure aneurysm.
an element called an aneurysm, which is really fitting considering the topic of this episode.
Snap.
What?
That's going in my cringe compilation.
After uttering more wacky and zany phrases, Conehead realizes that the memory card for his camera is gone, full of his, and I quote, epic dank memes.
What? Memory card? Oh, I thought it was a Visa card. Guess I'm getting deported. Give me that.
The memory card gets flung into the brain rot juice, and Creeps makes this noise. The putrid liquid then spills all over the memory card.
Ugh, what are we to do? Hang on, I've come up with an ingenious solution. Another problem solved by science.
What striving societal commentary. They then all go to sleep.
Get good rest, everyone, except you. Napple.
I hope you die in your sleep.
The great and powerful Yoshi is here for some reason, but uh-oh.
Oh, hello there.
The creature has awoken. These are a pair of Shrek ears I got from Shrek's Adventure in London in 2016.
It's a beautiful day outside.
It's night. Wait, what?
As I was saying before you rudely interrupted me.
This reality warping entity used the Garfield text-to-speech voice thing, which is quite humorous that the only other voice actor in this series is a text-to-speech voice.
2 to the 1 to the 1 to the 3.
So he starts singing for the second episode in a fucking row. The creature then starts brainwashing all of the characters to think that they're memes.
Remember to GLOOP again to Calab. Now all you will be singing is his ballad.
That's actually the least funny thing you've ever done. Purple Creeps and Conehead leave. The memestrosity.
Yes, that is its actual name.
He attempts to brainwash Conehead, but Conehead is just too powerful and comically flings it against a wall. The brainwashing makes Conehead actually scream. Like, this is the first time Conehead has ever expressed fear. Out of all of the things that this abomination has done, this is what makes him cower in terror. What a fucking horrific creature these Shrek ears must be. Creeps comes up with a theory as to why this thing exists.
Perhaps the aneurysm absorbed that memory card that Conehead had and formed a meme-themed monster that can alter the way people think, creating some form of hive mind.
That is single-handedly the
What would happen if the memory card contained, like, family photos? Creeps and Purple and Conehead then get attacked by a brainwashed Polly who thinks she is Sonic the Hedgehog. You remember that really funny meme, right? They then go to the plants and say to Woody,
Maybe you and I could partner up.
Woody is reluctant at first but lets them in anyway.
I've got about 15 sentient guns at the ready.
Creeps is like, oh dear, it appears that the meme is help us please.
Why are these 3 clowns in here? Shut up, you restaurant starter mill.
What an epic roast. Polly then grabs Woody, further insinuating that at any time this stupid ass bird could just immediately win for the zombies. Noctis jump scare inbound. Skip ahead if you're not brave enough to face Noctis. Cherry is coming.
I'm coming.
Woody kicks Polly in the face and drops down to square off against the that, but uh-oh.
Well, maybe turning you into a ham-baited Norther would be ideal.
I am a monkey.
The other ones go to a place and it turns out that it was a trap, even though they were trapped in the castle, so I don't know why they felt the need to take them up here. Shroom says how bad
could it possibly
be? Like the funny meme of the guy that people on Tumblr find sexually attractive.
I'm Pepe the Frog, and I'm entitled to a wife.
Excuse me? Conehead then attempts to commit suicide. Like, that actually happens. He can't take the voices anymore, and he tries to jump off and end his own existence, but the universe won't let him die. As he ascends to space, Cherry blows up to save the others. I guess he wasn't brainwashed. Purple and Creeps run away, but are followed by Polly, who is carrying Duckus, and drops him on them, but Creeps is like, well, this is awkward, and then
Nothing personnel, kiddo.
the memestrosity contemplates as to,
What epic meme should we make these 2 into?
Can you please just kill us?
You shall be the dog, and you will be 9 a cat.
Do I hate cats and rainbows? As a gamer, I also hate rainbows.
I do not want to hear Creeps from PVZ Plush say nya ever a fucking again. The memestrosity has to then, quote, find the coned infidel. The coned infidel in question is phasing through dimensions, which is like an average Tuesday afternoon for him. He comes to the realization that he has the abilities of a god. We cut back to the memestrosity, and the shooting stars theme starts welling up.
What's this epic gamer tune I'm hearing?
Conehead appears and starts floating, demanding the memestrosity to free everyone.
I refuse you. False prophet.
Conehead then gets really pissed off and makes the memestrosity experience 0.1% of the pain of being a Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville fan. and then banishes the creature away. The day is saved, and Creeps has many questions for Conehead, to which Conehead responds,
I achieved singularity, Creeps.
And the episode ends. That was an episode. How do you want me to describe it? I mean, the ending was kind of funny, I guess. But, like... Anyway, next episode.
I am a zombie. They call me basic because I am based and mentally sick.
My philosophy is that this episode is going to be bad. The only redeeming quality is that we finally get the basic character focus episode. So the episode starts off with Noc-tense yelling, oh my god, I swear I've said this fucking sentence like 15 times. Noc-tense does an annual performance review on the zombies. Why? Does he pay them or something? Is this like a 9 to 5 for them? Noc-tense plans to remove the zombie that has contributed the least to the team, but again, why? This makes no sense. I can't believe a PVZ plush video made by a 15-year-old doesn't make cohesive sense. He starts with Purple and goes, oh grr, I hate you, Purple, you are quite a silly man. Creeps is like, best not let Noc-tense know that episode 17 screwing with space-time made the plans exist, and then Conehead just says it to Noc-tense.
Excuse me? Time travel? You
fucking idiot!
He gives Bucket a
trademark Noc-tense brand good award. Yay, I'm appreciated. Oh wait, hang on, I forgot to lay a finger on it and I'll bury you.
What a wholesome little fellow that man is.
Duckus! Please don't call me that.
Hasn't he called him that before? He also gets a good award, but Bucket steals it for some reason.
You're a bird!
He then calls Picky Ficky. Honestly, I should have just added like a purple Pikmin character called that. I think that would have been somewhat funny. He talks to Scurvy, but I don't care about him, so I'm going to ignore him. He then talks to Basic, who despite being in the episode title hasn't talked for 3 minutes, which is like a quarter of the runtime. Noc-tense yells at him because he is useless and all he does is walk up to the plants and immediately die.
It's not my fault. Everyone else has got one of these special characteristics. Conehead's got thousands of lives on his conscience. Bucket's got an extensive criminal record. Scurvy, no redeeming qualities. Duckus has a pencil fetish. Polly is a feral animal. Picky is man. And Purple is horribly diseased.
It is then revealed that the zombie's last name is Zombos, implying that Dr. Edgar George Zombos is their father. God damn, that's a lot of kids. Zombos is canonically laid so much pipe. Noc-tense is like, why don't you get a thing that you could do? So now they do a funny montage of Basic grabbing random items and failing. First up is, oh my god, is that a screen door zombie from Plants vs. Zombies? No way. Fumetrim gets all excited because he can fulfill his one purpose because funny PVZ reference, but oh dear, it's not a screen door, so the gloop can't go through the plastic, so he does nothing as usual.
Oh no, my greatest weakness, the Y-axis.
What the hell was that? He then puts a slipper on his head.
It's a ballet coming, I'm very...
How?
Nah mate, I believe that system's flawed on the grounds up.
Next they give him a blooper from Super Mario.
Ooh, I like that.
Why does it talk like that? He then leaps onto Basic's face for some reason. I like how it cuts from this scene of Basic being choked to death by a squid and then him inside of a body bag.
Pay no attention to me, I'm just a bag.
Woody kicks him and
found another one of these stupid...
Next is this.
Basic, you're the legs, and Conehead, you're the... Conehead.
That's actually the least...
Oh god, what happened to the video? Conehead really is a reality warping demon that should not be allowed to exist. They attempt to flatten Sunflower, but Goldie pushes him over.
Would you like to take a minute to talk about our Lord Jesus Christ?
Fumetrim is like, grr, your religion sucks, my religion is better, and shoots Basic.
Oh.
What have they done to him?
Oh no. There's glass in me eye.
He then gets a car and starts committing vehicular homicide. Oh my god, he puts him in jail.
The soap slipped out me hands.
Noc-tense is like, you're fired because
you suck.
Purple suggests the Doomsday weapon, which is a thing that they have, apparently. Noctis is like, hey, look, it's PVZ Plush Episode 1, The Awakening. I no longer had this drawer. It was taken apart and burned in the garden. So this is the Doomsday weapon.
It is a discarded Easter egg box.
It violates 5 Geneva Conventions at once.
Which ones? Basic puts it on and goes to the plants where Pea-Shooter tries to shoot him, but it fails because Basic is just too powerful. He gets bloated up, but it doesn't work. Squash tries to squash him, but it also does not work. Well, apparently it doesn't work. I mean, it's clearly doing damage to the thing. Woody kicks him, but hurts his foot. But... uh-oh!
Fatty, you can't fit through the door.
Purple tells him to take off the thing, so he immediately takes off the suit to go in, but he immediately gets shot and dies. Noctis is not pleased.
You berateful incel.
Huh? Noctis then goes to fire Basic, but Basic has a really insightful and heartfelt moment.
Before you kick me out, I found my true purpose. I'm supposed to be cannon fodder.
His main takeaway is that his life's purpose is to be cannon fodder. What a nice lesson for all the kids out there who are struggling to find purpose in life. Noctis then has a change of heart.
No matter how useless, psychotic, degenerative, deluded, condescending, belittling, mentally ill, feathered, and Paraguayan you are, you're all part of the extensive zombie team.
Even me?
Yes. I don't really have anything to say about this episode, so
Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare.
Whoa, is that title a clever and subversive reference to the hit third-person shooter game Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare? That's a real callback to the source material right there. Can't wait for the zombie match episode. The episode starts off with this exact same scene of Noctis in this exact same location, talking about his exact same plans to destroy the exact same filthy weeds.
Okay, zombies, I'm stumped.
Conehead suggests that they just go around the back, so they do that. Squash is ranting about chairs.
Valid chairs, uncomfortable chairs. I didn't die for this country for stools, damn it.
I don't know, I can't really understand what he's saying, to be honest. Woody takes the gem and they flee the castle. They find an open window and what the fuck is that? Why were my windows so dirty? How am I alive? I sleep right next to that. The mold spores. Wait, it all makes sense now. I was slowly being poisoned by fungus on my window. That's why all of these videos are so incomprehensibly terrible. Sunflower then jumps out of a window, and yes, I did throw this plush toy out of a 2-story building.
Come on, Porphyria, mush, mush, mush.
What?
Purple is all like, they went out the window, and Noctis.
Suicide, eh? Well, 2 can play at that game.
Me when I watch PVZ Plush episode 23 Garden Warfare. They then land in my garden. So Cherry theorizes that they died and went to purgatory, which is actually a valid theory considering that they jumped out of a window. Split and P then go on a slide. Look at them. They're so full of wonder and whimsy, you'd never be able to tell that they are beings of pure hatred and malice. Noctis is like,
we're surrounded by plants, because grass is a plant, and a plant is a grass.
His worries are quickly forgotten, however, as they realize that the gem of the underneath is right next to them. But uh-oh, they can't get back up the window. If only one of them could fly. Creep suggests that they all spread out so the plants won't know who has the gem. Noctis then becomes a Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2 modder.
Excellent idea that I'm stealing. It's now mine.
Also, I like how much quieter the voices of the characters are because I'm worried that the neighbors will hear me. Most socially confident PVZ fan. Noctis tells them to each defend a point. Oh my god, it's like that mode in Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare where you take over the turf and graveyard the gardens and herbal the assaults. Holly explains that she can fly but is ignored because then the plot wouldn't happen.
Keep your incomprehensible ramblings to yourself.
Someone should have told me that before I made this series. Woody instantly assumes that the zombies have the gem and then sends some plants to go and versus the zombies. Basic then expresses his hatred of gender-neutral pronouns.
Oh no, is one of they thems?
Mini Chomp then mauls him to death. Duckus is on a table and P-Shooter is like, you duck guy, more like dumb guy.
It's Duckus, not duck guy. That's the guy who was bitten by a radioactive duck and has the power to consume inhuman amounts of bread.
I guess you could say no one ducking killer.
The quality of the jokes, though not that high in the first place, is really tanking in this episode. Duckus then starts blasting magical PNGs at P-Shooter, and then...
You need to breathe at some point.
I don't need to breathe, I'm choking, I can't breathe.
He then steals Duckus's pencil, and he isn't seen for the rest of the episode, so we can assume that Duckus choked to death. We then cut to iconic PVZ plush characters Starfruit and Fume Shroom, but then Scurvy descends from the stars above.
Crush him like I'll crush the patriarchy. You're gonna complain about me online?
Can't believe that Scurvy is a misogynist. It's like his only confirmed character trait. He then gets shot. Split Pea is then on the slide again. Nice to see this putrid creature actually enjoy itself for once. Perhaps this is the beginning of the Split Pea redemption arc.
Stealing our jobs.
Never mind, Coneo says bruh.
Bruh?
Yeah, we then cut to Wintermelon flirting with a tree.
So, lovely lady, you up for a cheeky Nando's?
Can't believe Nando's is canon in the PVZ plush cinematic universe.
That's a tree.
That's alright, I like my women with a bit of wood.
Dog jump scare. He looks so disappointed in me in this scene. The footage corrupts again, and Bucket jumps on Wintermelon and starts tearing him to bloody pieces. The footage corrupts again. What kind of Windows Movie Maker ass software was I using? Bucket gets hit with a rock and in response starts publicly stoning Wintermelon. Squash sits in the tree, utilizing the tactics used against him in Nam, and attacks Bucket, killing him. Noctis, Purple, and Picky are all on a trampoline.
Floral cesspit.
They are interrupted by Wood D, Gold D, and Chair arriving. They then jump around for a bit, and Woody bombs them.
He died.
What? Why was there like a frame of a dog bed? How did that happen? Creeps then achieves basic consciousness and realizes that Polly can fly, so Polly flies and the zombies go back in the window. Sunflower gets Cherry to explode and launch all of them at the window, and this works. Pea-Shooter then uses the Duckus he picked up from Pencil. You know what I mean. And the episode ends. So is Cherry just stuck in the garden now, all alone until the end of time? Actually, no, he's there somehow. And no, they will never discuss the implications of their entire world being inside of a big house. Mix and match. Am I watching a PVZ plush episode or eating a bag of £1 sweets from the post office? Wait a minute, what's wrong with the intro? That isn't the name of that character, and the audio's all fucked. Could it be that this episode is a mind-switching episode? A trope that is in like every single form of media ever conceived? What an iconic PVZ character. The episode starts off with Creeps performing more horrific scientific experiments. He brings out the aforementioned chimpanzee. Oh my god, it's the PG Tips monkey. Look at that man go. He is the face of British tea. How did he end up here? Creeps fucking took him away. He took away one of Britain's beloved pop culture icons. Court-martial this man immediately. So Creeps is testing his latest invention. A small white thing that swaps minds. He then swaps the minds of Basic and the PG Tips monkey.
Hey, my life is filled with nothing but misery.
They plan to swap the minds of Noctis and Woody so Noctis can easily grab the under of the gem leaf. Creeps tries to shoot Woody in the head, but misses because he has no hands. Picky does it and immediately lands the shot. I mean, why not just like use a gun and just like a normal gun and just like instead of doing all of this, just point the gun at his head and pull the trigger. These are just some real unnecessary steps that you don't have to take. Anyway, the body switching works and...
What in here? Where's all my polygons gone? That's a pun.
You ruined the joke, you stupid orange prick. Noctis, now in the body of Woody, starts calling the plants funny words.
Walmart Yes, Walmart.
Well, I'm about to head out of this here to hop in the hellhole.
Me immediately when I get the chance to leave the UK. Basic then says ooh.
Ooh.
Noctis then just starts demolishing all of the plants with insults.
You vegan explosive device! Look here, you parasitic pen troglodyte! Watch where you fall, you overweight pension violation!
Woody and Noctis's body then approaches, and Noctis and Woody's body is like, why the hell is me doing that? Woody then is like, plants, the mind swapping is swapping minds. And Noctis is like, no, actually, don't listen to me. Wait, I mean him. I mean, oh, whoopsie doopsie. You fumbled it, you fucking failure.
You are Noctis in Woody's body. How weird and non-consensual.
Don't say that.
He then gives up trying to convince them that he's Woody and starts insulting them again.
Mexican-US border.
It's all over for Noctis, but it looks like that the PG Tips monkey possessed Basic is about to maul Woody to death. Creeps then tries to swap Basic and the PG Tips monkey back, but he ain't having none of that and attacks Creeps. It explodes, which swaps every single character's bodies. I ain't explaining who's who, I can't be asked. So Picky, who is Bird, is like, oh dear, it's pierced, bodies, swabs. Creep celebrates having hands.
They have hands! Wait, why are they sticky? Glue.
But, Splurt and Stone Shoot are in the same body together. That's some working zany shenanigans right there. It is then revealed that Creeps has a spare mind switcher. But
I left a spare mind switcher in my old body.
Oh, a mind switch. I thought it was a Nintendo Switch, so I tried to put Zelda into it, and it just stopped.
You are
They then try to do their normal routine of harassing the plants, but since most of them are plants now, they get all confused and cannot continue with their xenophobia. It is revealed that beloved PVZ plush character Scurvy is not present. Oh no. We then cut to this shot of the gem of the underneath. All seems fine until...
And you're squash.
No, I am the one they call squash. Actually, you bally liberal.
A strange demonic voice emanates from Scurvy's body, claiming to be Squash. Woody asks the strange demon who he really is, but it refuses to answer. Back to the zombies or plants or whatever, Creeps is enjoying having hands.
Hands.
They all tell him to fix the machine, but he doesn't want to go back to his armless body, so he skedaddles away like he did during the trials. We then, yet again, go back to the plant base where Woody in Noctis's body is trying to work out what the hell is wrong with the creature in Scurvy's body. So Woody just hands it the gem of the underneath like a moron.
Okay, here's the most powerful item known to mankind, random stranger.
It then starts levitating in the air. It then reveals its true identity as the gem of the underneath itself, which swapped minds with Scurvy after the PG Tips monkey broke the machine. I just really find it funny how the entire plot of this episode hinges on the PG Tips monkey. So the gem of the underneath is a goofy comic relief character who has been trapped in its unmoving body for untold eons, unable to speak. It cannot scream, it cannot breathe, it cannot eat, it cannot love, it cannot move. Well, now it can, so it just starts gunning down everyone with its eye lasers that it has.
Ugh, who turned up the red? I don't know, probably communists or something.
Oh, shut the fuck up! Woody runs over to Noctis telling him to leave this wretched earth, meaning that yet again, they're doing the whole
You and I could partner up.
The gem catches up to them and is like, I'm going to kill you.
I have more power than even a god could comprehend. Been there.
The poor gem does not know of the terrors that await it. Picky tries to fly to get Creeps back, and the gem of the underneath wants to kill that damned bird for some reason. Like, it just ignores everyone else. It really wants to kill that bird.
Squawks in the gem of the underneath somehow swapped minds with Scurvy, and now it's destroying everything.
I find that hard to believe.
There you are. No one escapes from me. And by me, I mean the gem of the underneath, who has swapped minds with Scurvy, and is now destroying everything.
Yeah, that was just kind of predictable. I ain't got anything to say about that, to be honest. Just try harder. Creeps is like, oh, okay, fine, I'll rebuild the machine, and then does that. Apparently it needs an explosion to reboot, even though the explosion in the first place was what broke it? What? That's like me throwing my microwave oven down the stairs, breaking it, and then throwing it down another set of stairs. Picky flies back and the gem of the underneath is like,
I hate that bird, I hate it so much.
and ignores the only thing that can stop it and put it back into its millennia of unending torment. Picky picks up Cherry, who has the mind of reoccurring character Short Skirt, and flies away. And yet again, the gem of the underneath really hates that bird.
Oh! To purchase the explosion upgrade, please pay $5.99.
LOL JK. And the say is daved, as the gem of the underneath will now endure more years of never-ending silent torment until the end of time itself.
Take this stupid monkey ape back to Senegal now. Oh, hold it right there.
Chimpanzee organs are 96% is the same as human ones. That's 95% more than the ones I sell. Give it to me.
Of course I'll give it to you. You see, that's what happens when you indirectly cause a powerful stone to kill us all, you stupid monkey ape.
What the hell? You can't do that to the PG Tips monkey. This is the worst episode. This is simply unnecessary. You horrible green man. I miss when this show was just about goofy comic relief characters saying wacky and zany phrases. Now they just commit highly unethical acts. What? Huh? What? Why does this episode exist? Like, genuinely, what prompted me to make this? Did I just go into my crappy little plushie box, close my eyes, picked out Sully Monsters Inc. and was like, oh yeah, it's PVC plush time? So the episode starts off with Conehead and Bucket playing cards.
Got any twos?
But then the man himself, Noc-tense the Enderman, appears.
Oh, would you two stop lollygagging? It's okay, they're not actually 12. I'm sorry.
That is fucking foul.
55 seconds into the episode, including the 40-second long intro sequence. This is already awful. Before Noc-tense can comprehend the implications of what Conehead just said, Creeps arrives, and he's like, guys, do you remember that one-off gag in episode 12 of the big fucking log missile? Apparently it didn't blow up, so now I'm sending Bucket and Conehead. You gotta go get it for me. Gotta get me that log. You know, the log? Iconic PVZ plush log.
I want you two to go fetch it.
Why?
Because we're poor.
Creeps says it landed in his homeland of Minecraft ER. You know what? I'm just gonna ignore that terrible location name. Creeps launched an ICBM at his home country. Add domestic terrorists to the long list of horrible crimes. They then go to iconic PVC location, my kitchen, and they find the ICBM. But uh-oh, there's a big blue thing on it for some reason. Bucket attempts to consume it, but it wakes up, revealing itself to be a new goofy comic relief character, Sully from Monsters Inc. A wacky and zany kind of guy who has a really, really bad Russian accent for some reason.
No, I come.
That was the best part of Monsters Inc. in my opinion. He starts talking about his log.
They kick me out because I kidnapped one child.
Why is every single character in this series a morally corrupted, horrible waste of consciousness? Conehead asks for the log, but Sully refuses.
We need that there wooden contraption, so you better hand it over, big boy, or go use our capitalist powers, Bucket. Ooh, premium healthcare.
Striving societal commentary, Sully decides to just go with them for some reason, then we cut back to the boring old place where every single other episode happens.
Hey, creepy DP, that big blue boy is very attached to that log, and unless you want a 10-foot mythological creature tearing your organs out one by one, then you may want to refrain from blowing it up.
You know this episode's odd when Conehead is the voice of reason.
Excuse me there, Sally. God, that's a fair one from Cars.
I don't have anything to say anymore. Noc-tense explains to Sully that he should go and kill the plants because Woody is in there, who is an American.
Sully get big capitalist smashing log.
Damn, wish I had a big capitalist smashing log. Not to hit capitalists, but like just for like general protection. I'm not built for the chavvy streets of the UK. Bucket then starts pissing off Sully for no reason by putting his bucket on the log, but Sully is like, "Watch it, bub, or I'm gonna kill you." We then cut to the plants and
Stop prancing around, you millennials. Why, back in my day, we didn't goof off. Instead, we worked in the plantations.
What a poor, traumatized man. Sully then arrives and kills Starfruit, whose seed packet seems to have been eviscerated by time. What happened to it? Cherry calls Sully a Yeti, and Sully is deeply offended by this, and then this happens.
That is it. You have forced me to unleash my greatest weapon, Wizowsks.
Go get him, Jesus.
Sully is deeply saddened by the loss of Mike Wazowski.
I'm going to crush you like the potato famine crushed Russia.
Gwash is like,
communism is really funny, guys. Please laugh.
Bucket and Sully start arguing more, and Bucket punches him, so Sully hits him with the log, and Bucket...
My bucket.
Oh.
You have mere moments left to live.
You think you could possibly Oh, no!
He is then launched into the underneath. Poor man literally got sent to hell.
You confrontational imbecile! How dare you not only destroy that Slavic savage, but a missile we could have used to blow the plants all the way from here to the west coast of China! There be no west coast of China. There would have been if that stupid missile would have actually went off.
Most comprehensible PVZ plush sentence, and Noc-tense sends Bucket to the corner.
That's it, Bucket. Go sit in the corner and be alone with your faults. Hooray! Now my head will scream at me.
That was an awful episode. That was... Actually, no, it wasn't awful. It was just nothing. I felt nothing watching that. Fun fact, this episode is the one with the most views out of all of them. Why? Is it because the title is a clever and cunning reference to making babies? Or is it because people really want to see the pea shooter cucking episode? Either way, this is apparently the peak of PVZ plush, which is really sad. So apparently, Bucket goes to a pharmacy to get prescription to help with his immense psychopathic tendencies, and it shut down, so now Bucket is sad and slowly going insane. We then cut to Pea Shooter and Sunflower. Pea Shooter attempts to flirt with her, but
Was your dad named Cliff because, girl, you need to be stoned?
turns out that iconic PVZ character, a Winter Melon, gave Pea Shooter bad dating advice. Pea Shooter tries to be sincere but fails because he is undeserving of love. It turns out that the zombies dropped another seed packet, and it opens to reveal a giant repeater with sunglasses.
Hello there, ladies. The name's P Daddy.
P Daddy is a goofy comic relief character who exerts alpha male energy and fires off a wacky and zany giant P PNG, which makes Pea Shooter look like a weak beta male.
Sorry, my dude, with your P's are weak and two-dimensional.
P Daddy then starts hitting on Sunflower, and Pea Shooter starts whining like a little baby. Wah, 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 women don't love me. Hit the grind, Pea Shooter, for God's sake. Get yourself a reliable source of income, get some confidence, get some nice clothes, and clean yourself up. Look at the state of that Pea Shooter plush. Dirty, crusty, and dusty. Blah. Put that man in a washing machine. P Daddy then refers to himself as the Pollination Station, which is the plant equivalent of calling yourself a sperm factory.
Chilling in the warm gaze of the sun.
You can't chill in warmth. He's making contradictions. How can we trust him?
Pea Shooter then gets mad again and is like, why him, Sunflower? Why not me? His name is literally P Daddy. To him, you are just the pea puppy. Get back in your kennel.
The #1 rule of being a P Daddy is to respect and admire women simultaneously.
Damn, well said, P Daddy. We then cut to the zombies.
Creeps.
What?
Say oh, man.
Why?
Just say it.
I'm not saying oh man. Oh,
So we back in the mob.
One abhorrent attempt at comedy. Remember when this creature was causing every single humanitarian crisis? How the mighty have fallen. Bucket is suffering from, I don't know, withdrawal.
Stop! Get out of my head! I'm sorry, Mummy! I didn't mean to throw purple at the wall!
And then attacks Duckus in a mentally anguished rage. Noc-tense then sends the zombies to go attack the plants. Basic is like, oh my god, is that P Daddy from PVZ Plush episode 26, The Birds and the Peas? And gets shot and dies.
That's right, baby. The P Daddy exerts over 300 newtons per square inch.
The rest of the zombies also get massacred by P Daddy.
Greetings, I'm about to experience the phenomenon known as death.
Creeps is like, oh dear, well that just happened. And Noc-tense is like,
pansexual! Why did you have to drop the seed packet containing that promiscuous pea plant?
Bucket then starts going on an unhinged rant about how much he wants to kill P Daddy. We then cut to Pea Shooter having a crybaby rant to Wintermelon.
Why doesn't Sunflower like me?
Oh my god, I don't fucking care.
Bucket sees that Pea Shooter also dislikes P Daddy and plans to manipulate him. Wintermelon gets tired of Pea Shooter's outburst of virgin rage and leaves. Bucket appears and is like,
he's wrong, Pea Shooter. Maybe you and I could partner up.
He gets Pea Shooter to let him in the castle at night, and this, for some stupid reason, works due to Pea Shooter's tiny incel mind. It is also revealed that the zombies do not care for the gem of the underneath, due to it causing them nothing but misery, and only attack the plants because they're bored. So Bucket sneaks in at night and abducts P Daddy.
Girl. P Daddy.
In the morning, everyone is like,
where's beloved PVZ Plush character P Daddy?
They then find a note written by Bucket, who tips off the plants that Pea Shooter helped him, and everyone gets justifiably angry at the whiny little man.
I didn't mean to. He said he could make Sunflower love me.
Oh my god, young man. Kill yourself!
Sunflower then says that she will never love him, and Pea Shooter leaves.
Oh, maybe I was a little harsh on him. Was I?
No.
He got your man kidnapped by a mentally insane reanimated corpse. I think this anger is somewhat justified. Pea Shooter then finds Conehead and threatens him. Conehead then points him in the direction of Bucket, and Pea Shooter goes to Bucket, and it is revealed that P Daddy is being entombed within a Asda bag. Bucket is like,
with P Daddy gone, Sunflower will love you.
And Pea Shooter is like, no, I respect women now, sorry, and they fight.
You won't win.
And then he wins.
Hey Bucket, is he dead yet?
P Daddy returns and Pea Shooter is forgiven. P Daddy then says,
well, I gotta be heading out of this place now. Gotta see my wife in Kansas.
Wife?
Girl, the P in P Daddy stands for polygamy.
And then he leaves, never to be seen again. We then cut to Bucket having another schizophrenic episode, but Creeps attempts to use placebo hand wash, sure, to cure Bucket. This works apparently, and the episode ends. Why was that the most popular one? 6.9 thousand people just watched the Pea Shooter Blush complain about women for like 12 minutes. Well, at least we're over halfway through the series now.
Woshi! It's a double Yoshi explosion!
Oh god, not another bloody Yoshi episode. The episode starts off with Yoshi doing some trolling by knocking on doors and running away, except he doesn't run away, so he's just knocking on doors and rambling to people like a Mormon. He then tries to do the same to the zombies as we cut to the zombies. Creeps is like, this is my greatest invention yet.
No, you imbecilic buffoon.
No way, he said his iconic catchphrase. Hasn't done that in a while. I was going into buffoonish withdrawal. His invention is called the
Organism Duplicator, or the OD.
My dad did that.
It's a fish, because according to Creeps, the way you get it to clone people is to smack them with it. And it looks funny if you smack someone with a fish. Also, this is a cloning device. Yeah. Creeps then asks who wants to be cloned first, and Duckus is really eager to be hit by a fish. Yoshi is like,
I'm going to knock on the door, but uh-oh. I've been foiled. I've been played for a fiddle. They don't have a door.
So he just smacks their...
But what is this? An impactable surface. Someone's knocking on our impactable surface.
Noc-tense halts the cloning and goes and sees who it is.
What do you want, money?
Noc-tense is not pleased that Yoshi is there and...
Stay put. Give me a weapon!
What do you think this is? A school? We don't have weapons. We have science.
This will do. I am going to beat you to death. I've wasted more of your time.
Noctis starts horrendously assaulting Yoshi and Creeps is like,
Noctis, you OD'd too much.
What? He beat Yoshi so much that the fish turned into a small cube and then it explodes into many Yoshis.
Oh dear God.
It is I, Food, Yoshi, the marvel great. Food, it is I, the fantastic and plastic Yoshi. Food, it is I, the more great but most powerful Yoshi. Food, it is I, the less great but more powerful Yoshi.
Fools, this is I, the vertically challenged Yoshi.
That one is voiced by my brother, the only other voice actor in this whole series. That's the only character that doesn't have my voice. Yoshi. Yoshi then rallies up all of the Yoshis and they go and scheme. Yoshi states that with an entire army of himself, he can knock on every door in the neighborhood. But then one of the clones is like, why don't we just commit acts of tomfoolery to the plants and zombies?
Excellent idea. Now laugh in unison.
Big Yoshi. One of the Yoshi clones thinks that this idea is stupid and instead wants to conquer the world and enlist a new world order. Yoshi is like, shut up. We then get a Yoshi trolling montage as they annoy all of the plants and zombies. Big Yoshi was tragically found shot in the streets of, I don't know, Chicago. It was a funny place.
Oh no!
Ignoring the fact that Creeps has access to nuclear technology, everyone is dead, there are 0 survivors. Noctis then tries to eat a sandwich, but...
Okay, that's it. I've had it. That is enough. That is it. This is the final straw. I'm done.
Zombies agree and list the various things that the Yoshis have done to them.
They made me litter slightly.
They mess with my pencils.
They said Pikmin 3 was worth the wait.
They put chemicals in the water. They made me commit a murder. They plundered me spleen. Ow. They set me on fire.
They blew up the East Coast.
They then plan to kill all of the Yoshis. Like, actually, they're just gonna kill them. The plants, too, are angered at the Yoshi, as Woody finds one in his shoe.
I like free healthcare.
Shut up, Buzz. I'll kill you.
Yoshi declares the plan a success, but the rebellious clone disagrees. The clone challenges Yoshi to a battle and immediately wins, stealing Yoshi's cape and seizing control of the other Yoshi clones. The original Yoshi is then flung.
Okay, we shall now proceed with the destroying of the Yoshis. Kill him! Ah!
After Yoshi gets violently assaulted again, he explains that he is the original, which doesn't make them stop, but then he says, maybe you and I could partner up. The plants arrive and blame the zombies for the existence of the Yoshis.
Oh, so something goes wrong and you blame us, the people who have caused every other bad thing to ever happen to you.
Pea-Shooter tries to guess what happened.
Let me guess. You, I don't really know your name. Armless Toe Man. Ah, yes, my nickname in college. Yeah, you made a thing to try to destroy us. Then it went wrong due to it being misused by one of them lot.
Yes, it was Cowpole.
It was literally you.
And then they're like, maybe you and I could also partner up. Yoshi spots his clones doing something. They converge into a giant Yoshi, and can we just appreciate how fucking stupid this looks? This looks so stupid. This is stupid. Stupid. They then start doing giant Yoshi things, like standing in one spot and doing nothing. Yoshi is then flown by Polly into the head of the giant Yoshi, which is just a PNG, and starts to fight the rebellious clone. What an intense battle. He then steals the cape back and pushes the other Yoshi out of the giant Yoshi, which makes it explode for some reason, killing all of the clones. But, uh-oh.
One you have not. Ballots I have rigged. President, I am now. No.
And the episode ends with yet another Yoshi shot. Pretty funny and wacky episode, I say, even if it did feature that horrendous green creature and its vile offspring. Prickly presents, more like prick. So this episode features iconic PvZ character Cactus. That's the entire episode. Literally, that's it. We're only just over halfway, and I'm already running out of ideas. The episode starts with a pile of dead zombies, and Noc-tense tells Purple to get me that gem. Purple says he's going to lose, and Noc-tense threatens to shock Purple with a taser if he doesn't go.
Ugh, fine.
He then drops yet another seed packet. My god, man, just take them out of your pocket. I think the printer stopped working, so I just phoned it in and drew a crude drawing, which is honestly more funny. The seed packet spawns in a new Goofy comic relief character. I wonder what wacky and zany phrases it will say.
Bonjour, mis amigos. My name is the Cactus.
Her name's Cactus?
No.
So the crazy gimmick with this character is that she speaks like 20 different languages. It gets old after one line of dialogue.
So, Cactus, you say you're from Mexico? El Hui. She's speaking French as well. How do we know what nation she's from? Inconsistent spiky fine. German.
Squash then asks Cactus what she does, and she says that she shoots the spikies for the balloon zombies. Pea Shooter tells her that there are no balloon zombies, but that they could just pick up a balloon.
No, that's not how this stupid societal confirmation system works.
Oh my god, what happened to Starfruit's voice? I think my throat was permanently damaged at this point from doing this series, so I guess she sounds like this now. Anyway, Cactus is like, I have no purpose because funny PVZ reference. Pea Shooter is like, just shoot at the zombies, quit your whining. Rich coming from you, you sad green incel. Squash agrees and tells Cactus to
practice by shooting this ballet painting. I hate it. Kill it.
She misses horrendously and almost shoots Mini Chomp because
I am sorry, I know good English. What? Je m'appelle Noem.
She tries again, but this happens.
That you are in fact suffering from floppy nose syndrome. What? Erectile?
This is the first mention of erectile dysfunction in the series.
Okay, zombies, we're out of ideas.
Me making these videos at this point, like what is even happening in this episode? There is nothing happening. It's just the cactus being like, where I say funny foreign word and cannot shoot.
We could just give up and go home.
Well, considering we are already at home, that's 50% of the plan already undertaken. But I will never give up. They don't call me Noctis Persistent Terminus for nothing.
No one calls you that. Your middle name is Terry.
Can't believe Noctis's full name is Noctis Terry Terminus. Why is his last name Terminus? That just sounds stupid. It should be Enderman, because then it could be Noctis T Enderman. In fact, I'm retconning that right now. I have the power to do that. His last name is Enderman now. And Creeps' middle name is Simon. Why? Is this necessary information? Scurvy then finds a balloon, which means that Cactus will be useful.
How suspicious! A plant that specializes in popping balloons appears on the same day that balloons need to be popped. Yeah, that's just lazy writing.
I'm going to be using that quote very frequently. But the balloon doesn't work. I guess so. I guess they're not using balloons. That was a real subversion right there. Not really, just a waste of time. Noc-tense is like, I don't care anymore. Just go and PVZ Plush Episode 2, Floral Assault the plant. So Basic gets shot and immediately dies. And Duckus arrives and
pencil of yeah. I win.
He then gets brutally torn to pieces by Mini Chomp.
I'm going to end your pitiful existence.
You are no match for the ultimate shroomist move.
This scene of Fume Shroom talking and Mini Chomp's lifeless corpse just being flung at a wall might be one of the funniest moments in the series. Fume Shroom then uses Fang Fu, which dates this video to the release of Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville, which was over 4 years ago. The purple zombie, more like the elderly zombie. Get back in your care home.
I shall now proceed with the pressing of the button Y.
Scurvy then pulls out a gun and Fume Shroom gets fucking shot. Scurvy's insatiable greed gets the better of him as he is shot by money from Goldie and dies.
Now I wonder where that purple guy's gone.
Oh, that's surprising. I'm about to
Greetings, I am
Picky and Starfruit discuss women's rights. They then both just leave, okay, and Squash just leaves as well with them.
Yeah, that's just lazy writing. It's time for the cone to dish out some bone.
Never speak again. Wallet is like, There's no attacking plants left. But Sunflower is like, no, that's wrong. There's Splidge and Splodge, but they are not around for some reason. Good. We then unfortunately cut to them both walking in some random place and
What's that thing in the distance? Please come, we gotta run.
they get attacked by Waluigi. What? At least Splitpea is receiving retribution for his heinous actions. We then cut back to the plans.
It's time to bust this nut.
What an iconic and thought-provoking line. Cactus attempts to shoot Conehead but misses.
I shot again. And I shot JFK.
This is not surprising and completely in character for Conehead. Anyway, Conehead slaps Wally out the way. It all looks hopeless for Carcass, but...
He's coming! You gotta run the hell out of here!
Yes!
Hey look, it's the assist trophy man.
What did you just say?
Hey look, it's the assist trophy man.
Why is this occurring? You could literally replace Waluigi with any single fictional character. They don't even have to be fictional. Like, look, watch this.
No, I cannot. The offshoot of you. I'm gonna fucking kill you. He has followed me here. I am sorry, my friends. I have forsaken the earth. What are you yapping?
Holy fucking shit, it's LeBron James. I'm gonna throw my bomb at you.
No.
Thank you, LeBron James.
No worries, Sunflower. I am happy to help the plants, for I love gardening. I must leave now. Goodbye.
Anyway, we cut to the zombies and Noctis is not happy.
You lost again.
Yeah.
Shut up, you.
Okay, whatever you say, boss.
And the episode ends. Nothing episode moment, nothing to say.
Walter. Put your right away, Walter.
This is the third most popular video in the entire series. I still have no idea why this episode in particular is so popular, and rewatching it will probably inform us of why it should not be. Is it because Pea Shooter and Sunflower are in the thumbnail together again? Oh my god, it is, isn't it? The episode starts off with iconic pop culture icon Cactus shouting, "The zombies are coming!" Whoa, too much information there, Cactus.
I'm gonna spoon with you. Oh.
After Basic gets shot and immediately dies, we then get some meta commentary on Pea Shooter being like, I'm so sick of life, it's the same thing every day. It's almost as if our lives are in some sort of series with a formulaic episodic format. Sunflower? Woody is then like, oh, well, why don't you just go on vacation? Even though if Sunflower is not present, then none of them can get revived if they get ganked by the zombies. Also, Pea Shooter alone makes up like 20% of your entire military force. I need to stop overthinking this. Woody only lets those two go and no one else because he needs some plants to versus the zombies. Pea Shooter is like, well, I guess, it'll, be like, a date. At this point, I had never been in a relationship, and judging by how poorly it's being handled here, it's a miracle that I am in one today. Pea Shooter wonders to where they should wander, and woeful yet whimsical Wally waddles in and waffles of a wonderland to which they can walk to, but he'll only tell them if they let him go with them.
You cock-blocking little shit.
So he's like, I know a place called Waterfolia. Yes, Waterfolia. My bathroom. The one place a PVZ fan shall never go. I just meant bathrooms in particular, not my bathroom. You better stay out of there.
Twitch.
But it turns out that creep somehow planted a camera in the plant castle and was watching the whole time. He plots to assassinate Sunflower when she's isolated from most of the plants, which is actually not a bad idea. Good job, creeps. You really done well this time, but all of the zombies are dead. But Duckus is alive and is sent there on his own. But oh dear, Waterfall is apparently the homeland of iconic PVZ plush characters, the zombies' cousins. We then cut to me increasing the water and gas bill for my parents by running the shower, and to a lesser extent, iconic PVZ plush characters, the zombies' cousins. This is Chaz Pompadom. Yes, that is his actual name. He's a real goofy comic relief character that says wacky and zany phrases. and Bandira Pompadom.
Why are these names so atrocious? What the hell?
Another goofy comic relief thingy that whacks the zany. He has a flag, and this one is Dude Bro Pompadom, a Phrases comic relief wacky goofy surfboard that says he surfs on the board. We then cut to Pooper Scooper and the gang.
Wow, this place is mildly attractive at best. Like you.
We then cut to this really bad montage of Pea Shooter and Sunflower bonding. I better bloody wash those toothbrushes afterwards. Duckus then appears and ducks all over the US. Duckus then becomes an anti-woke YouTuber.
Ah, crap, they're already here, and they're forcing their stupid relationship down our throats.
Well.
If it isn't Duckus from Plants vs. Zombies.
They then start arguing with each other, as apparently during the war, these three characters stayed in their funny little bathroom.
As the Beachmaster, it is my duty.
Really?
It's funny because the word duty sounds like human excrement. A metaphor for Duckus.
Kill yourself.
Chaz conducts a scheme in order to thwart the plans. You will never be him! He puts a bit of shower gel on the side in the hopes that the plants will slip on it and fall into a hole.
Now we must wait patiently, for no one suspects the zingy berries and cream.
I actually used to work at Boots. Yes, I was still making these when I had an actual job. I am currently unemployed right now though, since I guess the employers get really intimidated when they see the purple zombie ask for employment. Sunflower gets jump scared by Dude Bro and falls into the bath.
Hopefully, if we just leave her there, she shall drown.
Oh, they're just gonna watch her drown. But luckily, there was like no water in the bath, so never mind.
Wally, turn around.
Oh yeah, I'm ready for this kind of intimacy.
Think about how many people 2,500 is. Just think about it. Imagine 2,500 people in one place together, looking on a big screen, and then this comes up. Pea Shooter then descends upon them.
Time for you to die. Sure, I'll go with that.
Chaz ties them up but is stupid and does not tie up Pea Shooter's mouth, so is shocked. Wally is like, why you hate each other? And Duckus is like, the war. And during this rant, the plants manage to slip away.
And just when we were bonding.
They ask Wally why they led them there, and he apparently read a brochure made by Yes, this image is in the episode. The joke is that Wally is stupid. Anyway, the plants leave because there's a big spider in the corner. Yes, that is why the episode abruptly ends, because when I was filming this, there was a big spider in the corner of the bathroom and I did not want to be near it. This is also in the video. Chaz attempts to join the zombies, but is rejected by Noc-tense after he claims that he wants to be the leader.
I shall be leading this band of zombies. What are you doing?
That's what we like to see. I was always based and knocked-pilled rather than a stupid Chaz cell. Also, the episode is over. The episode's plot was kind of mid. I don't know why it's the third most popular video, but okay, on to the next one. Ah yes, the main antagonist of this episode is an unfolded sheet of cardboard. Yeah, the episode starts off with Creeps yapping about his new wacky and zany invention.
Zombies, here is the unveiling of my greatest invention yet.
No offense, but literally everything that you have made has turned out to be crap.
Like me.
Oh, poor little pickled man. This cardboard is supposed to be made out of that invincible suit thing used during that one episode where Basic wears an Easter egg box. Why is this brought back out of all things? Like, who cares? Who cares? Do you care? I don't care. Anyway, Creeps is like,
This is science, Purple. It's a quantum teleporter. It's a fucking quantum teleporter, Purple. It teleports things into this big tube. Why does it do that, you may ask? Because the cardboard, it can smash people into a fucking singularity. Yes, a singularity. I've created a black hole out of cardboard, Purple. I will bring about the end of all things.
there will be nothing left.
Oh yes, believe me, the pain is so immense, I've called this thing the post-traumatic stress disorder, or the PTSD.
Oh, what? You didn't even try that time. What happened to the funny names you used to give these things? Like, what about the cardboard unraveling nanotic transporter? That would have been pretty funny. He needs to test the device with
something that is expendable and cheap.
But uh-oh, the great and powerful plot device descends from the heavens.
By interrupting your foolish conversation, the video is putted out for much longer, so there are more ads. Oh!
Damn, now that is evil. It's gonna be rolling in that 35p a month. Creep sets the cardboard thingy-mabob on Yoshi.
Okay, that's it. Sick him, boy.
What is that?
You might want to move. He climbs up the transporter tube and the cardboard guy eats it.
Creeps, there's too phallic, shut it off!
Creep states that if it eats the transporter, anyone else eaten will be destroyed and recreated for all of eternity. Plants vs. Zombies plush. Yoshi then tragically dies. It unfolds itself and starts killing everyone. They all die. All of them. Not even death. In a painful state of agony where they are being recreated and annihilated 1,000 times a second.
I think I succeed. Oh yeah.
All the zombies die except for Scurvy, so yes, after all this time, we finally get the long-awaited Scurvy-centric episode, just what everyone was clamoring for. Scurvy's unbridled rage at the loss of his entire family and all of his friends makes the video footage corrupt, and he smacks the cardboard thing, but it does nothing. Scurvy is like, "Yarg, well, that just happened," and skedaddles. He then hides under my bed and the creature gives up. Fucking clean your room. We then cut to the plants.
What in tarnation is this congregation?
What a hard-ass line. Squash gives Woody battle schematics, which is just a poorly drawn image of a chicken nugget. Why? Is that supposed to be funny? Because I don't find it funny. Woody scolds Cherry for not looking out for zombies, because
they could ambush us at any moment and we would not know.
Oh, please, like that's going to happen. And look, there's nothing. See, I told you, there is literally nothing to worry about.
Okay, anyway, but you should probably...
In literally 3 minutes, like 75% of the entire cast has been killed off!
Scurvy sneaks into the plant castle whilst they're being killed and tries to get them to escape with him, but...
Yarg, that beast be our creation, but our ally?
Don't you make horse noises at me, pal!
Fume attempts to teach the beast the light of God, and it has a moment of retrospect before giving up and killing him. Scurvy abducts Goldie and takes her to safety and...
Woody, help! I sold my money for more money and I wrecked the economy. I need money. Hello, do you have money?
Scurvy and Goldie go to Noctis's bin bag, and they discuss the implications of all of their friends being dead. They plan to exploit a presumed weak spot on the thing. Scurvy gets instantly eaten but is saved by Goldie firing money at him. Sure. Scurvy manages to get a good slice in, but it fails because they don't know what indestructible means. They then accept their deaths, but then this happens. All of the zombies and plants are alive somehow, and Creeps has turned off the machine with a remote.
Oh, come here, you! And come here, you! Don't hug me.
So the reason that they all didn't die is because...
Turns out that thing just sent us under some house in Birmingham. They had a transporter as well for some reason.
The Geordie apocalypse is upon us!
Actually, I think you mean Brummies, you stupid apple-shaped apple. Scurvy wants the war to end and is like,
Yarg, troop, let's plunder together.
Wow, that's actually a really good idea. Oh wait, no it isn't. Burn in hell, cowboy.
What raw, visceral hatred from Noctis. Another day, another nothing episode. Not much to speak about here, other than the fact that Birmingham is the reason that the entire main cast isn't dead. So do with that what you will.
Raiser, more like, what are you talking about? Clown zombie? Damn, bro, that's pretty crazy. Literally, every episode since 25 has just been, look at the goofy comic relief character. They say wacky and zany phrases, guys. Anyway, the episode starts with the zombies watching TV.
Can I watch the telly as well? You bet, Best Buddy Bucket. Yay! Now put it on the news so I can watch people suffering. You bet, Best Buddy Bucket.
We then cut to the best show on TV.
Hello, I am recurring character Shigwe, and welcome to Expositional News, where the only misconduct that happens here is verbal.
He then starts talking about Brexit. Okay, shill Bill, whatever you say, bud. They then watch the Clown Channel, where we are introduced to Mr. PVZ Plush episode 31 Heir Raiser himself. A jester zombie called Jester Head.
This episode is brought to you by the letter P for pneumonia.
Basic notes that is indeed one of those Plants vs. Zombies characters.
Today we're gonna be learning about babies and why they're a drain on the economy.
Jesterhead starts conveniently explaining that he was abandoned by his mother outside of a joke shop, lol, leading the zombies to believe that this is their long-lost brother.
Oh my god, we literally had an episode about their relatives, like,
But Noctis comes along and he's like,
Yeah, zombies, why are you sitting there like a bunch of good time Charlies? Poor boys, you need to clean the floor. Yes, do it now.
Purple is like, why'd you keep torturing me? Wah, do your chores, you lazy man. They send Jesterhead a note, and Jesterhead opens it, revealing this weird family tree thing. Jesterhead then goes to the zombies, and wow, PVZ Plush address reveal! Jesterhead. Fuck. I don't know why I just coughed aggressively. Anyway, Jesterhead gets upset that he in particular was abandoned. Which is really sad to think about. Imagine having like 7 brothers and your parents just don't want you in particular. Jesterhead approaches Purple and is like, yes, purple is the color of royalty. Therefore you should be the king of the zombie. Racial privilege, Purple.
Purple, don't fall for it. I was told I was the king of Uzbekistan, but all that happened was me credit card information got nicked.
Everyone just then goes along with this, and they depose Noctis.
What? I'm the leader, not you.
Shut up, Nivea.
That was very, very close to being a slur. Purple then formulates a cunning scheme to get the gem of the underneath, not because he wants it, but just out of spite. The real motivator to do better. The floral assaulting begins, as the zombies easily overpower the plants. Also, Jesterhead can do a funny tornado thing that reflects projectiles. What a clever reference to Plants vs. Zombies 2. Purple then abducts Fume Shroom and tells Noctis to go after Goldie.
What? But the dog. Go.
However, he does not do anything because he is such a meek little twink. Purple then enters the castle and Jesterhead entombs Woody in a vortex of terror, and Purple grabs the gem. They go back to the bin bag and Noctis is like, Jesterhead does not know what it is, and Purple tells him that it is an item of great power.
He then immediately betrays them. What a surprise. Whoa. He's like, I'm evil.
Shockingly enough, the king thing was a ruse. What a betrayal. And then he starts spinning around like this and firing off bolts of red PNGs.
I can do anything.
You will never be him.
However, Purple expected the betrayal, and Fume Shroom gloops him, which stops him and then takes the gem of the underneath away. Jesterhead is like, wow, mummy don't love me, and the zombies are like, actually our mother doesn't love any of us, and you were lucky to be given away so you didn't have to deal with the constant abuse. And he's like, oh, okay, and leaves. Noctis then has a character development moment and apologizes to constantly tormenting Purple.
Thanks, Perp. Pal.
A wholesome ending to the episode. At least we're finally getting the Purple and Noctis romance subplot. Who MD? More like who asked for a PVZ plush and Doctor Who crossover?
Doctor, watch out! It's Noctis the Enderman!
Unrelated,
but now the episodes are starting to get more and more spaced out as I slowly begin to lose interest in the series, which means new intro. Whoa, look at the names do things. We start the episode at the edge of the solar system, and no way, guys, it's a Bowser amiibo, a member of a goofy comic relief alien empire that does wacky and zany planetary genocide and colonization. They're led by, holy shit, it's Olimar from Pikmin. Yo, he's gonna pick all over the plants and zombies. This does bring into question the lore existence of Picky, like, a lot. Don't think about it. They state themselves to be the amoeboids. It's real crazy. We then get introduced to a new goofy comic relief zombie that is a wacky and zany, really poor parody of that one character from British One Piece. He is then like, oh, you can't take over the Earth, there's Earth people there, you prick. And Olimar is like, Olimar, Pikmin, wahoo, wahoo, wahoo. And then PVZ Plush episode 32, Who MD leaves. We then zombie to the zombies, and the time machine from episode 17 arrives, and Conan is like, but gets punched by the other guy and put in a bag.
Did you have to throw Conehead in a bag?
Yes, actually, but I'm not telling you why.
Masterclass writing.
Who are you?
They call me
My name's Bane.
He then warns them of the aliens and tells the zombies that the amoeboids are made of plastic. But oh my god, guys, it's Splatoon. No way. It shoots Duckus, but is then sealed away in a plastic box. Who MD goes to the plant.
What in the fucking shit do you want?
Cherry is like,
There is indeed an extraterrestrial life form in here. And there's one in here too.
Oh, you found me again. Well, see you next year, Cherry.
Damn you, Goofy!
Woody is like, this is some sort of zombie scheme, but Docky Oo is like, yo, and your city little feud, your day of reckoning will come sooner than you think. So maybe you and I could possibly partner up to some extent. Fume gloops the squid child and fucking dissolves it. The doctor's like, what the scallop? Why did you use so much, you dumb fucking
Idiot! What have you done?
In court it shall be claimed as self-defense.
A huge cardboard box appears and Olimar appears and is like, I miss my wife and the kids. The doctor's nose falls off, you know, that weird rubber thing lazily taped onto it.
Now then, you splooge in here. That's actually the least funny.
The doctor dilutes the acid from Fume Shroom in order to merely paralyze the amoeboids. Olimar approaches, and Picky is like, oh dear. It appears like, what the fuck? Basic is like, oh, do you speak English? Olimar is like, Olimar, Louis, Chacho.
This is your last chance. Stand down.
No. Why would I do that? The doctor then pours acid into them. Why is the solution to this episode an acid attack? What is this? Fucking South London. Is that safe to do to amiibos? Oh no. Olimar then gives up and leaves, and the day is saved. The doctor is like, well, this has been a PVZ Plush episode, and leaves, but Purple is like, where's your nose? Why is Noctis affectionately cuddling creeps? Well, I mean, I think we all know why. Purple is like, okay, buddy, so you're a zombie. Because I didn't know before, because you had a rubber on your head. The doctor then reveals himself to be a future version of one of the zombies. Which zombie? You Conehead. He's Conehead from the future, who encountered the time machine again and tried to rectify his eons of unrelenting torment of all denizens of time and space, which is a cool concept, I guess. Future Conehead then says, also I've seen the end times, Lamau, and leaves. Purple is pissed off at this and slaps present Conehead. And the episode ends. Always nice to get new Conehead lore, I guess. What a plot. And no, those amiibos will not come up again in the series ever. Next episode. You can't even see what the episode's called on the thumbnail. The Reawakening is a clever reference to the first episode of PVZ Plush The Awakening. Ain't that just quirked up to the max? This episode is also the second two-part episode of the series, so it's gonna be a long one. But uh-oh, the intro is heavily different and is all edgy and emo. The plants are dead. Basic is all gothic. White. We're also properly introduced to iconic PVZ character this guy. He's basically the, hey, does anyone else remember the zombie's 7th cousin, Ice Skater Zombie? He used to say, let's skater on these haters before throwing blocks of ice at the plants type of character. You might have seen him before in the background of some episodes. Please comment down below when you see him, and you'll get the satisfaction of being blessed with the presence of such an iconic PvZ character. So anyway, the episode starts off by Noc-tense being like, "Gah, Purple, I hate you, Purple, I hate you so fucking much!" And Purple just thought Noc-tense remembered his birthday, but he did not. Purple questions as to why Noc-tense is being such a massive prick, and why.
Pinky, get the funny-o-meter!
Yes, this funny moment is exerting over 20 comedies per second, which is 4 comedies above the universal average.
Why are you playing along with this?
Well, then it would be 19.
Alright, that's it. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
But it was all a devious scheme in order to get Purple away so they can plan his birthday surprise. So that character development from 2 episodes ago was not wasted. Hooray for basic consistency. Probably could have said like, "Oh, Purple, can you get me a packet of crisps from the shop?" to make him leave instead of being a massive prick, but what do I know? Purple then gets all sad and lonely and,
why is it that my entire life contains nothing but pain and misery? Ow.
Check that, zombie. Pain. Bet all he's feeling right now is misery.
God, I wish those things would die in a specific chain reaction of events. Ugh, how can this get any worse?
Hey, Purple, I didn't see you there.
There is no God.
we then cut back to Duckus, who has something called the Pencil of Wishing. That's right, the Pencil of Wishing, you know, an item that can grant any wish, like any wish at all. Yet he's never used this, not once. You imbecilic buffoon!
You had this all this time! Oh, yes I have. Oh yeah, I probably should have brought it up at some point, shouldn't I?
Oh, he forgot that he had it. Yeah, that's right. He forgot that he had it. But of course, there is some arbitrary rule thing. You only get one wish a day. Hopefully this really basic and simple to follow rule will not be contradicted in this episode.
Purple?
What?
What's your favourite letter?
Why?
Mine's P.
Okay.
Wow, so you just leave. I tell you, you know what, you.
Damn, you tell him, conehead. Purple overhears Duckus talking about the Pencil of Wishing and is like, "Nah, I'm gonna kill myself," and tries to wish that he was never born. But Basic is like, "Hang on, if you ain't born, then how can we celebrate your surprise birthday party?" Oh, silly me. I was so close to ending my life. Purple is like, "Well, it's good it didn't work." And Duckus is like,
Actually, you need to say the iconic line, abracadabra bug, actually.
And then,
why is it abracadabra bug? I know.
It then cuts to an alternate timeline where Purple was never born. Noc-tense releases the zombies from the drawer and they instantly get the gem, and the plants are never released. It then cuts forwards again, and uh-oh, it's the return of PvZ Plus Episode 7, Sklovely Wobbly. And Noc-tense is like, "I got the gem of the underneath, and my parents aren't home, Osius. I want you." But Creeps is like, "No, Noc-tense, don't do that. You're supposed to be mine." But Noc-tense is like,
Osius, come over. I've got the gem of the underneath. Wait, what? Don't bring him over. I can talk to whoever I want. You're not my dad. I might be.
It then cuts forwards again, and Osius is summoning the god of eradication to purge the earth. Plants vs. Zombies is a 2009 tower defense video game developed and published by PopCap Games. First released for Windows and Mac OS. Noc-tense and Creeps are like, "Oh dear, it appears that an ancient elder god has been unleashed from its slumber," and Osius captures Noc-tense, leaving Creeps for the beast. And thus approaches a new goofy comic relief metaphor for the inevitability of the end, who shoots wacky and zany life-ending death beams that destroys souls.
Oh dear, it appears.
This thing is known as Frederick, which is quite a funny play on the words Cthulhu and Frederick. This is the true final ultra super main antagonist of the entire series, just here. 33 episodes in. The zombies hide back in their drawer and throw out the seed packets, to which Frederick just zaps them. We then cut to the present. Purple is transported to this hell dimension. Purple is like, well, Duckus, you silly duck, that didn't do anything. But Duckus is gone, and the entire PVZ plush location has gone to complete malarkey as this ominous ambience plays in the background. But uh-oh.
Ugh, I wish
Turn around. Frederick spots him, and Purple is like, what are you supposed to be? And then Frederick is like,
My name is Frederick, and I,
Purple runs away and runs into Oseus and then runs away again, somehow escaping Frederick. You know, the thing, according to the funny sockman, is designed by God to exterminate all life. Yeah, just outran it, mate. Also, why is Oseus still alive? He should have been shot on the spot. Isn't that what he wanted? Who knows? Me, I know. Plot inconsistency. Purple hides in the old drawer and discovers alternate universe versions of the other zombies. Bucket is mentally well and called White. Basic
Society.
Scurvy is silent and wears a face mask. Duckus also has a funny mask. Conehead is slightly less unhinged. Jesterhead was never abandoned. Also, it's the return of the lovable character Mama Z.
And you're Polly.
Chirps in hello. Oh, they're all like, who the heck are you? Purple explains his situation and then questions what the demonic photo frame is, and they're like, oh, you silly Billy, that's just a Lovecraftian entity bent on the complete annihilation of all life in the universe. Purple then says, I come from an alternate universe, and they accept this. Okay. We then cut to Oseus, who is like, yippee, your life is gone, wahoo, no one will suffer now, because there's no one to suffer. That's so real in Sigma. However, Kefredriz does not appreciate Oseus's phantom text, and blood starts waffling about the woke zombie Soyjeks who are still among us in the streets of Ohio, so he decides to get up some uncanny plans to mog those sussy skibbity zombies so they can riz up that bussin' gem of the underpeak from them.
That's actually the least funny thing you've ever done.
So yeah, Kefredrick can create undead phantom clones of plants who use what little memory they have left of their lives to locate the place they sealed the zombies away oh so long ago. Speaking of which, we then cut to the zombies. Purple is like,
let's say, hypothetically, I can undo wishes with a pencil of wishing.
And Duckus explains the 1 week warranty on the pencil of wishing's wishes. The 1 week warranty! So they plan to send a Redcoat out to go and collect it.
Want to send a 13-year-old legless child out to evade some all-powerful...
Whee! Oh, okay, so...
But he gets shot instantly. Kefredrick then is about to obliterate him with a death ray, but is hit by a rock and is distracted. Yes, it's a mortal godlike entity that is canonically powerful enough to kill an undead person, which are also canonically unkillable, can be hurt by throwing a rock at it. Why not just put a cutout of a living creature under an anvil with a big rope attached to it at that point? Anyway, Kefredrick is like,
get those zombies, and the phantom plants versus the zombies. Oh my god, guys, it's like the reverse. The plants are bad and the zombies are good. This really is an alternated timeline. Jesterhead gets flattened by Squash and shot by Kefredrick and killed. Duckus gives Purple the gem of the underneath and orders him to run away and find the pencil of wishing. Purple runs away as he can hear Duckus being shot to death off screen. Oseus spots Purple running away, and instead of alerting Kefredrick, you know, the one thing that can stop him, he instead leaves. No wonder you fumbled so hard in that other episode you appeared in, useless bag of bones. Purple travels to the ruins of the castle and finds an untampered seed packet containing Carcass, the true savior of this doomed world, thus ending part 1. Damn, we can actually read the thumbnail this time. Purple activates the seed packet and Cat Cuts appears and is like, where am I? But sees Purple and threatens him with death. Purple then explains that there is nothing left. Imagine being in Cactus's position. My man has just been trapped in a small piece of paper for over 9 years just to be awakened in a post-apocalyptic world which has been extinguished of all other living things. Purple is then like, maybe you and I can partner up. And we cut to Oseus, who then goes to the underneath
and it is revealed that he has kept Noc-tense alive, hidden from Kefredrik, as he couldn't watch his best friend die. He asks Noc-tense if he knows anything about a purple zombie. Noc-tense is like,
No, you're as sick as a sick person.
Osiris then pulls out a fucking gun and is like, Noc-tense, 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 you silly goose. I'm going to put a bullet in your head. Yeah. Any second now. Oh, I can't do it. He doesn't do it because I can't decide.
Well, personally, I think that...
It's not easy having yourself a good time. Oh, no. No, why, no, please, not another, please, not another song parody, why do you, Osiris starts singing a parody of I Can't Decide by the Scissor Sisters. Why would you do that? Why? And explains his inner turmoil about this whole extermination of all life thing. We see how he managed to kill and presumably sacrifice Shigwe and Yoshi to summon the god of eradication. At least in one timeline, that stupid dinosaur is dead. Noc-tense gets sick of this shit and tries to reach for the gun, but Osiris puts him in iconic PvZ plush prop, the great and powerful Yoshi's bin lorry. Oh my god, not the damn minions again. What is happening? This is the most incomprehensible. What is... Anyway, Osiris starts singing about how life's kind of shit, pal. You get born and you die. Kind of cringe. He then contemplates of ways of how to kill knob bits. I could
hit you with a brick. Hit you with a brick.
I won't deny I'm gonna
hit you with a brick.
Oh, I could
hit you with a brick.
The song ends and Osiris decides to let Noc-tense leave. What a good use of time. Really putting me a lot closer to death. We then cut back to Purple, who is still explaining the dire situation to Cactus, who's probably going through the denial stage of grief. Noc-tense then just finds them. And Purple is like, do you know where the pencils are? And Noc-tense says, yeah, at the base, lol. And Purple tells them the tale of how he fumbled a wish up so hard he destroyed an entire timeline. Cactus asks Purple why he wished for this to happen.
Oh, I don't know. I do. Well, I don't. But I don't care.
Oh dear. Turns out old Ozzy set this up.
So your plan was to let Noc-tense randomly wander until he finds me. It was a flawed concept, I gathered that.
Osiris assumes Cactus is one of the phantoms and orders her to capture them. They are both taken to Kefredrik to be executed.
I cannot express the amount of pain I am currently feeling.
Me when I watch PvZ Plush episode 33 part 2, The Reawakening. Kefredrik reveals that all of the other zombies have been killed and Purple is sad. He then says, it's all your fault. You had a good thing going, you stupid son of a bitch, but you just had to blow it up. You and your pride and your ego, you could have done your job, known your place, and by the way, I also know about this thing, lol. Yeah, he just has the wishing thing on him, but don't worry, he can't get it to work. That's pretty convenient. Would be a shame if this unkillable representation for the metaphor of the death of all things would get a wish. Wait a minute, this is literally a plot of a fucking Adventure Time episode. You don't fool me. Anyway, Purple is about to be executed, but Cactus shoots Kefredrik, making him drop the pencil. Kefredrik is mildly annoyed and publicly executes Cactus. He then shows his silly billiness and assumes that all of the undead plants are against him, so kills them all. Noc-tense has the pencil, and Osiris tackles him to the ground. He then tries to wish for Noc-tense's death. Why not just all life, you idiot? But it gets yoinked from him. Purple is like, oi Noc-tense bruv, give it here, but starts getting shot at, but Kefredrik still misses. How did this thing wipe out all life on Earth? Noc-tense throws the pencil at Purple, but it hits him and knocks the gem of the underneath out of his pocket.
We've won.
What? Kefredrik starts blasting the gem of the underneath, which causes the complete and utter decay of all matter in the universe. Osiris is like, what are you doing? And wishes he was back. What does that mean? I mean, he just vanishes anyway. The universe is then deleted, and we cut to Kefredrik in a white void being like,
job well done, lads.
But
Uh-oh, Purple is there. Frederick is like,
I erase everything in the universe.
You're forgetting, mate. I ain't from this universe. Do you know what else isn't? This thing. Haha. I wish I was never unborn. Abracadoodlebug. Time then starts rewinding past all of the events of the episode, for pausing at the point where Noctis opens the drawer and rapidly fast-forwarding through all of the episodes of the series. Yes, each scene here is from a different episode. What a nostalgic callback. The screen fades to white, and we cut to the... Wait a minute.
Use a wish once a day.
I wish I was back. Abracadoodlebug. I wish I was never unborn.
It only had one rule. And you couldn't even follow it!
You know, you could have let me wrap it for you. But what are you doing? I fell down.
Purple then conveniently fucking launches the pencil of wishing so far, now no one has it. Noctis is mildly displeased at losing a wish-granting device. Purple is like, well, don't get the gem of the underneath, or Ozymandias will unleash the eradication god. But Noctis is like, Osseous died, lol. And we cut to Osseous not being dead. Also, it's 300,000 years ago for some reason. Osseous really got epic trolled by the pencil. Gee, I wonder what the fate of this alternate universe Osseous was. Well, that was an episode, wasn't it? Lots of lore relevant information there. Even if it was just the plot of Shrek 4, but instead of a small man, it was the embodiment of the end of all things. Oh no, the multiverse plague affecting every single media franchise has finally sunk its money-devouring roots into that of the PvZ plush series. This will be an interesting one. The episode starts with, wait, where's the zombies? Why are they not on the bin bag? That was iconic. Turns out Noctis moved because he was sick of sitting on a pile of trash. Shame, really. Creeps then shows off his amazing new invention that, oh my god, guys, multiverse machine? Creeps is like,
we can just go to a universe where the plants don't exist and we can just yoink the gem.
He then asks if some zombies would like to travel with him.
Who wants to go?
Me! I want to go!
Conehead, the last time you did something like this, you caused 2 world wars.
Yeah, but it was fun, wasn't it?
He was going to take Picky, but...
Well, you don't want to go, do you? You just sit in your room on your phone texting strangers on the internet. It's called e-dating, father.
This actually, it probably isn't the first mention of e-dating in the series, is it? He then takes Noctis and Purple, and they skedaddle away on some exciting and profitable multiversal shenanigans. Picky, enraged that his father dare disrespect the concept of e-dating, builds a different multiverse machine, and takes Basic and Conehead. He is unaware of the horrible things he is about to subject other timelines to. We then cut to Creeps, Noctis, and Purple in an alternate universe, which is apparently the exact same as the other one.
Oh, nice universe, Crayon, it's the exact same thing!
However, Creeps has a solution to this predicament.
Ah, not if I turn the quirky meter up.
Yep, the quirky meter.
We then cut to a universe where...
So warm.
Okay, so it appears we're in some sort of universe where oxygen stimulates nerves to the brain to release chemicals associated with the feeling of love and possibly...
Is your womb available, Crambit?
Well, it's canon now.
Well, this universe appears to be A.
There's actually a video of this scene with Creeps just saying A. And it has more views than any of these fucking...
We then cut back to Picky, who has finished building the machine.
Time to take my tyranny to the next level of reality.
Don't do it, Picky, I'm begging you. Picky one-ups his father by letting people actually search for universes, somehow. They go to a universe without plants and...
Oh dear, it appears Earth is dead.
Picky then tries to go to a universe without Purple, as he indirectly released the... I think we all know where this is going. Yet the last episode, and actually, this was foreshadowed, as during that episode, you can see Basic's head poking out from the rubble. Now that's good writing, and not something I made up because I forgot to move Basic from out of the shot. Basic calls Frederick a giant pigeon and sees Purple in the distance, so Picky is like,
oh dear, it appears that this thing doesn't work. Fuck!
Yes, that scene is in the episode. Picky and the gang end up in the universe where all the pitches of the voices have swapped for some. So Picky is all squeaky, and Basic and Conehead are deep and masculine.
Oh my god, I sound deep. I can finally speak to women.
This then happens.
What was that?
Yeah, well, can we... Oh my god, they go to the fucking Big Bang Theory dimension. Get out of there, lads.
Sunflower, sunflower, sunflower.
What is it, Cherry?
Bazinga!
Here's a fun fact about my childhood. When I was about 11, I was just sat doing my work in an English class. Everything was dead silent. And me, being the foolish child I was, decided to just, at the top of my lungs, scream bazinga in class. I don't know why I did this, but the teacher thought I had Tourette's and had me taken to speech therapy. So, do with that information what you will.
Sunflower, I love you.
Okay.
Purple, Creeps and Noctis are not amused and get out of the universe. Oh! What? This is a terrible... Why do they look like that? Why is this I don't like this. I just don't like this. So after Conehead yearns for the touch of a woman, we thankfully get the hell out of that wretched pre-teen cesspit and...
Well, I feel at home.
Well, personally,
He's dead. We then cut to a parody of Super Mario Logan where the, Jeffrey...
Why?
That's actually the
most
funny thing you've ever done.
They get transported to the 2009 YouTube poop dimension.
Okay, time to get...
Oh, dear.
Pesky plumbers.
Yeah, this universe transporter thing.
This is mine.
What? Holy crap, Lois!
Oh dear lord.
Holy crap. It's a Pikmin from the game Pikmin 2 on the Nintendo GameCube.
Hey, Peter.
Hello. You know, this reminds me of the time I was in Family Guy.
Oh dear lord.
Holy crap. It's a Pikmin from the game Pikmin 2 on the Nintendo GameCube.
Hey, Peter.
Hello. You know, this reminds me of the time I was in Family Guy.
Conehead, being a silly little Google snoogle, then traps them in a never-ending loop of Family Guy cutaways until the end of time. I warned you, Picky. Noctis, Creeps and Purple go to a dimension where everything rhymes.
A word with no rhyme is your own name, Purple.
Yeah, well, oh, crap. Oh, no. Our physics are dead!
Clean your fucking room.
Picky, Conehead and Basic are then sent to a horrible universe where everyone is the great and powerful Yoshi. Yoshi is then confirmed to be non-binary.
Oh my god! Look at all they thems!
We then cut to more universe-hopping shenanigans.
Ugh, why has it gone all dark?
Maybe this universe is going through an emo phase.
What was that?
Maybe he knows.
Can't believe it took until episode 34 for Freddy Fazbear to become canon to the PVZ plush lore.
What is this? Why am I a horse?
I sure love Sonic the Hedgehog.
We then cut to the old videos.
Wretched creations of mankind.
Oh, shit. I got a Pikachu. And I got a Pikachu. What? And I got another.
Oh, Conehead, that's quite silly. You can't have that many Pikachus.
Picky tires of this and decides to go find his father across the multiverse, where they all meet up and are reminded of the reason they actually wanted to do this, so decide to...
Let me see if there's a gem in the underneath in that universe where I is and everyone was all anime like. That was funny, I think.
Go to the Get Your Life unit. What? I hate this episode. Why do they look like that? They trick the Get Your Life thinking when there's a Korean pop art. They then go back to the actual main universe, but oh dear, they didn't pick the gem up, you dumb fucking idiots! You have brain injury! Well, they can just go, nope, they broke it! How did you break it? Good thing it didn't strand you in a random unknown fucking multiverse! And then the episode ends. That really was at PVZ Plush episode 34, messing with the multiverse. Night of the Livid Dead. More like Day of the Mild-Tempered Alive. I don't know. Anyway, the episode starts off with Pea-Shooter being like, the zombies haven't versus the plants in a while. Pea-Shooter theorizes that they are building some sort of colossal mega weapon.
Pea-Shooter, let's be real, the zombies are really dumb, and they probably aren't building some colossal mega weapon.
Contrary to public belief, we're building a colossal mega weapon.
Me when I say one thing, and then the opposite thing happens.
We will not know what it does for another few episodes. Finally getting yet another PVZ Plush multi-episode story arc. We then cut to Shingle Dingle, and he has some bad news. Uh-oh. Turns out it's the Centimillennial Prophecy Day? Yep. It's the Centimillennial Prophecy Day, and apparently the sun will align with an ancient red dwarf star and cause every single zombie to go insane. You know, that was my favorite part of Plants vs. Zombies, you know, when Crazy Dave had to obliterate an entire star with his eclipse cannon to stop the zombies.
And we will all die after it begins raining red evil death rays down upon our world.
I like the color red. You can't have favorites. That's racist.
This character makes me feel upset.
Also, if these enraged zombies get you, you turn into one. So it's like an actual zombie apocalypse. Ooh.
When the undead are exposed to the unique red radiation, they become enraged.
Why? Do they just hate the color red?
Oh, now I'm on the receiving end of discrimination. I apologize for my previous actions.
Later on, the sky starts to go a deep, ominous red color. Can't believe a prankster comet has appeared around the fucking Earth. Oh no, Sunflower! We gotta collect all 100 purple coins in 2 minutes! The zombies then start dropping on the floor.
What is this? Some kind of union-funded protest? Get up, you societal leeches!
This anger sensor is sensing anger.
They then start waking back up and growling aggressively.
Purple, you got up, and you appear to need a throat lozenge. I think I have one in my pocket, which is pretty weird because I don't wear it.
Creeps and Noctis skedaddle and plead with Woody to possibly consider the prospect of them and him partnering up, and they are let in. The zombies surround the castle.
Fools, it is I, the great in battle!
The plants start panicking, but
Would you vegetable-based one-line dispensers help me yell at Kronberg here to barricade the door?
Yeah, he's right. Let's go barricade the door. And maybe the windows whilst we're at it.
You can't just say what I said in a short and easy-to-understand form.
Woody then starts yapping about how he's hidden the gem of the underneath, but Noctis and Creeps don't care. He then just throws it on the floor right in front of them. I'm running out of energy to explain why that is a bad thing for Woody to do, but instead of taking it, they hit him with the, actually I don't care, no one asked, plus you fell off, just fucking take it, you stupid idiot! Sunflower tries to get more answers out of Shingard, but he's all like,
Any other things we should know?
Please deposit 20p.
Shigwe?
Yes?
I'm a gun.
He then explains that there is a cure for this affliction, but instead of telling them the cure, he does this.
Shigwe's homemade big shoe in a labor camp. Got big feet, one big shoe. Buy the big shoe.
Anyway, the cure for this zombification. I need speech therapy. Maybe that teacher was onto something. Anyway, the cure is the pencil of healing that Duckus has. How does he know this? Woody makes Noctis and Creeps go out and get it.
Cringe!
Pea-Shooter and Wally go with them, and they all make the arduous trek to the pencil, as the plants distract the zombies.
Oh my god, it's bread! That shit's 2 consecutive letters with brain! Tuck in, lads!
However, Bucket is not fooled by this horrid wholemeal bread and follows them. Pea Shooter spots the giant lava lamp thing and asks what it is.
Just don't look at anything, please.
What the hell is that?
Yeah, okay, what did I just tell you? Not to do.
Creeps is like, you know, one thing I should, however, Noc-tense comes in with the save, saying it's a post box. They believe this.
It's a modernistic post box.
Yes!
He then tries to look in this familiar looking bin for the pencils, but...
Well, if it's not a bin, then what is it?
Bucket turns Wally into a zombie.
On your insides. Not in a weird way or anything.
What? This man needs to be put down.
Well, that was really to be expected of, really, wasn't it?
Creep then whips out a gun. I could have a little neurodivergent rant about how Creeps could just shoot all of the plants and Woody to death at any point and grab the gem, but it is just quite funny that he just randomly pulls out a gun, I guess.
Okay, zombies, this device allows me to kill people.
Anyway.
Now then, let's get to viciously assaulting some close friends of ours.
But uh-oh.
You left the door open.
Was that the fucking Garden Warfare 2 Infinity Time music that's slowed and reverbed? So Creeps and Pea Shooter start gunning down all of the other characters in the series. Apparently I got bored of filming this, so it then just cuts to this screen and they're all dead. But uh-oh, Bucket is alive and is moderately angry.
That's funny because it was unexpected and random.
That line could quite possibly sum up this entire series. Creeps tries to shoot Bucket, but the bullets just don't work. Most powerful fictional character is what I would say if Conehead wasn't in this series.
I'm going to execute you now.
What? Me? What have I done?
Whilst Bucket is distracted reducing Pea Shooter to a pile of red mist on the floor, Creeps uses this opportunity to the plot, and they're all saved! Yay!
What? Where am I? A plant?
We then cut to everything being all epic and awesome, and then Noc-tense starts having a go at the zombies for brutally beating him within an inch of his life and turning him into a mindless monster. Basic explains that it isn't their fault, it's their heritage as zombies. Yeah, okay, pal.
Well, I would blame your heritage, but that's not politically correct now, is it? So I'm going to blame you!
Creeps is like, shut up, Noc-tense, shut the fuck up! Thus ending the episode. Boy, I sure did just watch PVZ Plush episode 35, the night of the, mid-episode. They're all so mid. I am slowly, quickly losing it. Only 14 episodes left now. I'm almost free. I'm almost free. Finally, some Noc-tense lore. I wonder what sad, sympathetic backstory this funny man has. So the episode starts off with the zombies tending to the big machine. Goodman, like the famous British electronics manufacturer.
Hang on a minute, did you say ultimate death machine? I thought you meant ultimate coffee machine.
Why would you think that? Bucket is then like,
yeah, I like coffee, I'm so quirky, lol, the guilt is starting to get to me.
Creeps is less than pleased that Basic made this device into a coffee machine. This device, oh my god, every time I say the phrase, this device, my voice just automatically defaults into the Creeps one. It's like a sleeper agent. I need therapy now. Anyway, that vile creature appears and demands coffee. Bucket threatens Yoshi with dismemberment, and then he is flung onto Purple. However, Creeps spots a sticker on Yoshi and is utterly flabbergasted. Same with Noc-tense. It is then revealed...
Only my parents know that. Precisely.
What? Huh? Who? How? How are you only realizing this now? Also, apparently Yoshi's real name is Finbar. Finbar? Who names a child Finbar? No wonder his parents ditched him. Clearly didn't love him if they called him that. If there's anyone called Finbar watching, I apologize. But also your parents did not intend to have you. Anyway, everyone is moderately confused as to how and why Creeps and Noc-tense adopted Yoshi as a baby, but Noc-tense starts telling them the story of his tale. So in the year 1988... Yes, Noc-tense is canonically like 40. Noc-tense's family kicked him out of the house because
they found me very annoying, which is quite hurtful at the time, to be honest.
But anyway, he was sent to public school.
The worst place for a child to be.
Good to see that the school is just a pile of books on the floor. Nice to know that this world is consistent in its cheapness. We then, oh my god, it's him again. Anyway, Noctis is the new kid at Minecraft Monster School. Yes, Noctis is then sent to go sit next to Creeps and that goddamn skeleton. Why is he sitting all of the Minecraft characters together? Is this like segregation or something?
Well, my name's Creeps and this
moody little bitch
is called Oseus.
Then the story cuts to Noctis being in secondary school. Poor guy. Creeps then becomes a nerd and is in the library. He's reading a French dictionary, probably to learn French. Oseus.
Emo.
Look, guys, he has a sock on his head. I wonder what that means.
Oh, and then it cuts to Noctis trying to ask out a giant chicken.
Hello, would you like to procreate?
About as good as getting bitches as he is getting the gem of the underneath. But uh-oh, a new student is sent to the school. And Woody, and you know, it's Wood, who, like all the other characters, look the exact same, despite supposedly being a secondary school student. He is a fully grown man.
Hello, my name's Woody, protector of nothing.
Noctis and Woody begin to actually become friends by bonding over the American healthcare system.
You know, I think we're gonna get along just fine, Noctis.
We didn't.
How wholesome and cool.
One day in year 9 my maths class.
You know, I think that line could have done with a double take. I think my brain just temporarily ceased to function. A new student joins the school, being this green dragon thing called
Dragorda.
Dragorda. Actual awful name. That's like having a person called Man-Order. Horrible. Anyway, Dragorda is a not very goofy comic relief character who says literally no phrases and only exists because Noctis wants to date her. Yes, Noctis canonically wants to bang a dragon. Can't believe Noctis is a Pokemon fan. Anyway, Draggedy Waggedy sits next to Noctisy Woctisy, and Noctis gives her his pencil.
Whoa, you really did know what the women wanted.
Noctis then does this really face-scrunchingly awful laugh. That makes me want to recreate that scene of me throwing him out of a window, but out of a taller building.
That's a really cute laugh.
No, it isn't, you foul entity. Shut up.
Isn't that the machine that they're building? The fuck's it doing here?
Noctis and his little clique of iconic PvZ plush characters start talking about Noctis's feelings. Creeps teases him because he's holding back tears of being denied his love. Woody is like, oh, that's so cool, Noctis. I'm so happy for you because I'm Woody and I love marriage. Oseus is like, yeah, well, love isn't real, loser. It only exists because we need evolutionary breeding. You eat reproduction. I hate being alive. Where? Shut your whining. Woody questions to why OSHA violation is so sad all of the time, to which he says, don't you get it? Being sad is because we are alive, and the gift of life is the cruelest punishment of them all. We then cut to Noctis fumbling.
I proceeded to ask Dragorda out. Do you maybe wanna, I don't know, go out somewhere? Really? I'd love to. Oh, I see you have plans.
I know it's supposed to be a funny haha he silly Billy no bitches, but this just comes off as Noctis slowly spiraling into a pit of self-loathing and hatred, and that he doesn't think he deserves happiness. If I showed a therapist this series, I'd be thrown into a van and never seen again.
Oh, you wanna go out sometime? No.
Noctis, more like not got much riz. However, it is revealed that Dragorda got a boyfriend. Oh no, and it's a Minecraft zombie. Guess this woman really likes cubes. And can I just say, what a waste of the Minecraft zombie. I mean, it's like a Minecraft character, like a Knob Itch and Crinkle, but it's also a zombie, like those versus zombies fellows. Could have done something with that other than make him this.
The insidious fool I called Zombra! Hi, Noctis. Hello? Go to hell.
He then returns to his homeland, but uh-oh, his entire race has been wiped out. I am not joking. There was a fucking war and they all died. He's the last Enderman. The fucking Ender Dragon IRS guy from episode like 5 appears and is like, Noctis, your family fucking died, everyone's dead. The war, Noctis. Oh my god, everyone's gone.
A war over a mere misunderstanding. I don't even know what it was. I think someone called someone fat or something.
It is then revealed that the reason Noctis wants to get the Gem of the Underneath is to rule the world because
if we're all unified, even by force, that'll be it, and no other species will be wiped out ever again. One last war. Isn't that what they said about World War I? It'll be different this time. Isn't that what they said about World War II?
the mention of real-life world conflicts has got me thinking about something. Did Conehead cause this war? Did Conehead genocide all of the Endermen? It's an actual possibility that he did that. Noctis then goes to college and acts really mad and angry.
Oh, hi Noctis, haven't seen you for a while.
Yeah, good to see you too, Kronos.
It is revealed that the incorrect naming gag is a coping mechanism of Noctis' trauma from the fucking war. Osiris is then seen reading the Bible. This series is so fucking stupid. I should not be allowed to pursue creative projects. I should be banned from thinking. Why do I even own a Bible? I am not a religious man. If I'm gonna get to the Golden Gates and God is gonna show me this fucking series and it's over. I'm getting thrown so far. I'm getting the fucking ninth circle treachery. This is an affront to God. Creep sees something about the Gem of the Underneath, and Osiris explains the Gem of the Underneath lore and how they're hiring for a new defender. Osiris wants to get the job so he can steal it, but Woody is like, nuh-uh, and they have a falling out. Oh no. Noctis then takes out a loan from the IRS dragon to get the Gem of the Underneath.
Sure hope I don't drop this money into the bottomless pit of eternal suffering.
Womp womp womp. The Ender Dragon is moderately annoyed at this development, which finally explains why episode 5 occurred. Wow. Yoshi then comments as to what the hell this has to do with anything. Stop trauma dumping Noctis. Jeez, man. They found him in a bin. A fitting place for such a foul creature like that to be born into. Noctis then puts him in a chokehold and wraps him up in his iconic cape. However, they could not cope, so sent him away to a boarding school. Do child services not exist in this world? It is then revealed that the reason Yoshi ended up in the Underneath is because Luigi dropped him in there for literally no reason. Luigi will never appear in this series again, it just happens. Yoshi is touched that they took him in.
You took me in when no one else would, and did all you could. But it was not enough! Foolish Enderman and company, you have failed as parents, and now I am a societal menace. Oh, hang on a minute. If Picky is Creeps' son, and so is Yoshi, doesn't that mean that them two are brothers?
Oh dear God.
And the episode ends. Lots of enticing lore this episode. We learn that Yoshi is adopted, and that Woody and Noctis used to be pals, and that Noctis likes scaly women. And also Noctis' entire race has been obliterated.
Why don't I call someone whose job it is to fix it? You know why? Because when I need a job done, I get someone with a job to do that job!
This episode is about Noctis and Creeps hiring new zombies. So it's just a wacky and zany compilation of goofy comic relief characters. Don't expect anything interesting from this episode. It turns out the zombies have
a dilemma.
They are severely understaffed, so need more zombies to help work on the big lava lamp. That is still a thing that is happening. But why do they only need to use zombies, you may ask? Well,
due to the fact that zombies aren't technically alive and therefore can be exploited without legal repercussions.
Abuse of workers' rights. Classic Creeps move. Purple is tasked with putting up posters of employment. Just use like Indeed or something so you can make potential employees fill out a giant fucking form and quiz just to ghost them for 3 months. 3 days later and the interviewees are here. First up is Chaz Popdom from the bathroom episode. Wow. However, he was ousted from his little squad of Big Wave Beach PVZ to a reference because
a specific chain reaction of events that may have been caused by me destroyed and flooded over 5 densely populated islands.
I swear, every character in this series has a body count of over 1,000. However, he somehow thought that this was a dating service and not a job interview.
What a zany coincidence.
But I thought you needed a love machine, if you know what I am saying.
Okay, get out before I call the police.
Noctis, do you really think that this world has any kind of a judicial system? If it did, you would not be a free man. Shout out to these random football boots in the background. I literally only use these for PE in school. Do I really seem like an athletic man? Oh my god, it's iconic PVZ plush character, this guy. Watch out, plants. He's gonna skater on all of the haters.
That guy, or this guy, or some other pronoun.
Pronouns in my PVZ plush. Anyway, it is revealed that this guy has self-confidence issues.
Okay, so what are your skills? I don't really have any skills. I'm not that good at anything. Get out!
It's a small, goofy comic relief connect zombie called the wacky and zany phrase Professor P. Parvos. Professor P. Parvos. What the fuck does Parvos mean?
It means idiot!
Anyway, he seems perfect for the job, being a mad scientist and from an easily exploitable background. Yippee! However, he starts to go on an unhinged rant about his coat hanger-inator. Okay, firstly, you will never be him. Secondly, is this an abortion joke?
First look at Plants vs. Zombies.
Then he dies.
Can someone move that off the floor?
What even was he? Why is he so small? Was he even a zombie? This character will never be seen again. We will never know the origins of this thing.
Introduce yourself. Yo!
It's the Minecraft zombie from the last episode.
Who is that? Weren't you paying attention last week? No. That vile fiend is Zombra!
Was that pitched up or did my voice actually get that high? I cannot remember. Surely I pitched that up. It is revealed that Zombra broke up with that stupid fucking dragon from the previous episode.
Oh, you broke up? Oh, well, I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, wait! No, I'm not! Ha 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 ha!
Which is obviously foreshadowing the dragon's potential return. No, that dragon will never appear in the series again. Zombra has the exact qualifications that they're looking for, but Noctis's pride does not allow him to hire him. So sadly, the Minecraft zombie will not be a mainstay in the PVZ plush canon.
Introduce thyself.
The next interview is the funny little legless zombie from that one episode. He is not hired because the other zombies are bitter that he always had the last of the shredded wheats, okay?
Yes, because that is a valid reason not to hire someone.
You literally just refuse to hire someone because they dated a girl you like.
What? How dare you compare my love life to cereal?
I mean, he did say shredded.
Redcoat then says he hasn't been fed for 3 months and leaves.
Well, do we move?
Hiya, kids! I'm
iconic PVZ character, Jester Zombie from PVZ 2 Dark Ages. Tell you what, the Plants vs. Zombies franchise is definitely in some sort of dark age right now. Anyway, the zombies mildly dislike him due to the last time they met he betrayed them and then proceeded to try and kill them with the unbridled power of the Gem of the Underneath.
That's bias. Racial bias.
So sadly, that will impact his chances of getting hired. We then get introduced to iconic PVZ plush character Road E. Road E is a goofy comic relief character who says your mother a lot, who you might recognize as being the plush that was supposed to be basic from the alternate timeline episode. So Purple has a Nam flashback. His skills are harassment, not machine building, which upsets Noctis.
Don't come here if you can't build machines!
Hey, I think you'll be starting beef with me.
Starting beef? I'm not giving birth to a cow!
What you said was cow, but what I said was your mother.
Introduce yourself or I will kill you in 5 seconds.
We then get this zombie with long hair and a yellow shirt with the number 10 on it, who loves his football. He loves the footy he does. What a true Brexit geezer. He also has the exact qualifications that are needed. Whoa. Noc-tense says he'll be called back later, but sadly this character will never, ever be seen again in the entire series. He just shows up, exclaims his love for football, and leaves and is never seen again. Peak writing. The next interviewee is that creepy-ass blooper from episode 22 for some reason. Why is he here? Of all the things to bring back, why you? Why this?
Okay, what skills do you have?
I'm Squiddy.
No, that's your name or some weird imitation of an elephant. I don't...
Squiddy. Get out now.
I like how the Noc-tense plush just isn't even being moved. He's so fucking done with all of this malarkey. He's just given up. How relatable.
Hello, fellow zombies. It is I, Zach Zombington, and I would like to join your special thing. Guys, I think that might be Pea Shooter.
He trying to be Mr. Schnrub so bad.
Pea Shooter lets the intrusive thoughts win, shoots basic, and then leaves. This episode is creatively bankrupt. There's nothing here of note.
Well, looks like that's everyone.
Hold up, Francis A, the wizard.
A wizard who, other than Woody and is one of the only other human characters in the entire series. He then grants Noc-tense a special wish and...
I wish that my machine was fixed.
The wizard notices that the top is off. The wizard had fixed your machine. Squish, squish, squish.
Oh.
Well, that was completely pointless.
Truer words have never been said.
Well, at least we got to meet some colorful new characters.
Why did he throw it back? They then reference the fact that the season 2 finale is soon approaching, but uh-oh.
Fools, it is I!
Not hiring anymore.
No!
Yoshi, watch out, you're going to break our machine!
And the episode ends. I have nothing. I just have nothing to say about that episode. What? Just nothing happened. I'm sorry. I am not going to say anything about the premise of this episode. Just keep in mind that this episode was a 200 subscriber reward. This was a reward for my fans. Anyway, I'm just gonna play it. Alright, so basically, this episode is a remastered version of the first ever video I posted on this channel. So what you are about to see might be the most incomprehensible piece of media ever uploaded to this site. So the episode starts with Squash guarding the Krusty Krab.
Oh boy, another day at the Krusty Krab, and oh my god, Mr. Krabs.
Squash claims that there is evil hidden inside of the Krusty Krab. To which Sunflower is like, shut up, old man, stop jibber-jabbering. We then cut to Noc-tense, who, yes, served the same purpose in 2016. Noc-tense as a character is like over 7 years old. However, this awful timeline gave Noc-tense and Creeps a zany cat sidekick.
Who's a good Mittens?
I will execute you in approximately 48 hours.
Good Mittens.
Also, that blooper is back again. He is actually a stand-in for some weird green man I apparently didn't have anymore. Why did I replace him with that damn squid? Did I think he was really funny? Well, I'll have you know that that's actually the least funny. Unrelated, but if you go on YouTube and check the filming location, it just says hell. So this is hell. We then cut to Pea Shooter and Fume Shroom, who in this timeline are called the
The plant bandits, they plan to steal the squid from Noc-tense and Creeps because they want it.
Oh, would you look at that? That's quite an expensive squid of that theirs.
Don't give a crap about the squids.
Stick to the script.
Script was a blank piece of paper.
So it is revealed that this is not an alternate timeline. They've just all came together and decided to reenact the episode. What are the implications of this? We've seen in a past episode that they've seen this world before. Are they aware that they're in a YouTube plush series? How will this revelation affect our cast? Mini Chomp then arrives and...
There's a lot of porn in that drawer.
This is the first mention of pornography in the series. Actually, it probably isn't. Never mind. Also, what the fuck are you talking about? Mini Chomp then encounters Cherry, who refers to him as
a purple jelly bean,
which frightens Mini Chomp, and he runs away. Goldie appears and is suffering from some sort of minor stroke, and then Mini Chomp leaves again. We then cut to Mini Chomp observing Noc-tense and Creeps.
Noc-tense, will you come over here for a second? Every time you speak, I want to kill myself.
When Split P appears on the screen, Mini Chomp abducts the squid and runs away. Noc-tense also calls Mini Chomp a purple jelly bean. Is it supposed to be funny or something? Because I don't find it funny. Mini Chomp headbutts a wall, and Noc-tense uses the cat as a vehicle, but uh-oh.
Come here, you. Oh no, I tripped over nothing.
Oh no, Noc-tense reached the Krusty Krab. Squash again explains that there is evil inside, but Noc-tense doesn't care and opens it.
Wait, am I supposed to be in... Oh, right, yeah.
Oh man.
Oh no, it's the zombies from Plants vs. Zombies.
Gay people.
Conehead says the iconic line, Gowie. Okay, Scurvy has a minor coughing fit. Bucket says that he's the Buckethead character from Luigi Fan 00001. This is a clever and subversive reference to the fact that in 2016 I apparently stole elements from that series, which is a subtle nod to the fact that I am unoriginal and deserve to be flogged in public. Duckus and then Basic also emerge. Squash and Sunflower leave and go to the iconic PVZ plush castle.
Who the hell moved my castle?
What do you want in this?
What about me, recurring character Shigwe?
No.
When are we remaking the one with me in it?
Squawks in I wasn't in any of them. Sad.
Nice feet.
Okay, Picky. Sunflower tells them all to get out, and Wally materializes on top of the castle, and Squash tells him about the reprise of the zombies.
Join our army. I don't want to be enlisted.
It's mandatory.
Okay.
Mini Chomp arrives with the squid, but then immediately drops it. Then the zombies spot them.
Hello, Mr. Pea Shooter. Face my lack of special effects. Pew. Oh, that hurt.
Get off my face.
Conehead calls Pea Shooter a palm tree and then makes noises.
Delayed music. Anyway, I am in.
Noc-tense is like,
I'm going to be your leader. You're forever indebted to me after I freed you. This is literally the same plot as the actual series.
Bucket references Luigi Fan 00001 again. Creeps finally catches up to the cats.
I will leave you to die. Well, I've been resting it.
Oops. Sorry about that. I dropped the camera. Continue. Dies.
What is even happening? Conehead says pickle and then falls over. Gets back up, says Justin Bieber, and then falls over again. And then, it's those horrid things. Squash enlists them to help fight the zombies, but Split Pea doesn't think the zombies are real. Okay. Starfruit arrives, and Squash calls her fat, and then she lightly taps him. Split Pea then starts saying heinous slurs.
I don't give a this I will. The hell you little sniffs.
Wintermelon then arrives. I like how this is the most screen time the plants have had in the past like 8 episodes. We then cut back to the zombies.
Head Zombie, help me with the lights. That's your name because Luigi Fan Zero
Gets it.
I actually love Luigi Fan. He defined my childhood. This series and many others like it would not exist without him. He's like the Oppenheimer of PvC plush content. Noctis threatens to fucking kill the plants. P-Shooter knocks Fume down and...
To the void you go!
Shush.
What did you say about mittens? I'm so mad, I can literally create a stock image of an explosion right now.
What? Boom.
I have exploded.
Mini Chomp and P-Shooter jump down. Conehead continues the really funny gag of calling Mini Chomp a purple jelly bean. They then leave, and Duckus's duck tube starts talking.
I am the duck tube.
They then flee to the plant castle.
Blue.
They then call them one of the naughty plant bandits, and Scorch threatens them with incarceration unless they join the army.
Okay, but I won't like it. Who's that? It's Sunflower.
Nice to know that P-Shooter is presumably a sad little incel in every timeline.
Zombies. Bad. Self-promotions.
Then Conehead appears and is like, thanks for 200 subscribers, guys.
Thanks for 200 subscribers. At 300, I'll eat a pen.
Never did eat that pen, did you, you fucking liar? Thus concludes the reprise of the zombies. It just exudes the essence of the PvZ plush series. Just random nonsensical things happening. Being so bad that it wraps around to being kind of funny in some sort of roundabout of incomprehensibility. It is really sad that this episode is probably still in the higher band of PvZ plush episodes, like quality-wise. It's just awful.
I love books, and this
Plants vs. Zombies
is a true
battle for Neighborville.
Finally, an episode about the most iconic thing in Plants vs. Zombies, Fume Troop's religious texts. The episode starts off with Fume Troop abusing his status as a holy man to get what he wants.
Therefore, via Rule 87 of the Great Shroomnomicon, you must
get the fuck out of my way!
Less than a minute into the episode, and we're already getting striving social commentary. Woody tells them all to shut the fuck up, because that fucking lava lamp that's been in the past few episodes is almost complete. Woody does not know what it does, and Cherry provides us with a theory.
It's obviously a broadcasting device to summon aliens from the planet of the weeds. What? Them zombies ain't bringing no Colombians to my house.
Actually, the Shroomnomicon states that aliens do not exist, also Colombia.
You've literally seen aliens before.
I will believe this book 1,000,000 times before I believe my memory, sight, smell, and hearing.
More social commentary about religion. Man, I love Plants vs. Zombies plush. P-Shooter asks why Fume Shroom is so obsessed with that book, which angers Fume Shroom.
The mushroom gods will strike you down with the force of 1,000,000 fungal foot creams.
We then cut to the zombies. Creeps is about to turn on this device.
Now stand back.
Was that supposed to be a metaphor for your love life?
What? This is the second reference to erectile dysfunction in the series, but uh-oh, gravity inverts. Isn't this literally the plot of a Gravity Falls episode? I wonder why that's being taken inspiration from. The plants are horrified by the laws of physics being destroyed around them.
Rabbity is anti-gravity.
Actual peak writing right now. The book falls to the floor, which reveals a horrible page dictating the exact method of how to summon the Dreamcatcher guy from the alternate timeline episode. Oh no! It then reveals a second page that dictates how to summon another Dreamcatcher called the God of Love.
That's an interesting name, isn't it?
How many of these things are there? Creeps is like, well, that just happened. Then finally spills the beans on what this device does. Creeps has created a device that allows them to break into the underneath without the use of the gem of the underneath, which is why Creeps and Noc-tense have not been sending zombies to go and florally assault the plants for the past few episodes. Woody is like, well, Fume Shroom, why do you have the exact specification of how to unleash an ancient elder god from its slumber? And Fume Shroom does not know.
Well, this book needs to be burned. Oh yeah.
Fume Shroom is mildly annoyed at this. However, the great and powerful Yoshi overhears the conversation and is like,
Death? That sounds kind of funny. I'm going to take the book.
Yoshi encounters Fume Shroom and discovering that they both want the Shroomnomicon suggests that maybe them and him could, I don't know, partner up. But this is a false partnership for...
Yes, I'm going to trick this moron into helping me get the book. Because I love being devious.
Yoshi uses Fume Shroom's GLOOP to stick to a wall and ambush Woody. Yoshi then escapes, and Fume Shroom is now really upset. Woody then says he won't burn the book as long as Fume Shroom just tears out those pages. It is then revealed that Fume Shroom wrote his own sacred texts off of some book that he bought from a guy, which just happened to have all of this stuff in it. Plants vs. Zombies. Yoshi then reads through the Shroomnomicon and sees a page with himself on it, further confirming that Yoshi is a demon spawn and must be destroyed at all costs. Something that is not seen piques Yoshi's interest. Woody and Fume Shroom catch up with Yoshi and gravity inverts again. Fume Shroom tries to shoot Yoshi to death, but the gravity messes up his funky gunky. Also, we can see the Star of David on the drawer. This has actually been here the entire series, but I'm only going to mention them now because of all the religious undertones of the fucking episode. My mum made them when I was a baby. She also made moon ones. The purple zombie is sadly not of any religious faith, as clearly a world with PVZ plush in it is a godless one. Gravity goes back to normal, and Noc-tense is mildly annoyed at Creeps.
Oh, if I float up into the air one more goddamn time, I'm calling my lawyers!
Creeps tells Noc-tense to shut the fuck up, and Yoshi falls down. Noc-tense calls him son, which is like one of the only other times that episode 36 was acknowledged. Yoshi messes with the machine.
Change it back.
No!
And Woody and Fume Shroom arrive.
Hand over the Shroomnomicon!
But uh-oh, the machine has almost finished charging.
We have to destroy it!
Damn, really, Woody, why don't you just fucking leave it and do nothing? Picky attempts to stop Fume Shroom, but Woody hits him with the Woody kick, and Picky is flung against a wall. Fume Shroom makes it to the machine, but the machine is apparently really hot, so he is mildly burned by this red lens flare PNG and blasted away. Then a giant portal to hell opens above the PVZ plush world. Creeps somehow knows that this is a one-way portal to let something out. The rest of the plants arrive and are terrified of the giant hell portal in the sky. The camera begins violently shaking, and then...
That's it! Yoshi, no video games for a week!
Shut up!
How dare you talk back to me? That's too weak.
Frederick has been summoned.
Nah, just kidding. It's just me.
What? Huh? What? What do you mean? Why is Bill Cipher here? Who invited this man? You are not one of my favorite PVZ characters, I won't lie.
Name's Bill.
The Illuminati, it's Bill Clinton.
Why am I doing this to myself? This is giving me like actual, my brain is just rotting. Like it's actually, there's nothing left.
He reveals that he has been trapped in this second dimension for a very long time. Yoshi reveals his devious schemes, which is to
make time run 0.00001 seconds slower, to desync all the clocks on Earth, thereby making everyone mildly late for work.
Fuck is this goofy ass music?
This is played as being like a hee that's not a very sinister thing to do with this sort of power, but like screwing with the rate of the flow of time itself surely would have some sort of horrific consequences. Noctis calls Bill Billy Eilish and demands a wish, but it is revealed that Bill's cipher is incredibly racist towards squares, as they trapped him in the second dimension 1 trillion years ago. Bill then introduces his gang of goofy comic relief elder gods. We have a circle called Cecil, a shape-shifting green thing, another guy from Gravity Falls, a trapezium with a big hat, the guy from Just Shapes and Beats, a weird jagged thing, a hideous mass of tentacles and sludge, pentagon with an OO face on it, a scribble, a combination of various religious symbols. My favourite PvZ character is syncretism, a squid called Kafrancis. Is it related to Kafredrick? A mess of triangles. And this thing, what an iconic cast of characters. Bill then threatens to turn the universe into a chaotic mess. He then threatens to torture creeps and Noctis until the end of time because of their race.
Also, I'm gonna torture you till the end of time.
What? Plants vs. Zombies plush.
Well, this episode is setting up the finale of Season 2, obviously. On its own, this episode was an episode. I don't really have anything to say here, other than the fact that it's probably confused the ever-loving shit out of people who watched it. But they all probably do that anyway.
Today is just so wonderful. I feel like
I've got to make lots of children.
Uh-oh, guys, it's the Season 2 final episode. You know what that means. Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls. The title is a cunning reference to the fact that this shit came out of fucking nowhere, and that the angles of the inside of a triangle add to Part 1. But uh-oh. Yeah, it's just a parody of the Gravity Falls intro. I don't know anymore, man. The episode starts with Bill being like, "Hey guys, did you like my introduction sequence?" Noctis comments on the overuse of the phaser, and Bill says,
I don't think I asked for your opinion.
You stupid bitch!
Yoshi is then like, "Can I join your funny shape squad?"
Sure. And in fact, here, have a sentient cup.
My life is meaningless without tap water.
What a compelling character. Duckus is sick of this malarkey and wants to go to bed. Oh my god, same, Duckus. But uh-oh, Bill just erases the need for sleep. Sorry guys, no EP time today. Noctis is saddened by the lack of EP time and calls Bill prejudiced, Pythagorean, and pan-dimensional.
I don't recall
anyone asking.
Purple questions as to what he is going to do.
He climbs.
And then the fucking guy from Just Shapes and Beats asks if they can we sing at them. Oh, god damn it, not again. I thought we were past this by this point. Please have mercy.
What does everyone sing?
That's so fucking true.
Oh, light it up, will you?
Conehead, shut the fuck up. I fucking own you.
Can you guess the song that they start singing? Can you guess?
Welcome to the House of Fun.
That's right. It's a parody of the song House of Fun by Madness. You know, a song about someone buying condoms. Just what I wanted from my PvZ plush season finale. It's the main villain of a completely different fucking franchise starting to sing a parody of a song about buying contraceptives. Why am I doing this to myself? Why do I hate myself? Okay, so Bill sings to the zombies and plants about how things are gonna change and you can't get away. He then says again that you cannot flee. And, by the way, there's no escape. There's also no escape from his neighborhood, despite the crime rates of the neighborhood being high. And if you keep interrupting him, you're gonna die. He then calls Creeps a filthy rat, and then...
See, look what I can do. Erase no evidence of the number 2.
How many heads do you have?
This is the only good thing to come out of this episode is Split Pea dying, but you know it's not going to be permanent.
Who the he on about?
I blame media and liberal spout.
Just what this song needed was the phrase liberal spout. I hate this episode so much. I have not hated an episode so vehemently since that fucking dinosaur one. He then threatens to conquer this dimension and lower the pension, which angers Squash. Then, finally, the song ends, and Bill is like, "Do you understand? You can't escape from me, Bill Cipher from The Simpsons Season 33, Episode 2. Conehead is enjoying this display of chaos and calls for an encore, but instead...
How about instead I summon unholy horrors from the nightmare realm?
That works too.
So this scribbled up piece of paper appears and starts levitating in front of the plants. Bill then just fucking lets them all leave, despite the fact that he literally sung a song about how they cannot leave for the past 3 minutes. Horrible episode. Season 1 finale was better because at least that one had the iconic PVZ plush character, the Sock Man. There's no Sock Man here. But Notch, Bits, and Crink are not allowed to leave because Bill is extremely racist towards squares.
Are you interdimensional society metaphor?
The paper duplicates itself, and the plants and zombies have to partner up to defeat the paper. But don't worry, guys, it's not over yet because it's him! He's gonna save us all! Whoa! What a display. This is a clever callback to episode 9, where he also smacks paper for a solid 2 minutes. Because this scene is really long. It's just a really long sequence of him just beating up paper. Woody is like, "Guess we gotta hide in the castle now," but then the castle leaves. Purple suggests that they hide in the iconic PVZ plush drawer, and they do so. We then cut back to Billiam Cipher, and he is harassing Noctis and Creeps by throwing the great and powerful Yoshi at them. That fucking blue circle guy begins yapping, but his voice is pitched up to an obscene degree.
You know how long our form will take to come back?
What the hell are you?
70 billion years.
Why are you telling me this?
Because that is a long time.
I don't care.
Even Noctis wants him to quit speaking. The Owo Pentagon wants to eat their kneecaps, but Bill instead suggests that as they built the machine in the first place, they can modify it to allow Bill to cross into other universes. It is then revealed that Frederick dated this mass of triangles in college. What? Okay. It's then revealed that Creeps and Noctis have no idea who Frederick is. Yoshi is annoyed that he has to work on the machine, and Bill yells at him.
What? When I summoned an almighty being, I don't
Do it now! We then cut to the zombies and the plants.
Rooms are stupid.
Alright, everyone, shut up!
No!
Purple brings out a board game to pass the time to their deaths, picking questions as to what they're going to eat, and Purple says that Pea Shooter and Wintermelon produce peas and melons, and then cusses them out for not helping starving children. Conehead doesn't understand where they're hiding and wants to relish in the fall of the human race. They then look in the Shroomnomicon from the last episode and see every single threat they have ever faced, such as Triangle Terry himself. I have a degree in game art, by the way. I should have chose a different career path. It is revealed that there is a page missing which conveniently dictates the exact method of how to stop the Triangle Man. Purple asks how
Shroom
got the book.
I bought it from a guy.
What guy?
A shy guy.
Shigwe wrote the satanic texts, and there is even a funny little drawing of him. They deduce that he is the one with the missing page, but he is out in the apocalypse, and the episode ends. But sadly, mercy is a false concept, and there's a part 2 of this, so...
You just killed me, source of endless corpses! Now I'm moderately angry!
Uh-oh, he's red. That's not good. The episode starts off with a montage of random shenanigans occurring. We see the wizard from episode 37 who helped build the machine in the first place. His hubris was his undoing. This is his last appearance in the entire series, so he died here.
Mom! Mom, where are you? Ah!
Silly Billy is alerted to that they still haven't found the mortals, but Bill literally doesn't fucking care. Pea-shooter, Sunflower, Purple, and Conehead were all sent out to go find Shigwe to get the missing page. Purple is annoyed at this, and Pea-shooter rebukes that maybe you shouldn't have fucking built the machine in the first place, you dumb bitch. Conehead then just leaves. Purple, being ignorant and foolish, thinks Conehead will be in danger. Conehead then says he isn't in danger, Purple, he is the danger, and then walks away. Purple follows him.
Wanna do another song? That was cute.
Alright then. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, look what I found!
Thank fucking God. Also, were they about to sing Zombies on Your Lawn? These three bozos find them and threaten to cut them into pieces. Conehead approaches Bill and...
Hey, so, I was thinking, can I?
You and I could partner up.
Creeps foolishly assumes that Conehead is trying to trick him. Bill is skeptical of this, and Conehead asks him to use his all-seeing eye powers to look him up and...
Now then, Conehead.
Yes, he sees all of the horrible, nightmarish things that this man has done and is fucking scared shitless of him, so accepts him onto their squad out of fear that he will fight back and win. This trillion-year-old chaos god from the fucking nightmare realm is afraid of Conehead. Creeps and Noctis are understandably frightened by this, and Purple arrives. Conehead thinks this is awesome and cool and no responsibilities. I hate responsibilities.
But it kind of is a little bit bad when you're being racially oppressed to build a machine!
That's so true, Creeps. Bill puts Purple to work, and we cut to Sunflower and Pea-shooter about to be stabbed in an alley by the main antagonist of Just Shapes and Beats. Tell you what, that was a challenging level. But then...
Shigwe kick!
Shigwe does know things about this, and is told to go back to the drawer. Scurvy asks where Purple and Conehead are, and Sunflower is like, I don't know! And Woody then questions Shigwe, who knew about all of the events in the book before they happened.
It literally says time traveler, you fucking idiot!
It is revealed that he was told this by the future Conehead guy from that one episode. I like how, despite this being a flashback, you can see the reflections of the plants in the background. Future Conehead began lore dumping the entirety of PvZ plush onto this poor man, and oh my god, he's still here. What a legend. He reveals the page that he ripped out, which says, you need to reverse the machine.
Really hitting us with the reverse the polarity of the neutron flow.
He used this page for a shopping list.
Oh, I ripped that page out for my shopping list.
So you broke into our castle to grab a piece of paper out of a book you wrote years ago just to use it as a shopping list?
Yes. Woody then tells all the plants and zombies to partner up and fight the shape demons. He sees the moving castle and gets an idea. Purple, Noctis, Creeps, and Yoshi are almost finished modifying this device, but then Woody appears, piloting the castle like a mech.
Well, that sure is an original idea.
Oh wow, that sure is cute. Trying to rebel against an interdimensional god and all. Shape demons!
Kill him! Kill him! Kill him now!
And a great battle ensues. Tell you what, the new PvZ game Plants vs Elder Gods is looking real good. At least it would be more interesting than PvZ 3. Bill is getting more annoyed at these fucking ancient eldritch entities losing to some plants. Woody steps on the sludge, and the OO Pentagon gets on Woody's head and threatens to eat his ears, and then gets shot.
I'm just gonna shake and beat you to death.
This is cinema. The trapezium with the funny hat asks Wally for $20.
Why do you even need money?
I got bills to pay.
Oh, that's right. You owe me so much money.
Woody is then shot by Pea-shooter.
Correct. Ow, what the hell?
Sorry, I meant to hit your hearts.
Did I just shoot myself?
B, when I watch PVZ Plush episode 40, a full 180 part 2, Cactus and Cecil the Circle begin doing things, and Chef PP SML fucking tears 2 of the apricots to pieces with his mouth. What? Bill is then getting mildly annoyed. Bill then makes the castle inanimate once more. Pea Shooter attempts to shoot him.
Beats!
Whilst Bill is being distracted, Picky asks Creeps how to reverse the device. Purple suggests that they just input the code backwards, and Yoshi does this as he fucking hates Bill now for making him do manual labor, also for throwing him. Conehead rats on them like a little narc, and Bill arrives. Noctis then just fucking sits on him, and this works. Top 10 PVZ Plush resolutions. Number 10, Noctis's fat ass.
All done. Goodbye, idiot.
The machine inverts and sucks all of the cretins back into the pits of hell from whence they came. But uh-oh.
No! I won't go back! I won't!
I won't!
Oh no! He's slightly bigger!
Why he look like Nightmare from Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Bill goes on a little crybaby man-child rant because he lost and threatens to destroy the entire dimension. But then Shigwe performs the ultimate sacrifice.
Hey Bill, it's me, recurring character Shigwe. Whoa! Shigwe kick! What are you doing? Oh, get sucked in! No!
Top 10 PVZ Plush resolutions. Number 9, the Shigwe kick. Shigwe and Bill are sent to the second dimension, and Shigwe is rescued by the time traveler, who apparently can just go in here whenever he wants to. Bill then does this.
I didn't even get to leave subtle cues about my potential return. How about I do this?
If you reverse this, he says,
Call me Bill, because I'm a silly Billy.
future crazy time travel Conehead reveals that he helped them during this event as an apology for betraying them in the past. Sunflower compliments Shigwe on his selflessness.
Yes, it was. Now pay up!
And then future Conehead apologizes for what he's about to do, which frightens Purple, and then he leaves without elaborating. The episode ends, but it isn't over yet. It is revealed that the fucking trapezium did not get sucked back into the vortex, and the episode ends once more. And that was season 2 of PVZ Plush. We're so close to the end now. Anyway, Bill Cypher Gravity Falls, guys. He was in this episode.
Okay, you know what would have made a lot more sense for the antagonist of this episode to be? The fucking gnomes from Garden Warfare 2. Just have Noctis and Creeps open the portal, and King Gnomus comes out or some shit and starts gnoming all over the fucking the PVZ Plush cast. Look, it would have made more sense than Bill Cypher singing about contraceptives. What?
Tell you what, if that thumbnail's anything to go by, this'll be an interesting one. The episode opens with that fuck-ass lava lamp finally being destroyed and dismantled. Thank God. Creeps calls Conehead a traitorous wretch.
How dare you try to join the interdimensional KKK?
You'd think that as this series progressed, it'd get less problematic, but no.
You need to be taught a lesson. Paraguay, get out of the corner so Coon can go in there.
Coon. Oh dear. Noctis then goes back to the usual of harassing Woody and the plants. Conehead is annoyed at being sent to the timeout corner, so calls in a mysterious person to assist him. Pea Shooter wonders why they're still bothering with these shenanigans.
Really? After all that's what's happened, it's still business as usual.
Business? What, like the Boss Baby back in business on Netflix season 2 premiere?
Did the cast get lobotomized between seasons or something? The fuck is this? Basic gets shot and dies, but then that one guy from episode 37 appears and...
What? Your mum is bad.
He tries to insult Squash's mother, but
My mother's no longer with us.
Rhodey was the character Conehead called. Conehead thinks the zombies aren't cool anymore, so wanted to hang out with someone who he deems to be cool.
So you want to be cool, just like me? I mean, that's entirely up for discussion.
That's what I'm saying, the purple zombie. Rhodey goes through the 3 steps of being cool. Step 1 is to insult people. That's so true. If you aren't liked, just go and personally insult people and they will like you. Trust me, it's guaranteed to work. Conehead then is tasked to insult the great and powerful Yoshi.
What? How dare you insult me? I shall insult you. Your hat is stupid and orange, like that time I met the annoying orange. I'm not a apple, you
This really is one of the episodes of PvZ Plush, isn't it? Better season opener than that one though. Conehead questions as to why there was a cutaway gag. Rhodey tells him to insult his mother, but Yoshi has 2 dads. Rhodey is then revealed to be homophobic.
What? No!
Step 2 is flirting with the ladies.
There are like 5 girls I know. 4 are plants and one of them is my mum.
You said it! You said yo mama! Even though you said I'm mama. But you're cool! You're cool, you don't even need the other step.
Damn. Can't believe Conehead is finally cool. I wonder how he'll react to a basic compliment. He then states to feel a feeling of pure power and
unravel your chaos upon this world, my friend.
I'm gonna unravel something a bit more continuum-like.
How did you do that with your voice?
Thus it begins. Basic arrives and does basic things. Conehead then...
Hey Basic, I'm gonna invert your sense of direction because you suck. I suck. I'm not Monica Lewinsky.
This is the first mention of political scandals in the series. Rhodey asks Conehead how he did that, and Conehead explains the joke. Basic will continue going up and up until up itself becomes invalid. We then get a montage of Conehead's ungodly powers manifesting upon this poor, poor world. He approaches Pea-Shooter and manipulates the space-time continuum to beat him up.
Pea-Shooter, you wanna fight?
Okay.
Well, I won.
Wait, what are you doing?
Well, I won again.
What is going on?
The fear in Pea-Shooter's voice. He steals Bucket's bucket, which angers Bucket, but Conehead begins teleporting around to piss him off.
I'm legally qualified to castrate people, you know.
This is the first mention of castration in the series. We then cut to Purple and Creeps still dismantling the machine. Purple wants to keep it as a chair, but...
No, I told you I'm melting it and turning it into a cabinet. I need a place to hide my money from HM revenues and customs.
Ugh, what's all that screaming about? This isn't really that surprising.
Conehead has fucking burned this doomed world. This is the PvZ equivalent of Judgment Day. Conehead will judge you for your sins, and all of the PvZ Plushcast have sinned. It's too late. Conehead, taking Rhodey hostage, begins levitating and calling Creeps and Purple his favourite guy, singular.
Konos, you trans-dimensional elf! Why am I a crisp baggot?
No, Noctis, you can't do that to him. Conehead, please have mercy. Have mercy.
I'm cool now, and it's all thanks to this guy.
Kill me, please. Conehead has broken this man. He yearns for death. Conehead then throws a jar at Purple and Creeps and threatens to turn the universe into dust.
And watch as I turn this precious universe into dust.
Rhodey then calls Conehead uncool, and in response...
Never cool, eh? Well, speaking of things that never happen, how about your existence?
Purple and Creeps have lost. This is the end of PvZ Plush. Creeps demands that Rhodey's existence is restored.
Oh, come on, creepy DP. Lighten up a little.
How can we lighten up when
everything is gone?
Well, guess we need a bit of a restart on our relationship.
What do you mean a restart?
Oh God, what the hell?
I am your god, see?
Yes, Conehead just straight up fucking instantly destroys the entire universe. Something that took Frederick, the god of death, the abilities of the gem of the underneath, also to do. Genuinely, the most powerful fictional character. Nothing compares to Conehead. Keep in mind that yet again, the thing that you are about to see is in the episode.
Ladies and gentlemen, and friends.
Conehead just rebooted the entirety of existence in his own image. We then get an ominous, foreboding shot of Conehead alone in the PvZ plush world. He assumes the roles of all the characters like a skinwalker with schizophrenia. Purple and Creeps are somehow still alive in this new world. Purple questions Conehead.
Conehead, what did you do?
What didn't I do? I'm everyone and everyone is me. Only one of us appears in frame at a time.
Rhodey is also here and states to have been here for thousands of years. This poor man, please end his suffering. The real Conehead appears. Rhodey tries a last-ditch attempt to defeat Conehead.
Yo mama.
No, 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 no! Nah, just kidding, that's stupid.
Truly a master of torment, making them think they were all finally free and rip it away from them at the last second. He then says that if they let them go,
I will give you a copy of Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville.
Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville. Yes, this is an actual plot point. Conehead then says that Battle for Neighborville sucks, and then he flops to the floor as the true gods of this world are revealed. Hands. The gods are the hands that puppet them. The joke is that they don't like it when people criticize BFM for some fucking reason because the Redditors or something. At least this explains why this world is so cruel and unjust. They scold Conehead for it not liking BFN and strip him of his newfound godlike powers. Top 10 PvZ plush resolutions number 8. Expressing your dislike of the game Plants vs. Zombies Battle for Neighborville. I mean, personally, I think Battle for Neighborville as a game is not as good as the other two.
Actually, it's its own separate thing and it is not related to Garden Warfare, so you can't compare them.
Okay, buddy, I can't compare the third-person shooter spin-off of Plants vs. Zombies to the third-person shooter spin-off of Plants vs. Zombies.
But on its own, it's a game that you can play. You can play this game. On the upside, it does have the biggest child bullying potential out of all three of the games because you can call them funny things, which is always fun, as it lets me take out my years of constant social rejection out on pre-teens in Giddy Park. Purple is very confused and asks what they are, as they proclaim themselves to be the hands of creation. Ooh. They yell at Conehead saying, "Get out of there!" But they are talking to Conehead.
We have reason to believe that you, Conehead H. Zombos, are the reincarnate of the God of Time.
Yes, it is revealed that Conehead is the reincarnation of the God of Time.
and was once a hand being like one of these guys, but due to the events of episode 17, created the universe, which fucking pissed off the other two, as that gave them a massive responsibility in looking after the universe, so banished Conehead's previous life into his own creation, which inadvertently led it to being made anyway, so womp womp, you dumbasses. But the second that time machine showed up, it reawakened the dormant god inside of that man and began manifesting ever since. So basically, the universe is an unintended baby and the gods of this world are a pair of neglectful parents. Explains a lot, to be honest. Anyway, it is then explained that they had to puppet the characters to make them alive, or they are, and I quote, charged with animal abuse. Incredible. Purple questions them. If they are being controlled, why is he speaking of his own volition? Which they just say, don't look into it. Incredible. Purple then asks if they hate the universe so much, why not just remove it? Which apparently they did try. Firstly, they tried to launch several asteroids at the Earth to remove all life and make deleting the universe morally acceptable. I don't know, but wasn't it Conehead that did that? Like, he sung a whole song about, like, he was, like, blowing up shit. Or maybe the being inside of Conehead was trying to destroy its wretched creation in order to be forgiven and allowed back into a state of transcension. The police, which apparently are a thing for these godlike entities, caught onto this, so they stopped. They then created Frederick to wipe out all life, but the cops caught on again, so they concealed the evidence by sealing it away in the underneath. How did I come up with this? Why did I come up with this? Why? Please, I need therapy. Conehead is sick of this lore dumping and asks to leave, but the hands say that Conehead will be taken to hand prison and executed. They then reveal this book thing, which is, oh no, it's the Bible again, uh-oh. This is not actually the Bible, however, and it is revealed that whatever happens in that book happens in real life. It is then revealed that all of this is just a show because they got bored, which makes no sense, as stated by Purple.
So you wrote and did this entire thing?
Yep.
So you wrote me asking you that you wrote this?
Yes.
So technically, you wrote Conehead to do what he just did?
Yep.
So it's your own fault?
Yep.
So essentially...
Oh, okay, you can go now. They are then just sent back to normal reality, with all of creation restored. And it is revealed that none of them remember it, except for Purple for some reason.
Who? The hand gods.
That's stupid. You're stupid.
But uh-oh.
What's that book?
Your mum.
Hi, Bar.
I know what this book is.
Yes, we've established that it's Conehead's mother. Now can we move on?
And the episode ends. Very strong start to the season this time compared to the last one, especially compared to the first episode, which is about as watchable as staring into the fucking sun. What does bulb fiction even mean? Why are the bulbs fictional? Purple and Noc-tense
are gazing upon the Holy Bible.
Purple explains that whatever happens in this book happens in real life. This is just going to be like that one episode of The Amazing World of Gumball, isn't it? Purple tests out the book by messing with Noc-tense.
Noc-tense, overwhelmed by surprise.
I'm feeling rather overwhelmed.
Fell in love with this book.
My, what do we have here?
Metaphorically.
Just like our parents' love.
Noc-tense, then convinced, writes that he finds the gem of the underneath, but the book makes a loud buzzer sound.
It appears that the book is not fond of lazy, abrupt conclusions.
Are you sure about that? I can think of like 41 episodes with lazy, abrupt conclusions. Noc-tense then tries to use the book to wipe the plants off the face of the earth.
Due to a naturally occurring drone strike, all of the plants died in a horrific explosion.
But alas, the loud, incorrect buzzer strikes again. Conehead uses the book to get the rules of the book. Now that's some smart thinking from such a horrible entity. Sadly, they cannot kill off main characters, and they cannot have lazy endings. These are the rules. I wouldn't call the plants main characters, considering they've had like 5 minutes of screen time over the past 10 episodes. Basic suggests that they make the book hate the plants, so it would want them dead. He then defaces the Bible and the book vanishes.
And suddenly, the book was hate to the plants. Hang on a minute. Does hate have a G in it?
Basic, how do you spell hate?
Well, it's simple, and it is G-A-V-E.
So, if you actually wrote gave, then you wrote the book was gave to the plants.
Okay, Noctis, I think you should just hang Basic, like just hang him. He is a double agent. Hang this man. We then cut to Pea Shooter, who is almost smacked over the head by the Bible. Starfruit takes the book.
Time to ship so many real-life people. Actually, I don't think you're doing that.
Oh, that is so based. Cherry writes down his experience with an alien entity, which eventually spawns in a dog.
Feel the soul being sucked right out of me.
Pea Shooter then writes his wedding vows to Sunflower. Why are you still like this? There has been almost 20 episodes since that foul episode. Where's your character growth?
Your eyes light up my everyday.
Oh.
Pea Shooter then says his love for Sunflower is wide, and then the screen becomes wide.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This episode is just going to be a bunch of wacky and zany shenanigans, isn't it? Woody takes notice of the book's power. Noctis orders the zombies to attack, but...
And the zombies, feeling unmotivated, decided to do nothing all day but browse reddit.com.
Oh no, Woody, you can't turn the zombies into Reddit users. No. We then cut to Conehead on this random gaming setup.
Fortnite.
He then starts slamming his head on the keyboard and making a Reddit post. This man should not be given a social media platform.
Why is this still going on? Shut up!
It's been a solid 30 seconds of Conehead saying Reddit terminology. This episode sucks ass.
My head hurts.
We then cut to a never-before-seen zombie who has seen Conehead's Reddit post. A mysterious boss is intrigued by this. He triangulates the source of the Reddit post and somehow has video footage of the zombie's base. He then states that the zombies are his children, and he's found them after so long. So yes, this new character is...
terrifyingly brilliant and starkingly good-looking Dr. Edgar George Zombos, or as I'm also known, the greatest scientific genius that has ever lived.
The new main antagonist of the third season. Yes, the way that the antagonist of the final season is introduced is due to Conehead making a Reddit post. This will lead into all of the events in this series because of Reddit. The entire plot hinges on a Reddit post. Never pursue creative projects again. So Zombos has a legion of goons, being free zombies from the Chinese version of Plants vs. Zombies 2. Yes, there is a Chinese exclusive version of Plants vs. Zombies 2 for some fucking reason, and it has quite a lot of unique content, such as the aforementioned goons.
So we got Bomber, he loves bombing things. Then we got Gonger, he loves gonging things. Then we got Hammer, he loves hammering things, yeah.
So these three are a group of goofy comic relief characters who are very problematic because the other characters just keep calling them the Chinese zombies.
The Chinese zombie!
Zombos then sees Woody using the book.
And Woody randomly got some ham. Oh boy, I got me some ham.
So Zombos sends his goons to go and get it. Conehead then tells Cactus he has Reddit gold.
Why are we still doing this?
Hey, random plan. I got Reddit gold. Okay.
No one cares.
Oh yeah? Well, what did you get? Ham? More like RAM? Like computers? Because I'm such a massive geek. I'm such a cute old geek who's funny and... No.
One episode ago, this character brought the entirety of existence to its knees.
Woody is sick of this Reddit gag, so writes that they hate Reddit now.
Disgusting.
The goons arrive.
Gonger says that Bomber caused the Cuban Missile Crisis and Woody wrote Pea Shooter to have giant peas. P Daddy would be proud. Cherry spots the goons and
Squash! 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 What the ballet hell do you want?
Genuinely, I think they've been lobotomized. Cherry warns him of the approach of the goons.
What? The ballet Chinese? Oh no!
They realize that Zomboss must be behind this and are very panicked. Gonger walks up to Wally, hits his funny gong, and Wally kills over and dies. Conehead tells Hammer to get the fuck out of the way, and Hammer recognizes Conehead as one of Zomboss's wretched spawn. They have apparently never met before. Okay, they attempt to invite them to their group.
Invite them to our group using traditional Chinese means. Go ahead, Bomber.
Okay. Well, you got a high-vis jacket. For Imperial China! What?
Job well done. Creeps wonders why Conehead has been flung 20 feet into the air, and Conehead...
Reddit was right! The Chinese suck!
Oh dear. Noctis calls them unoptimized bootlegs as they try to apologize, but Noctis is like, "Fuck off! Get him now!" Very well. Bomber deserts the conflict and goes to try and grab the book, but Purple stops him. Bomber tells Purple he's making a mistake.
But I'm just following orders.
Not gonna hold up in Nuremberg, Purple. Cherry arrives and he and Bomber have an explosion measuring contest resulting in...
Okay. 3, 2,
I really
1.
don't think that's a...
This conveniently flings the book out of Woody's hands and back into the hands of the hands. We then cut to
Dr. Edgar George Zomboss,
who was pissed off that he didn't do the one thing that they had to do. Instead just blew up his children multiple times. Bomber states that their master ordered them to attack, which Zomboss identifies as Noctis. Zomboss plans to have Noctis killed and then take his place. Then the episode ends. So this episode was a bit middling, to be honest. It's just a bunch of unfunny jokes, and then Zomboss arrives and it's like... The other three are also nothing characters. You will never be as iconic as such characters such as Duckus. Sorry.
It could be in this very room. It could be you. It could be me. It could even
be Imitator from Crazy Dave's
Twiddly Dinkies. Also, I like how the thumbnail is just a PNG of him over a washed out French flag. Zomboss demands that Hammer brings him the potato. Hammer knocks on a cabinet. What is it with characters in this series being shoved in furniture? Upon opening the door, it is revealed to be Bomber. Hammer gets really upset at this. However, the real Bomber appears behind him. So this is a cunning ruse by the Imitator. Imitator is a goofy comic relief character who has gone insane after being trapped alone for 10 years inside of a piece of furniture. For some reason his theme is a slowed down version of the intro theme. Why? Imitator is brought to meet with Zomboss, who states that if Imitator kills Noc-tense, he will be let free. Zomboss then states that if he tries to run off and do nothing, he will send hitmen after him. Imitator asks as to why he doesn't just send them.
Well, unfortunately, they're kind of crap.
Why would you say that to someone who you're threatening to send the same hitmen after? Cheap imitation, more like cheap intimidation, am I right? We then cut to Noctis, who is unveiling some sort of device. He wants Creeps to unveil it, but...
You could get someone with hands to do it.
Stop faking a disability to get out of work. It's very disrespectful and rude.
It is then revealed that Noctis has somehow captured one of Bill Cipher's cronies from that awful finale. Noctis says that he will make the guy use his demonic geometry powers to kill the plants. The shape declines, but Noctis says that it is reparations for his treatment in that episode due to his square race.
I got 4 sides as well.
So Noctis just lets him free out of shame.
Time to conquer Ireland for no particular reason. Goodbye, y'all.
Why is every character in this series so imperialistic? Oh, right.
We then cut to the plans.
You'll never guess what I just found.
A reason to live?
No!
Pea Shooter has found Imitator, who has been brought to the plant castle. Cactus is very angry at this and says that there can only be one foreigner in the castle. What? Why we got the Reform UK cactus over here? What? Imitator turns into Noctis. Plants are stupid and attempt to attack him, but Imitator turns into Squash, and Squash accuses him of being a witch.
Witch! Witch! He's a witch, but I ban him!
Imitator then goes on an unhinged rant about how he's better than everyone as he can be all of them and more. Imitator then tries to depose Woody, but Woody ain't letting that happen.
Now hold up there, Bessie.
Imitator then leaves. All seems well until, oh my god, its iconic character does bad things guy.
You are under arrest!
Imitator has framed Woody for heinous crimes.
Camera footage!
No, I'm Woody, and I love to steal from Tesco's. I love to get ham, and I love to eat ham from Tesco's. Bought and stolen, even though I didn't buy it, so it's stolen.
I like how that's Morrison's ham, it isn't even Tesco's ham. This is also the first depiction of alcohol in the series. Mr. Goodman then passionately makes out with Woody and takes him away to be incarcerated. The other plants then submit to Imitator instead of, fucking killing him. I know he can transform and that, but there's like 10 of you. There's so many plant characters, just fucking kill him.
Are you on my side? Because if you aren't, then, I hope you like prison.
Why does it play a stock dramatic effect that has never happened before? Never do that again. We then cut to Conehead walking in a random direction for some reason. Imitator is following him. Oh my god, stop. Imitator overpowers Conehead and transforms into him. Does this mean he can use Conehead's abilities of temporal manipulation? Most powerful fictional character. We then get this interaction.
Bonjour, fellow zombie. I have a note here for Call Conehead. I didn't know you were French. I speaks a bit of French myself. Really? Je m'appelle le basic. Give him the letter. You smell like bread!
Basic then goes on a downward existential spiral into the meaning of life and existence. Noctis receives the letter, and Imitator pretends that the plants are bored and want the zombies to florally assault them. So Noctis sends them to attack.
Get off my foot, you little cretin! Sorry, mate, I love feet.
Fair enough. Is there any point trying to comment on this? We cut back to Noctis.
Ah, what a beautiful day to be causing pointless conflict. Wouldn't you agree, Cruciality?
Noctis calls him a fish finger and runs away. Imitator turns into Polly and flies after him. Noctis encounters Woody, who has escaped from prison. Noctis and Woody partner up again to destroy that horrible potato.
That darn potato put me in jail. I had to fight my way through the bricking. Also, I got brutally attacked due to my sheriff status.
Then Noctis is captured by Polly. Woody places a pillow under Noctis so he doesn't smash all his bones upon impact. Imitator then turns into a variety of iconic PVZ plush characters and tries to kill them both. Then transforms into a never-before-seen plant. How exciting! Then he is booted across the jaw by Woody. Noctis taunts him, but he turns into a loaded gun. Luckily for Noctis' skull, he cannot pull his own trigger. Noctis laughs at him again.
I don't think you understand. I can become a powerful beast. I can...
Wait, he could just turn into Bill Cipher? What the barnacles?
There is nothing you can do to stop your inevitable death.
And then he turns into the god of death itself? What? Firstly, how does he know about this? How does he know about either of these? And then he fires a beam of death at them. So he has the abilities of the god of death as well. We might have a contender of a being that rivals the powers of Conehead. He can just turn into Conehead for a start, which we have seen, and has the abilities of everything.
It was a pleasure being your enemy, Noctis.
Luckily, the funny trapezium guy blocks the shot, which reveals to us that he has no soul, or maybe this guy ain't as powerful as he first appeared. Either way, funny trapezium then trolls him, saying that if Imitator transforms into Imitator, it will make him transcend reality. This is a cunning ruse, and instead, Imitator does this.
I've always known that this form is my most stunning. Am I God now?
What? No! What's happening? What am I doing? Stop! Stop this now! No! No! I will not be beaten! No! No! No!
I like how with every episode the plot just gets more and more just not understandable in the slightest.
Now that guy's a singularity and Ireland's destroyed. Today's been a good day. Well, goodbye, y'all.
Should we be worried about that?
Yes.
Thus ends the episode. The moral of the story is, don't put two-dimensional entities in cups, otherwise they won't save you from a potato taking the form of the embodiment of death itself.
Which hand of the witch hand will it be?
Seems like we're just going back to the goofy comic relief character of the week episodes, but I'm sure this one will be good because it has Duckus in the thumbnail. Let's go, Duckus.
I found the pencil of wishing.
Never mind, the pencil of wishing is back. Ugh.
Your sauna pencil once. Yeah, we've all had sexual encounters with stationery.
This is the first mention of pegging in the series. Noctis demands that Duckus wishes for the gem of the underneath, but Purple thinks it will cause some horrific side effect. Noctis then says he'll just make a wish to undo it, but...
One wish per day.
No, not this again. How are they gonna contradict it this time? Also, that isn't even the same pencil in the other episode. Noctis says to just wish for infinite wishes. Duckus is like,
Actually, don't do that, please.
Care to elaborate why? No, he doesn't. Why would he? The plot wouldn't happen if he did. So everyone then just inexplicably leaves, leaving Noctis alone with the pencil. I wonder what will happen.
I wish I had infinite wishes.
Wow, that's a shocker. I'm shocked. The pencil then starts emanating a foreboding green glow and starts flinging Noctis around like a rag doll. Noctis is then consumed by the light, and then this goofy looking zombie appears in front of him and is like,
I'm the witch.
It turns out that this zombie was trapped in the pencil. Why are so many characters in this series trapped in things? Trapped in a drawer, trapped in a wardrobe, trapped in an unrequited relationship, trapped in the pits of hell, trapped in a fucking piece of paper, and now trapped in a pencil. Can't wait for episode 45 where they find out there's been a little man living in Conehead's gaming setup. She states her name to be Mage. What happened to such iconic names such as Chaz Pompadom?
Name's Mage, but you can call me your best friend.
Noctis is like,
Shut up, loser. Give me my wishes.
but Mage is not at full power and must obtain the rest of Duckus' stationery set. But it's Dr. Edgar George Zombos. It is revealed that Mage is Zombos' sister, meaning that she's their auntie. Can't wait for the episode where we find Uncle Newspaper trapped in a skip outside of Greg's. Zombos is worried about the arrival of his sister and starts yapping to the goons about why this is a bad thing, but Mage turns around and reveals she knows Zob Bob is listening in, and then she starts threatening him.
Just know that I'm coming for you. You will pay for what you did to me. That was probably just coincidental schizophrenia.
This must be how people view like half the lines in this series. Zombos then calls an old friend of his.
Hi, Pledge. Smashing day for a smash, wouldn't you say? Are you coming on to me? No.
Squash is then hit with an ancient curse. Pea Shooter suggests that they hire a carer. I think I need a carer.
Mental sickness.
Getting him euthanized would be cheaper, you know.
That could also help with my situation. Zombos then calls Squash his greatest regret. I wonder what that could mean. Zombos gets Squash to rally up some plants to go and versus that zombie before she could do the thing that she's gonna do. We then cut to Noctis, who is standing next to a cup with random pencils in it. The plants jump him and Noctis asks them nicely to leave.
Begone, foul weed!
Duckus appears and is very angry at the fact that his aunt has been released. Noctis rightfully tells Duckus that, like, how the fuck does wishing for infinite wishes spawn a middle-aged zombie woman? Well, you see, she used a loophole because you wish for the infinite wishes and then this makes no sense.
I said sit down! Abracadabra bug!
She stuns them and starts yapping about her sad, sympathetic backstory. She reveals to us that it was Zombos who resurrected the zombies all those years ago from death. We then cut to a flashback as it is revealed she used some ancient doohickey rock thing to infuse magical gobbledygook into some pencils. Pea Shooter asks, why the fuck did you do this to a pencil? She says it's because they're color coded and she can draw funny pictures with them. She then makes the pencil of wishing, and instead of using it, she explains in detail her evil plan with Duckus in earshot. Good job. Duckus then steals it and...
If you had the pencil of wishing, couldn't you just wish for...
You can only use the pencil of wishing once per day.
No one used it though, what are you talking about?
Jinx! How about I show you a proper jinx? Pencil of jinxing. Abracadoodlebug. Nothing even up.
Back in the flashback, Duckus is then shot by a blue PNG and the pencil gets launched 20 foot in the air and no one can find it. Basic then finds it and we get this stunning piece of cinema.
I wish you would go away. Abracadoodlebug.
I like how he wished for her to go away, but that made her literally get as close to the thing, wishing her away as possible. Peak writing. It is then revealed that she had slight control over the wishes made by the pencil of wishing and caused Purple to go to the horrific, nightmarish realm from episode 33. Purple overhears this and he's not very happy. He threatens to send Mage to that place, but she's like,
Loser, one wish per day. Even though I thought the whole point of the episode
was Noctis wishing for infinite wishes. I don't get it. This episode, it just hurts my small, feeble mind, and I'm the one who made it. I willed this into existence. This is my fault. Duckus then shoots her and she gets really mad. She reveals that the zombies left her husband to die or something. That's certainly a piece of information to withhold from the characters. Duckus asks Mage what she's yammering on about, and she says that her husband was never resurrected, which is why she's pissed at Zogbog. Zombos overhears her and calls out this blatant misinformation.
Your husband's still with you, Mage.
And then I shit you not.
I'm sorry. What? My husband. Oh, wish I had a husband.
The fucking Azrael theme from Undertale starts playing and she's like, I'm sorry guys. What? And of course, she subtly removes the pencil of wishing from the plot by fucking launching it into oblivion for the third time, might I add. Then this happens.
What the? It's happening again! It's those bunnies! You're my husband?
What? Why is Squash her husband? This means that Squash is the zombie's uncle. Squash used to be a person that Zombos experimented on and got turned into a plant and had all his memories of his past life removed. This presumably applies to all of the other plants too. They all used to be people whose lives were stolen from them in horrific experiments. I guess the Azrael theme makes sense with the whole experiment turning a person into a plant thing. Squash then suddenly remembers and is like,
it's time to move on, my darling. The crash was 10 years ago. Squash? Well, best be off. Come on, chaps. Off we go.
And then he forgores again.
Dementia.
Mage also leaves. Squash then arrives at the castle.
So, partners, did you do whatever you did?
And I'm married anyway.
Sunflower interrupts this by revealing that the gem of the underneath has turned purple. Oh no. The actual reason the gem turned purple is because I lost the red one, so I worked it into the plot instead. And the episode ended. Lots of intriguing lore and world building this episode. Squash is canonically married, the zombies trap their aunt in a stick, and Zombos should be tried for crimes against humanity. Woody being in this pose just flung into this nightmarish vortex is so funny to me. I don't know why. This episode marks the end of the consistent uploads for PvZ Plush. This is because I got into a relationship at this point. I only bring this up because I find it really funny that the second I felt the touch of a woman, I rapidly lost interest in making PvZ Plush videos. Anyway, the plants are all distressed because the gem of the underneath turned purple. P-Shooter is tired, probably because he had to sit through 45 episodes of PvZ Plush.
Yeah, I'm kinda tired as well.
Wanna share a bed?
What a sad, strange little creature. We cut to the zombies, and Purple is also EP. There's only 5 left after this one, Purple, just hang in there. More characters start falling asleep. Sleepless Dream. More like sleep.
By Jove, it's a bunny Jewish sleeper agent.
That is not what that means, you deluded pensioner.
Hello, recruiting.
What has caused this? I thought P-Shooter playing Battle for Neighborville earlier.
Damn, I really loved throwing shade at Battle for Neighborville during this series. That wretched lifeform Split P blames the zombies for this, proving his bigotry transcends the realm of the living. The zombombies are trying to figure out why this affliction has bewitched the purple zombie, but are also bigoted and blame the plants. You can see where this is going. Squash and Noctis blame each other but realize that this isn't the case, so conclude that for everyone's interests, they must
You and I could
work together. With all the plants and zombies now together, they theorize that a third party may have done this. Well, yeah, duh. We then get this really ominous, foreboding shot. All of the characters wake up in this darkened version of the surrounding area. They immediately work out that this is a dream.
I haven't had a dream since I sold my soul.
Everyone is surprisingly calm, but Woody is just not... he's just not having a good time.
All of you? You need to get behind me now.
Why'd you always want us to get behind you? You're weird.
Just do it now! Carl, who woke you up wrong?
You will never wake up. That's right. It's that. Frederick.
I killed all of you, but then this jackass came and ruined all of my work.
It sounds a lot more emotive in this episode, which kind of defeats the point. Like, it should not be a goofy comic relief character. It is literally the god of death. More like the death of comedy, because it calls Purple a jackass for aborting the timeline where he won. Imagine being haunted by an apparition of death in your nightmares and it just starts insulting you. I like how Conehead's gaming setup is present in this dream world. Do you think Frederick uses it to express its political views on Twitter? Look, all I'm saying is that Frederick would not be pro-life, just be arguing with the blue checkmark people, and instead of providing an argument would just type "silence, dust of death." And then whoever they'd argue with would just turn into a pile of ash. Frederick explains that the reason that they're all here is because they've all wronged it before. Purple did that thing. Woody constantly guards the gem of the underneath, and apparently the events of the Sockman episode were enough to get P-Shooter, Sunflower, and Shigwe on Frederick's list of torment.
Kind stranger.
Oh god, Frederick's a Redditor as well. Please comment down below if you've ever seen the Lord God of Death in a Reddit thread.
Can we go now?
I like how non-threatened the characters are, despite being in the presence of the literal embodiment of death and entropy. Frederick's plan is to trap them in a constant state of sleep until they starve to death. Then it will extract their souls and letting it bring more people into this realm until it has killed all life in the universe. It is implied that the gem of the underneath is being used to do this somehow, which is why it's purple now. Purple states that he doesn't need food or water, so Frederick says he will spend eternity here. Sorry, Purple. Eternity in the nightmare realm for you. P-Shooter, who again isn't that all phased by this, is just like, oh, you guys want to talk or something? Frederick is confused but then starts venting about his job. It's the end of all things. We then cut back to the realm of the living. Creeps asks anyone else if they feel tired.
Sleep is for the weak, which I prey on. Prey on a weak? You can't eat time. Yeah, you can.
The second Frederick sucks Conehead into the dream realm, it's just done. It is not surviving Conehead. We then cut back to the dream. Frederick is slumped in a depressive state, venting about how the Mayans set it an unrealistic deadline of 2012.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I haven't really been happy since then.
Oh, that's so true, Pichu. All whimsy in the world died that year. Frederick then plans to torture them, but has a comically bad understanding of what torture is due to not understanding anything about living things. Woody tells Frederick to leave the others alone. Frederick is like, but it does nothing because this is a dream. Frederick then comes up with a cunning plan to psychologically torture them instead. Shigwe asks for sociological torture?
Time to insult you based on social capability. You are feeble at getting an appropriate love partner.
I'm married.
Want to hear a fun fact about marriage? No. The best case scenario for a marriage is death itself.
Okay. It is just really, really funny how utterly unfazed they are. It's just been through so much shit. They're all just husks of people at this point. Living in the PVZ plush world would do that to a man. Cherry concludes that the purpleness of the gem of the underneath is related to this. Creeps then has a new doohickey.
I've got the dream analyzation device.
The dream analyzation what?
This device will allow me to... It's a roll-off tape! Creeps built it because Picky was listening to rap music and Creeps thought he was possessed. Creeps states that their consciousnesses have been transferred inside of the gem and there is an unknown entity within. Ooh. We then cut to Frederick torturing people. Shigwe is tortured by putting price tags in a high area. Pichu and Sunflower being tortured by being forced to go on a date.
Your disgusting pre-procreation banquets.
What a horrible sentence. Sunflower actually says yes to going out of Pichu. I guess the god of death and entropy makes a good wingman. Purple and Woody are just shoved in the corner as boredom is the worst form of torture. Woody realizes that if Purple wasn't there, Frederick would have obliterated all life in the universe, so he thanks Purple for being a massive fuck-up and dropping all of the seed packets. Frederick interrupts them, telling them to shut up.
This is a nightmare, you idiot! Literally anything could happen. See, look, watch this. See, look! I made a penguin appear!
Why?
I killed it for no reason!
Justice for the PVZ plush penguin. Woody wants the penguin back, and it reappears. Let's go. Purple is confused and then realizes that, oh, dream logic, guys, and then...
I've seen the other 44 episodes, and you two aren't fond of each other! Just reject him!
Also, I like how this confirms that Frederick has sat down and watched PVZ plush. No wonder why it wants to wipe out all life on Earth. The others then follow suit.
Bible!
Religion!
More evidence of Frederick being a Reddit atheist. Frederick gets really pissed off and does this. Frederick brings back every single previous major villain across the entire series. What a rogues gallery. We got Sully, Yoshi, Shrek Ears, the IRS Dragon, the Jester, Squash's wife, Imitator, Zombos, Baba Z. I like how Conan is just here.
Bazinga.
Loads of Creeps' devices. And him. Oh, why is he back? Even Frederick wants him gone.
Not this guy.
What's up, Frederick, my Nedrick?
I have no idea where this cutout of Bill's cipher is, but I can assure you the second I get my hands on it, it's getting put in the paper shredder. The guys then use their newfound dream abilities to utterly annihilate all of these fake dream illusions.
Rainbow power.
Rainbow power?
I have no idea.
Why is Hopes and Dreams playing? Can't wait for episode 46 where Oseus returns and it just plays Bones Trousel on repeat. Yoshi and Imitator are hit by the woke mind fires. Fuck does woke even mean?
Atomic bombs!
What the hell, Purple? Pull your trousers up. Woody hits Zombos and Conehead with moisturizer. Conehead comments on why Zombos's hair looks like that. The out-of-universe reason is because the other Zombos plush available looks like this. The in-universe reason is midlife crisis. We then cut to Sunflower beating the dinosaur robot with a stick before she realizes she can just imagine her way out of the dream. Frederick is utterly flabbergasted as they all transcend back to normal reality.
You think this is the end? You think it is some kind of joke? I am not to be taken in light regard. We'll meet again. I don't know where. I don't know when.
But I know we'll meet again some sunny day.
My god, shut up. The characters all wake up.
Purple, I thought I lost you.
God Noctis, save some men for the rest of us. My man's building up the PVZ plush male harem.
Well, I'm going to therapy. Goodbye, everyone.
The gem is still purple. I still haven't found the red one. It's just gone.
So, Purple, what did you dream about? Death.
And the episode ends. I feel like Frederick wasn't treated as a big enough threat. All the characters were just like, yeah, that's just the ancient embodiment of death, hell-bent on the eradication of all life. Also, 5 left, yes! Set me free.
Shut your mouth, you mediocre.
At least I'm being honest about the quality of this episode. Actually, an episode centered on both Basic and Duckus. How can this not be peak cinema? We start the episode with Creeps showing off one of his iconic devices.
Brace yourselves, for this is the most dangerous weapon I or anyone else has or will have ever crafted.
An Uno reverse card?
That's actually the least funny thing ever done.
Basic really got the whole squad laughing with that one, and then Noctis sent him to the unfunny corner.
Oh, nuts. I think I broke my spine.
So the thing Creeps made is a Wii remote.
This is the evil remote. It's a remote and it's evil.
The Wii remote can lift anyone and anything out of the way. So it's basically just the Gary's Mod physics gun. Creeps plans to fling the plants with it so the zombies can just yoink the gem. Duckus compares it to a shovel.
Yes, just compare the technological marvel to a shovel and not a highly revolutionary device.
A highly revolutionary what? Noctis tells Duckus to stop yapping that trap. Duckus then calls Noctis a moody bitch and then gets sent to the same corner as Basic.
How dare you! You know you're on thin ice after that report of sexual misconduct from the pencil sharpener. Now go to the unfunny corner with bass drop. You damn well know that sharpener is coming on to me.
What? Why is this line in the episode?
What's up?
Creeps test the device on Scurvy.
What did I do?
Nothing. You do literally nothing.
Speaking of doing literally nothing, the contraption also does nothing. Because Creeps doesn't have batteries, so Duckus and Basic are sent to the shop to go get batteries. Wow. We then get this amazing transition and we cut to them walking.
So, Duckus, what? How's your day been? It's 9 AM, there hasn't really been a day. Oh, sorry, I was just trying to make conversation. It's okay, What's the weather like? Clear. What time is it? I just said it's around 9 AM. How's your day been? Would you shut up?
Duckus is such a grump. He calls the small talk unfulfilling.
It's unfulfilling! Local parents' marriage.
They then get jumped by the fucking elephant guy from episode 9. Why is he being brought back now? Who is going to remember this?
Name's Dare Boy. Dare with a D&A. D-A? What, like deviant art? You do look a bit fat.
Basic then calls him David Bowie. He smells money. Basic says that it's probably from the money that they have. And then the elephant assembles his squad of goons and delinquents. It's the goofy comic relief character who states to have dropped out of school and joined a gang.
I failed college because I dropped out to make music, but that didn't work, so now I'm part of a gang.
Spoken like a true Englishman, we get a shark, a bird, a lizard, just such iconic characters. Basic references Shrek 3 and the elephant is saddened by this. Duckus then turns him into a duck, which makes him happy, and they leave.
Most comprehensible PVZ plush.
Duckus yells at him for saying that they have money. Basic says he couldn't lie because it's wrong. Duckus reminds him that they day by day harass and try to rob a middle-aged man. Basic asks why Noctis wants to rock anyway.
There's some sort of barrier between here and the underneath, and he needs a gem to break it. Hang on a minute, I thought you needed 7 human souls to break the barrier.
That's actually so true, Basic. Duckus yells at him and Basic starts describing his alternate universe.
Would you think that'd be a good AU though? I mean, I could be Sans, you could be Papyrus because we're brothers. Can you just shut up? And Noctis could be Asgore because he's the leader of us, and then Creeps could be Toriel because they're in like some weird homoerotic relation. Just shut up!
What is happening right now?
Yoshi appears.
The group!
And is like, ooh, I am the Yoshi. Basic asks for directions to the shop, but he is the great and powerful Yoshi, so they must answer 3 riddles.
What has a mouth but cannot scream? A fish? What? Have you ever heard a fish scream? Foolish zombie, the correct answer was me, as it was a cry for help due to my immensely deteriorating mental state.
This is striving commentary about how I've just completely gone insane. Like, there is no semblance of sanity left.
They then end up in this random ass place and...
I wonder what wacky and zany characters we'll meet next.
What did he just say?
We then cut to Fume Shroom with a Goomba.
Is that guy even a mushroom?
He's brown and phallic, he is good enough for me.
What a description. He has a comically large stick with a pointing finger at the end for some reason. The Goomba states to be getting back at his mother for stealing his Xbox, so he joins a cult. Okay. Fume Shroom says it's not a cult, and then lists the exact definition of what a cult is.
What religion is this?
It is Shroomism, the belief that mushrooms are the supreme life form.
It's just racial supremacy. Really adds to Fume Shroom's character. Fume Shroom then states his hatred of the Protestants. Why are there a shitload of SpongeBob stickers in the background? The Goomba wishes to be initiated, so Fume Shroom asks for a lung. However, this is a trick, as mushrooms don't have lungs, so the Goomba is banned. Duckus and Basic also leave.
Well, I'm all alone.
We are now at the Shigwe store. However, Shigwe refuses to sell them the batteries.
Yeah, so do you have any AA batteries we can buy?
No. Because he fucking hates the zombies for all of the horrible things they've put him through over the course of this series.
Then you're losing potential business.
Yes, that also means I'm losing potential criminal charges for assisting domestic terrorist organizations.
That's so true. Noctis is the leader of a terrorist organization. Basic then out of nowhere says this.
You look kind of like a gnome.
This would have led into a twist where Shigwe would be revealed to be Rux from Garden Warfare 2, but the series ended before that happened, thank God.
Take the batteries and leave me alone.
Okay, pleasure doing business with you, sir.
On second thoughts, I could just kill you.
Well, we're leaving, come on, Basic. Bye, Mr. Gnome.
Fun fact, guys, if you speed this up, it plays the no infinity times the world.
Duckus gives Creeps the batteries. Basic tells Creeps the mediocre at best adventure they went on and...
Wow, Basic! I didn't know I could ever care so little for something.
The episode doesn't end because...
We need to end on a joke. What, like a clown committing suicide? Just go to the unfunny corner, Basic.
That's so true, Noctis. Send that man back to the corner. That was an episode. It was actually somewhat funny this time. See what happens when you just have shenanigans instead of nonsense shit plots like, and then there was the witch who was in the pencil and made the pencils magic, and then the zombies put her in the pencils. She was evil, and then Dr. Zombos is her brother, and the witch is released, and then the squash is her husband, and then she leaves, and then the plants used to be people. Need me more wacky situations. But there's only 4 episodes left, so might not be getting any of those anymore.
Quiet, you slimy glob of rubbery repulsiveness!
Finally, the best character in the entire BBC series.
The sludge.
So we start off at the plant's base, with Woody guarding the gem of the underneath. Never mind. I like how you can see a thin line of sellotape. Creeps is using the device from the last episode to yoink the gem of the underneath. Woody orders Pea Shooter to shoot it down, but he sucks and misses all of his shots. Idiot! However, Fume Shroom is better than Pea Shooter, so immediately hits it with his gloop, but it does nothing. Creeps obtains the gem of the underneath and it just looks like a lump of miscoloured excrement. Noctis is kerfuddled at the sludge. It then starts moving. Yeah, I composed a custom theme for this fucking thing. Why? Stick to modding GW2. Actually don't, it's awful. I hate modding Garden Warfare 2. Stop asking me to do it. Noctis attempts to get it back, but...
Get your vile, limited lifespan hands off of me.
This confuses and bemuses Noctis. The goop then communicates with Woody. I like how it has to be on this little platform thing, otherwise it'd stain the carpet.
What? None of you remember me?
Are you Shigwe?
Fume Shroom appears and is all like,
"What in the name of the mushroom gods is going on here?"
Why are you upside down? Please refer to episode 5.
I've seen that, and I never want to see it again.
He calls the gloop his son, which confuses the funny little sludge creature. He states that he will nurture and care for it, which the gloop has never experienced before. Noctis tells the gloop it should jump into the underneath pit. Why is it always so out of focus? The camera just doesn't pick up on it being a tangible thing. Noctis gets the zombies to Floral Assault the gloop. Basic questions Noctis' decision to attack a ball of slime powered by an unholy ancient artifact, so just decides to attack Fume Shroom instead.
You dare lay a single finger on him?
Sorry. So the gloop just starts shooting fucking beams of death at Basic. Basic then says, and I quote, "Run, lads. The Play-Doh has turned into a yandery." Also, we get the iconic return of the random-ass Shrek stickers in the background. I like how Creeps just doesn't run. Creeps has just grown numb to these shenanigans at this point. Fume Shroom congratulates his new son on beaming the zombies to death. Woody asks the gloop what it is. It's the gem of the underneath, which has possessed the goop and used it as a vessel. Then the gem laughs maniacally. Fume Shroom tries to convert the gem of the underneath to his religion, but the gem knows the true nature of this horrible world, but doesn't tell Fume Shroom the horrifying nature of existence. We then cut to Noctis.
Now then, any ideas on how we can defeat a rock? Can we just wait until we get signed up for another movie?
You know, that's actually the least funny thing you've ever done.
Noctis calls the gloop disgusting purple reproductive material. Noctis comes to the realization that the gem of the underneath must be possessing the gloop.
Wasn't that implied?
Shut up, parking meter! Your head is shaped like a ball!
So the plan to battle an entity that has the ability to wipe out all matter in the universe is to wipe it down with a tissue.
What's it like being an abomination of nature?
Throwing stones in your glass house there, Pea Shooter. The gloop does not take lightly to being called an abomination and charges up a death ray.
Gloopy, no, do not attempt to blast Pea Shooter out of this realm of existence.
Fine, I spare your pitiful existence.
That's a bummer.
The gloop is then initiated into Fume Shroom's religion, but mentions the existence of the actual gods of this world, which angers Fume Shroom and he beats him with a stick. We then cut to the zombies harassing the plants with tissues.
Hold still so I can clean you. The only thing that needs cleaning is the sins from your tainted souls.
I tell you what, the amount of sins dirtying up Conehead's soul would require an industrial drainage system to get rid of. Squash tells Conehead to stop rubbing his melons.
Stop rubbing my melons, you scoundrel. Oh, gets it. It's funny. Adult humour. That's my least favourite kind of humour.
Why are we regressing back to the shitty fucking season 1 humour? Get out of here, and he should have learned to be funny by now. The gloop is now stuck to the stick, but in the chaos some of it got on the Shroomnomicon. Fume Shroom blames the gloop for this. What a horrid father. He calls the gloop an accident.
I accidentally birthed you into this world, and I'll make it look like an accident when I take you out of it.
Jesus Christ, calm down, Fume Shroom. The Gloop is understandably upset about being called an accident. He then rips out a page of Fume Troom's funny book and blasts it with the force of an atom bomb. This is truly what everyone should strive to achieve on the daily.
No video games for 1 week.
No.
What was that horrifying scream?
I will burn everything you hold dear to your heart.
Am I one of those things? No.
Oh. Pea-shooter just peck it in. It is not happening. Just stop. He then shoots them with the beam that disables their nervous system and paralyzes them.
What? You cured them?
Nah, he just paralyzes for the rest of our lives.
Fucking hell. He states that he will make them all feel how he once felt, unable to move or speak, but fully conscious. We then cut to more shenanigans from the plants or zombies, who apparently didn't hear or see the gem, screaming in agony. Creeps then uses the Gmod physics gun again on Squash, but the gem shoots it.
Oh, come on!
Would you all just shut up? Just all of you, shut up.
Did you just throw a cloth at me?
Yeah!
The Gloop recognizes Scurvy from when he puppeted his body in that one episode.
How can you possibly forget me? I am a being of pure chaos and destruction.
We get one of those like every other week.
It is really funny how just completely apathetic and jaded all of the characters are to just all of the horrific entities that torment them all of the time. Kinda then angers the gem.
Wait, I remember you. You're that guy who was angry for literally no reason.
No reason? No reason?
No reason.
Most mentally stable PVZ plush character.
I will tell you the reason.
2 million.
Please. He then tries to sing his backstory, but thankfully there is kindness in this world and the other characters tell him not to. So he just tells the story about his creation. The guys from episode 41 show up and buy a clump of rock that will soon become the gem of the underneath. And then they make it sentient for literally no reason, and then they cast it into the universe. The gem is then forced to endure untold eons of anguish as he sits there, ending up in the possession of cavemen, buried with an Egyptian pharaoh, present at the Last Supper, and then in a museum before being handed to Woody. That scene would have been so much more funnier if Conrad was just lazily photoshopped into every single one of those images. He then scolds Noctis for being awful at stealing him, stating to have once been stolen by a squirrel. He asks Scurvy how it feels to be a rock.
It was panicky at first, but it felt kind of cozy after a while.
What? What kind of cozy?
Felt kind of nice to get away from everything for a bit and just have a nice...
That's enough! I like all of you! And kill you and be frozen for all eternity!
He then goes fucking insane and starts paralyzing everyone. Noctis uses Picky as a meat shield, but then in the next scene the beam just goes through him and creeps, so I guess Picky was just built different. Fume Troom appears and is like, I'm sorry, please forgive me, my boy, but the Gloop ain't having none of it and starts blasting again. He looks like a scrotum. Then he tries to blast Fume Troom with his patented death ray. The Gloop then realizes that maybe the reason no one ever spoke to him is because he's an insane loon with a death ray, stating that Fume Troom is the only person to have ever cared about him in his own god-awful way. Everyone is unparalyzed.
Noctis?
Yes?
You are a twat.
And Scurvy comes along and fucking decapitates the Gloop, reverting him back into an inanimate object. Fume Troom reactivates him, and the Gloop is like, no, he was right, I'm cringe, I'm a threat to national security, no. And then he is made unalive again. We then get the final scene of the episode where it is revealed that every night Fume Troom now makes the gem come alive and they talk about things. What a wholesome ending. So that was Attack of the Gloop, where the PVZ plushes are attacked by the Gloop.
Where did Zombos go? He's just been absent from like most of these episodes. What's he up to?
magnets? How do they work?
Finally, my favourite Plants vs. Zombies episode, a film from 1987 starring Michael Douglas.
Whoa guys, it's Magnet Shroom from Plants vs. Zombies, The Fog. This is a reference to the fact that the fog of cancellation is rapidly approaching these doomed souls of the PvZ plush world, as after this episode, only 2 more left. The episode starts with all of the zombies being dead after a failed scheme from Noc-tense, but the purple zombie himself is still alive and kicking, so maybe he'll be able to, well, yeah, no, he just gets blown up and what? Drops another seed packet. How? How do you still have them? Just think for a second how many times this man has been blown up, shot at, and beaten all throughout the series, and throughout all of this seed packet somehow remains intact in his pocket of his shoddily made shorts. This seed packet has somehow survived the eradication of all existence twice. Why do you still have them on you? Can't you just burn them or something, you dumb idiot? Noc-tense is also, justifiably might I add, enraged and confused by this.
What? How? I've checked all my pockets, there are none.
Well, you see, I have a very cunning solution to this Where are the clothes?
I don't have any other clothes.
Then don't be poor.
The seed packet is opened, which reveals Magnet Shroom. Magnet Shroom is a goofy comic relief, yada yada, I don't care. Fume Shroom is like, wow, a mushroom, that's like me, I'm a mushroom, wow, we should kiss. Goldie also knows Magnet Shroom, so I guess this stupid little flower that has had no screen time throughout the entire series can do something now. Fume Shroom then starts telling everyone his interpretation of the story of creation.
13.7 billion years ago, there was nothing. Then, there was something. A computer with Amazon one day instant.
What? Is this a joke? What next? You gonna show me some magic healing crystal or something?
This here's a gem in the under.
What's next? You're gonna show me some sort of gem of the under?
Woody has also apparently set up a lore document to catch the new recruits up on the horrors that have befallen them. Yes, this scrolling Google document is in the episode. Oh yeah, there was going to be a movie, but I scrapped it, lol. I remember nothing about the plot. I think there was going to be like a yellow Pikmin, and then Osseous would show up and have a redemption arc. It doesn't matter. Aborted timeline. The color yellow is not real. Magnet Shroom is traumatized by this and needs a minute to compose himself. We cut back to Creeps, who thinks Magnet Shroom is a horseshoe. Picky calls him a fucking idiot, and the zombies are relieved to know that this is just a Magnet Shroom, as this doesn't really affect them. Well, all except one zombie, however. Bucket is not happy and starts weeping.
What? A magnet shroom? No, he will take my bucket. It's not safe. No! Oh, calm down, Boko no Pico.
What? Why? Why would you... What? Why? Why? Why would you say that? Why? Why? Wintermelon then says he manufactures illegal drugs, and Magnet Shroom demonstrates his abilities.
Right, so now your bucket's completely covering your face, with literally no way of it ever coming off. You are now safe.
Yay, I'm blind.
Magnet Shroom reels in the bucket, but...
They're still using buckets?
That's not just a bucket, that's Bucket's bucket, with Bucket inside the bucket.
What?
The camera zooms into Bucket's head, and the magnet starts to fucking alter his brain somehow, which is shown to us by this kaleidoscope gif.
Your insolence will be your undoing.
Bucket is now well spoken and starts single-handedly annihilating all of the plants. However, Squash quickly puts an end to this reign of tyranny.
Another problem solved by smashing.
He then takes out Split Pea, Cherry, Cactus, Starfruit, and even Woody, and demands the gem of the underneath.
Never find a gem.
Sure, Gloopy, do you?
Finally.
Oh, I might get away from that rock.
He then leaves, showing mercy to the remaining plants, as it is not necessary to kill them. What a good sport. Let's all strive to be like Bucket. However, he kidnaps Goldie to keep Magnet Shroom in line.
Sorry I'm late, guys. I was crying in the bath. Oh, everyone's dead but me.
Bucket arrives back at the base, which excites Noctis as he finally has the gem of the underneath. But then, of course, Bucket demands a change in management.
I disagree!
Your opinion is of no interest to me.
Oh no, he's become a Discord user.
I will give you one more chance. Leave.
Poor Noctis just can't get a win. Bucket then plans to use the gem of the underneath to start a new empire of zombies.
I already created the Roman Empire. Let's see you beat my high score.
You're such a horrible entity. Purple suggests that instead of conquering the entire Earth, they start with something a bit smaller. So Bucket wants the zombies to construct a giant throne. Magnet Shroom attempts to get the plants to resurrect out of the seed packets, but it doesn't work. Woody then tells Magnet Shroom to use Goldie to resurrect the plants as she's a flower before going unconscious. The only way Goldie is helping revive them is by paying off the medical bills. Noctis then falls from the heavens. Noctis then starts having a monologue to himself about considering partnering up with the plants. He then calls Wally a
sad little suicide statistic.
And Magnet Shroom questions as to why they would ever help stabilize the politics of their enemies. Wally brings out the fucking lore document again, and this every time the plants have partnered up with the zombies. Noctis then vents about how people only watch the channel for Garden Warfare 2 mods. Can't believe no one wants to watch a grown man screaming whilst waving plush toys around. Magnet Shroom says that they have worked together on 12 separate occasions, truly proving that the real gem of the underneath was the friends we made along the way. We then cut back to Bucket, who is sitting on a chair with a stick with the gem of the underneath taped to it. Basic then says that apparently during this period Bucket was beating and whipping the zombies to make them work faster. He also apparently crushed Purple under a big brick, so the zombies are getting quite annoyed at this new Bucket. Picky calls for a revolt, and for a revolt! Adorable. Wait, what? He could just do that normally? Why hasn't Woody been doing that?
Woody, I demand the gem of the under.
Basic then just steals the gem of the underneath, but he just gets slapped. Polly drops Scurvy onto Bucket and they have a fist fight, but Scurvy instantly loses. Most useful Scurvy inclusion. Purple attempts to fight Bucket, but obviously loses because he's built like a sack. Magnet Shroom arrives and Bucket instantly attempts to kill Goldie, but Goldie is rescued by Ducky Wacky. Magnet Shroom steals his bucket, unleashing the Wally. Then Wally just smacks him in the head, and Magnet Shroom does the thing again, and it reverts him back to his brainlet form.
Yay! I'm blissfully ignorant. Do. Ah, yes, another problem solved by me.
You didn't do anything.
Oh, but you did, and now I am in What? Look at me, I have a nose. I'm finally accepted by society. Wait, give me that back! Yeah! Oh.
You know, you could have, like, just run after him. Right, I mean, you didn't even have to run. You could have just walked, like, moderately fast, and you would have caught...
Shut up! Shut up! Move that chair, I don't like it.
Goldie then attempts to revive Sunflower, but does this instead. But then she does it correctly, and they're all alive. Yay, whoopoo, woohoo, yippee, how, woohoo. Woody also wakes up, yay, and then they foreshadow the movie that never happened. Shame on you. That attraction sure was fatal, but alas, the end is rapidly approaching.
And Romeo and Juliet is the story of Romeo and Juliet told through the world of garden warfare.
Alright, so before I actually talk about this episode, there was actually like a separate sub-series where they go back to school for some reason between this and the last episode. I mean, it wasn't really a sub-series, it was one episode before I realized that this was a stupid idea. Not much happens in it. I guess iconic character Chef Pennsylvania appears again, and is basically just a better version of episode 9. Noctis becomes the teacher because he was incarcerated for his crimes off screen. Pickle Rick appears. Yeah, anyway, I can't be asked to dedicate a full video to this, and I'm only mentioning it because it technically ties into the plot of this episode. Anyway, 24 minutes! You're really killing me here. Oh, and there are love hearts in the thumbnail, so of course this video has a much higher amount of views than the other ones. Also, this is a parody of Romeo and Juliet. Just what I want from the second to last episode of the entire series. Anyway, the episode starts as normal, but Noctis fucking destroys the intro, proving how powerful he has become. Oh, and I got a new wardrobe, so now their base is just a tiny little stretch of nothing. He'll start complaining about the skull. Conehead oddly enjoys it.
Personally, I enjoyed it. That's because you're mentally ill.
Bucket suggests they blow it up, but Noctis is like,
instead of an actual bomb, why not a review bomb?
And they spam 1-star reviews. It is not explained if this works or not, but due to the fact that this episode was never followed up, I guess it did. Conehead then says he has to meet someone, and Basic and Duckus follow him, as they believe that Conehead is unworthy of friendship, so must have some ulterior motive.
Can I come? No. I came anyway.
Basic theorizes that he's on a date, and Duckus agrees, but then a new goofy comic relief character appears, Blover. Duckus exclaims in fear, which alerts Conehead. Duckus is mortified at the revelation of Conehead dating a plant.
She's not a part of that group, she just goes to school with us. So she's a minor? That's even worse!
Well, that's certainly a direction to take in this episode. But if you remember the school episode, the only reason that they are forced to go to school is because when the plants were forcefully removed from their human bodies, and when the zombies were forcefully removed from their death, this reset their ages, so Conehead is not a nonce. This is thankfully not the direction we're taking this episode. Conehead may be an interdimensional tyrant from the dawn of time, but he understands the age of consent. Although the fact that I have to explain this in this detail probably means I shouldn't have done this plot in the first place. Anyway, Conehead is like,
actually, she's one of the good ones.
But then Blover says she got a job opportunity guarding the gem of the underneath. Womp womp womp. No love for you, Conehead. You simply do not deserve it.
Is there a problem? Yes, there's a problem because we are what you're defending it from. Uh-oh, this sure is a wacky turn of events.
Conehead begs Duckus and Basic to not say anything.
Would you do it for a Scooby snack? Conehead, those are painkillers.
Duckus agrees to not say anything because he wants to see Conehead suffer when it blows up in his face. Basic.
I don't care.
Blover arrives at the castle and gets to experience the sheer lunacy of the plants firsthand.
I'm being quirky and random.
Squash is having a party, which is a plot point now, and Yoshi overhears it and he's like, "Oh, goo, 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 I will crash it because it's funny." Squash then sells Blover to Shigwe for marriage.
What? You can't do that!
Don't worry, I don't actually like you in any way. It's only so that I can exploit some loopholes involving taxes.
What? Shigwe wants to exploit tax loopholes with multiple brides, and in return, I guess he gives them, like, military armaments? I don't know. Just what we needed. Another cucking episode. We then cut to the zombies sitting on a big fan. Conehead is fawning over Blover like an utter cretin, much to the disgust of Duckus and Basic.
Ah, that's just love for you. Burning passion. More like burning at the stake for hedonism.
That's so true, Basic. Yoshi flies in and takes out the fan and invites them to the party for some reason.
It will be funny.
Conehead wants to go because Blover will be there, but Duckus is like, actually, we will get shot on the spot. They wear fucking COVID masks to hide their identities, which really goes to show when this episode was made. So they're in the party and it's just completely dead. No one is moving. Yoshi asks Conehead for money to buy a drink so he can succumb to alcoholism.
Okay, here's 50p. Please pay me back.
50p for a drink. I wish we lived in that sort of economy. But uh-oh.
Hang on a minute, I recognise them shoes. What there's zombies among us.
Again, really can tell when this episode was made. Woody just doesn't care the zombies are here. Conehead learns of this arranged marriage and is upset. Yoshi learns they are a couple and is surprisingly okay with it.
Hello, are you a zombie? Yes.
Then we cut to the fan again and Conehead is venting about the arranged marriage. Yoshi suggests that Conehead marries Blover first because women don't have rights in the PvZ Plush world apparently. Blover meets up with Conehead and agrees. We then cut to Fume Shroom officiating the marriage because he doesn't care either.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may not kiss the bride because I despise public displays of affection.
He then says if a mushroom were to marry a non-mushroom, he would brutally killed him. What a wholesome guy. They then go back to that fucking fan and Blover goes back to her job. Yoshi has found another party to crash.
Funeral.
Basic then states that maybe he could get married this time and is very excited by this prospect, but uh-oh.
Oi you, who the bloody hell do you think you are?
Basic.
That's a bloody watch.
He pulls out a gun and then...
Foolish plants. You dare...
So Yoshi is just dead. He dies. He's gone. Coneo is enraged by this, as Yoshi was the only one to not judge him. Also...
Hang on a minute, if he's dead, how can he pay you back for that drink?
You got a problem with me, mate? Oi, you can't...
Then he arrives and banishes Conehead for murder, which he has the authority to do apparently. Coneo has just been so nerfed in this season. Like, why does he care what anyone thinks? Just turn them into a commemorative mug or something. That is probably something that you could, like, do. Anyway, Coneo and Blover say their goodbyes, and Coneo goes to live with,
oh my god, it's Cheers Pompadom.
He says Conehead's new name is Maurice Pompadom. What an iconic PvZ character. We then cut to the plants. Blover leaves and asks Fume Shroom for help. Fume Shroom gives Blover a sinister potion that puts her to sleep and make the other plants think she died. Squash then finds her unconscious body and Shigwe shows up.
Oh no, my bride is dead. What an unexpected occurrence.
Did you murder her?
Of course not. I was going to after the wedding, but not right now.
She is then taken to the burial grounds with no hesitation. They don't even check to see if she's alive.
Greetings, Maurice. Your wife is dead.
What? I like how this note just has some fucking trigonometry thing on it. What? Why? Jazz wackily forgot to give him the other page of the note. I hope it doesn't cause some zany misunderstanding. Conehead meets Shigwe and fucking beats him to death. This episode plays less like a parody of Romeo and Juliet and more like a fucking AO3 fan fiction. Conehead then finds Blover's corpse in a washing basket and then takes suicide pills and dies. What? What is this episode? Blover then wakes up, finds Conehead's dead body and shoots herself with a gun. What? Tragic romance does not work well with this series. Please just stop. All of the characters then gather around and are all really sad. They see all the remains of like Shigwe, Conehead and Blover and start discussing the implications of the pointless feud. But then Duckus.
Pencil of healing abracadabra.
So this episode was nothing. Nothing.
You lose.
We were this close to having the great and powerful Yoshi gone forever. And also Conehead was revealed to not be dead in the first place because the dead cannot die. So I guess he was just resting whilst his wife shot herself.
Well, no aspirations for me. Goodbye, cowboy.
Bye.
Every time we get so close to uniting, it just stops.
I did it. Good job, Shigwe. Everything's going into place. Ripe and ready for the end of the world.
So apparently, the time travelers set up this entire thing, making Conehead experience love so he can start his redemption arc and become him. So I guess this episode wasn't entirely pointless after all. Also, the finale is next. This series is finally coming to an end. All the goofy comic relief characters, all the wacky and zany phrases, it'll all be nothing but a distant memory soon. And thus we finally come to the end of the series. Episode 50 wasn't actually supposed to be the end of the series. There was supposed to be like more. We were robbed. What is this? But sadly, I just stopped being interested in playing with plush toys. You can kind of tell this from how badly I was phoning it in the last episode. So I decided to end the series. There is almost a year gap between episode 49 and this one. I just was not into it anymore. It happens, and it's okay. Also, this thumbnail's so funny. Why is Cactus so much higher quality than everything else? The final episode starts off with a flashback and a slightly retconned scene from episode 7. Osius is opening the underneath and saying how life is bad and he will end all life.
Are you telling me to kill myself?
Yes, and Noctis tries to convince him to stop.
Osius grabs him and attempts to throw him into the pit, but Noctis is like, friends don't banish each other into hell, Osius. Osius then says that Noctis never really mattered all that much to him, and Noctis fucking pushes him in the underneath. This retcons the iconic scene where the plants and zombies all hold hands and form a flesh rope to grab Noctis. Truly a monumental loss to the PvZ plush canon. We then cut to Osius in the underneath. The underneath now has this horrific red filter over it, and it's the sock man, yeah baby, he's back. He finds Osius and they bond over their curse of immortality.
300,000 years!
I'd cry if I had to endure PvZ plush for 300,000 years too, even if this character goes on to commit like the most horrible crime imaginable, he'd still be a sympathetic villain. The Sockman reveals that there is a gem of the underneath equivalent for every dimension, which is a thing now, and he brings out the gem of the overneath, which is that place from all the way back in episode 12. Sockman also lists various other dimensions, so we have the underneath and the overneath, and apparently Earth is just called the neath. Also, there are some other ones, like the left and right neath. Yes, the left and right neath. I am really just phoning it in at this point. Already given in my letter of resignation. Osius is tasked with grabbing all of the gems of every dimension. Osius asks why the Sockman trusts him so much, to which he responds that they have a common goal. We then cut to the present.
Okay, now so, what the hell? What is that?
After triggering a realistic depiction of a panic attack in Squash, the plants are throwing a party for the 4th anniversary of their unentrapment from the seed packets.
Yep, that's right. 4 years of constant zombie attacks. 4 years of horror and pain and misery.
We're only celebrating as a coping mechanism.
So the events of the series have left these poor souls scarred, beaten, and mentally unwell, and they're all sick of it. I think this whole plot might just be me projecting of how tired I was of making these videos. But uh-oh, it's the zombies who are going to versus the plants. The final instance of Floral Assault in the series. A tragic end to such an overplayed joke. Noctis is rallying up the zombies for an attack.
Alright zombies, time for yet another attack.
But just sounds so unmotivated and tired. We then get a modified version of the intro which takes place over the course of this battle. Split P is then consumed by an unholy magical vortex, so the zombies just lose halfway through the intro.
Is that it?
Wait, where's Conehead?
But Conehead is nowhere to be found, because he's off in the corner having intercourse with Blover or something. I hate this subplot, I hate it. So the intro ends, and the episode starts with Noctis complaining whilst the zombies are all dead in a pile. Noctis then says that it was a last-ditch attempt, as he considers giving up getting the gem of the underneath, as he just cannot take it anymore. Noctis then says the gem of the underneath hasn't done anything for them, which is just so true. He says that they should all walk up to the castle and apologize to Woody and then go their own ways. Noctis, I don't think a simple sorry is going to make up for all of the horrors you have subjected that poor man and the plants to. You have unleashed hordes of undead, weapons of war, and multiple gods of chaos against them. You should not be a free man. Noctis asks all the zombies of their opinions, and they all agree.
Maybe we all need to grow up, put away our toys and stop filming them.
Alright, I get it!
Noctis asks for Conehead's opinion, but he's still on a date with his problematic relationship. Like, think about the age gap here. In order for Conehead to have done half the things he's claimed, he must have spent decades, if not centuries, in that time machine. Conehead plans to tell Blover all of the horrible things he's done, so that's the whole subplot. He also calls his relationship an environmental war crime. I won't disagree with you there. We then cut to Aldi Brand Doctor Who yelling at Shigwe, proclaiming there to be no future. He claims that there will be death and fire and burning and agony.
Oh, that sucks.
They both get in the time machine to gather supplies, but uh-oh, it's Dr. Edgar George Zombos who's finally shown his ugly mug after just
vanishing for half the season. He plans to steal the time machine.
All of time and space, and the best value for good food has and always will be Tesco's meal deals.
Zomboss realizes that this is too big of an opportunity for his goons to squander, so decides to finally get off his ass and go take care of it himself. We then cut to Noc-tense rehearsing his apology for his extremely long list of heinous crimes. It then cuts to Noc-tense actually apologizing. Woody ain't having none of it. Then Noc-tense says Woody's name instead of calling him the cowboy or some other slur, and that convinces him. He then discusses a truce with the plants. The plants are reluctant to forgive the zombies, but then Woody hits them with the excuse of they were just following orders. No, I'm pretty sure they've said on multiple occasions that the only reason they keep doing this is because they're bored. Woody then comes up with a very valid point. The zombies are immortal. They cannot die. They will eventually win even if him and the plant spend the rest of their lives fighting. There is nothing they can do, as the force of time that renders all matter to dust does not affect the zombies. They then all take a vote on it.
I agree, I've been here like 2 episodes and I'm already tired as hell.
Megan Shroom, that's so real and true. What an icon. So sad that he appeared like twice. Split Pea doesn't agree, but the other head agrees. You know what, other head of Split Pea? I may not talk about you much, but you're alright. You just need some sort of buzzsaw.
I agree.
I like how Mini Chomp and Goldie just fall over whilst Woody is talking. Really adds to the quality of this episode. It then starts playing ethereal music whilst Woody and Noc-tense reconcile. They shake hands and write their names on a wall like a peace treaty, and then...
And done. We are officially friends.
Shake my hand.
Okay, buddy.
No.
Yes! Woody then gets fucking shot by Zomboss and is killed. He's dead. That's it. He's done. And it's just played completely seriously with an ominous drone in the background. Why is it like this? This is so funny. He's just dead. Zomboss then obtains the Gem of the Underneath, and the episode ends on a to be continued whilst the ominous drone still plays. That was the saddest episode of PvZ Plush yet. Can't believe Woody died. He was the glue that held this series together. But the tone of that episode was so off. Like, all the plants and zombies just sounded utterly drained and emotionless. Also, they could just use the pencil of healing, which was established literally last episode to be able to heal gunshot wounds. But do I look like a masterclass writer? Part 2, baby! The episode starts out with a flashback of me moving my camera around the house and applying weird color filters. She has obtained the Gem of the Underneath equivalent from all of these realms, but the last one is missing, being revealed to be in the possession of the future time travel man. Oh, what a twist. The intro then plays. We then cut to Woody's lifeless body as Squash is like,
Fuck you, zombies, hey you.
P-Shooter yells at Zomboss asking him why he is back. Did we kill you? Haven't you learned anything, you stupid green ticket dispenser? Then they get put in a big bag. Zomboss then greets his children who haven't seen him for over 10 years. Zomboss says the truce was silly anyway and is disappointed in Noc-tense. Noc-tense then stares into nothing and then snaps back into the Noc-tense persona. Truly one of the most tragic characters in all of fiction. Bucket is then tasked with burying Woody's body, and then Zomboss asks what the Gem of the Underneath is. Noc-tense explains. Purple is like, Noc-tense, maybe giving the most powerful item known to mankind to an insane sociopathic immortal is bad or something. And Zomboss just gives Noc-tense the gem anyway. The goons then take the plants back to the base.
Shut up!
Ow, my hip!
You don't have bones!
Ow, my hip!
Zomboss then calls his bitch wife Mama Z to assemble all of the zombies.
Ugh, women!
We then cut to Conehead and Blover's shitty relationship drama. I don't care! Blover is getting frustrated at Conehead as he keeps dancing around trying to reveal he is the sole cause of all evil across the timeline of Earth. She compares it to a time when she was little, and then she's like,
Wait a minute, I can't remember being little.
oh no! This distresses Blover, as she realizes that she can't remember, and that she can't remember. Blover cannot remember. Conehead then says Creeps and Picky probably have some sort of remember device, and they go try and talk to them. We cut to the time traveler observing Zombos.
Hello.
Zombos immediately notices him and reveals he saw him and Shigwe use a time machine. He calls Shigwe Fabric Boy. The time traveler reveals he is here to warn Zombos of a terrible event. He says that a malevolent force will come to eradicate the earth of all living things. Zombos thinks that force is him. He is wrong. Zombos then demands to use the time machine. Mama Z then grabs him. Future Conehead is like,
Why didn't I see this coming?
And then we cut to Conehead, who has stumbled across Bucket disposing of Woody's corpse.
Hey, Bucket, what you doing? I'm completing the circle of life. Can we go? I'm scared. Hey, he's scared of me more than I am of him. He's not foolish enough to hurt you. I can see all of the lives you have shattered and burned. Classic Bucket.
Zombos spots him with Blover and is like,
What are you doing with a plant? You can't have that.
Jesterhead then yoinks Blover and Conehead is taken by Mage. It's him! He's back! Wow, Zombos then scolds Conehead for being in a relationship with Blover. Just what we needed in the final episode of PVZ Plush, an allegory for an unsupportive homophobic father.
And take him to therapy. Therapy?
Conehead is then taken to therapy. About time, get that man on some meds. We then cut to Noctis about to open the underneath. Purple calls this a terrible idea, and Noctis is like,
Yeah, but I don't care anymore.
Poor Noctis. Such a sad little cuboid. They question him on the surrendering thing. Noctis calls Duckus by his actual name instead of something like Cuckus. Creeps asks Noctis if this is about Woody, then Noctis tells Creeps that he's the only one he has left. Noctis then laments about treating all of the zombies and Creeps like garbage for the entire series. Jesterhead then throws Blover into Zombos' jail or whatever, and we see all of the plants incarcerated.
Oh, you're all alive. Yep, he may be able to take away our freedom.
Also, Woody died.
She doesn't react much to this, which the other plants question. Blover is still having an existential crisis about not being able to remember much of her life, which the other plants reveal to also experience.
Would you all shut up? Woody's dead. We just discovered that our past don't make sense. I mean, what? I woke up one day and
So Blover just triggers all of them to have an existential crisis as well. Really what they needed right now, Blover. This is why the only person you can get is a pan-dimensional terrorist. Conehead is then literally dropped into therapy, where we are introduced to the best character in the series, Mr. Weed.
I died after breaking my neck and falling into a river. I couldn't scream and the pain was too intense and I slowly drowned.
Wow!
Mr. Weed is the final goofy comic relief character who will say the final wacky and zany phrases of the entire series. Conehead then vents about his wife to Mr. Weed, saying that a clover and a corpse wouldn't work out.
Yep, love can do that to you. Why, when I was alive, I caught my ex-wife cheating on me, so I jumped off a bridge, broke my neck and drowned. But I worked past that.
Mr. Weed says he doesn't have any objections to Conehead's relationship, but advises to keep it on the down low because his father's a tyrannical dictator.
Think it's okay?
Yeah, your life, not any of my business. Plus, they used to be people, you know.
Bringing back that plot. Whoa. We then cut to future Conehead and Shigwe being tortured to reveal the location of the time machine.
Nothing you can do will ever faze me. I have seen and experienced and caused awful things. Twice sometimes. Though now that I think about it, I kind of caused this. Oops.
That's true actually. If you would have just not shown up, Zombos wouldn't have arrived, Woody would still be alive, zombies and plants would have achieved peace. Even unintentionally, Conehead is still an agent of chaos and misery. We then cut back to Norwich. He has now mustered up the courage to finally throw the gem into the pit.
This is still a bad idea.
It'll be fine. What do you think this is? Some sort of Plants vs. Zombies plush episode 50, the final episode?
Peak writing.
Oh, well.
And that's it. Yeah, it just ended. Me when I lie. That's how the series ends. There is no part 3. That's it. That's the end of PVZ Plush. You could really tell from the line delivery that I was just not enjoying making this anymore. So I just stopped making them. Was it the right thing to do? Maybe. At least it didn't end on that episode. Poor Noc-tense finally made it to the underneath, but the series ended before he could go in. And the other time he did go in, it got fucking retconned. No wonder why he was so miserable in that episode. Presumably what happened was Noc-tense tripped and fell into the underneath and broke his neck. So now what? I mean, I don't really have any intention to make part 3 of the finale, but there is quite a lot of the video left. And I do have an old Google document with the plot summary in it. So now you will all know the true ending of PVZ Plush after all these years. Part 3 would have opened with a flashback of Osseous returning to the Sockman after the events of Shigue's Inferno and being scolded for just missing the opening of the underneath. He is then scolded further as the Sockman realizes that all but 2 of the gems have been collected, the gem of the underneath and the gem of my sofa. Then the zombies would have all jumped in the underneath and encountered the Sockman and Osseous again. Noc-tense would have been like,
You stupid skeleton, I hate you.
Sockboy would tell them to shut the fuck up, and then Noc-tense would question where all the horrific nightmare entities that would let him conquer the planet are. Sockman tells him about the ultimate being, and Purple flips the fuck out due to the events of episode 33. Socklad then gathers up some ominous altar pieces, which probably would have been like a discarded plug or something, and tells them all to get out of the underneath. All that build up, and they would have spent like 5 minutes here. Amazing. Osseous and Noc-tense would then reconcile and be friends again. Yay! And then Zombos would arrive and be like, "Wahahaha!" and reveal he stole the last gem from the time traveler, completing the set of gems, which excites the Sockman. Purple is still freaking out, so is also sent to therapy with Conehead. Also Shigue and the Time Traveler are sent there as well to try and convert them to his side. They'd all have a conversation or something, and then would decide to try and find the time machine. It then cut back to Osseous and Sockman having a conversation. Osseous would be like, "Oh, but we can't kill Nabbit. He's so awesome and cool. Maybe killing everything is bad or something." Sockman would then start having a rant of some kind and reveal that he is actually Osseous from an alternate timeline. Who could have ever seen this coming? And then the episode would have ended. Part 4 would have opened with Sockman being sent to this universe after the events of episode 33, 300,000 years in the past. And then time would advance as he slowly would go more and more insane as he was immortal. In the present, Sockman would be convincing Zombos to try and sacrifice the plants to summon the god of death. Conehead, Purple, Shigue, and future Conehead escape therapy and attempt to rescue the plants. They find the time machine, but future Conehead just gets inside and runs away and leaves them all to deal with it themselves. They then arrive to see all of the plants chained up by a strange altar where Noc-tense, Picky, and Creeps and the zombies also stand. The other zombies are just sat watching this happen. Sockman combines all of the gems together into one super ultra mega gem of not just the underneath, but every direction. He does this as apparently Frederick alone cannot kill an undead person, even though he has literally done that on screen. So apparently it needs the power for every single gem of the underneath equivalent to destroy an immortal soul. I love retcons. He then proceeds to try and sacrifice a plant before Conehead, Shigue, and Purple arrive. Zombos is enraged by this and makes the zombies attack them as they try and rescue the plants, but the other zombies don't attack. They refuse to hurt their brothers and are starting to reconsider this whole thing. There is then a massive fight between the main 6 zombies and the other zombies, but the 6 are all eventually detained. Noc-tense, Creeps, and Picky are just stood there confused. A huge beam of light emanates from the altar as the superpowered gem is placed upon it.
Sockman begins tossing the plants into the beam of light. The zombies watch in dismay, but Blover is then thrown in, which utterly enrages Conehead. He breaks free from his prison and starts levitating. His wrath has returned, and he will make them all suffer. Well, no, because according to this, apparently he gets a brick thrown at him, and it just knocks him out of it. After sacrificing all of the plants, Sockman realizes that they still need more souls. Undead souls wouldn't work, so he quickly kicks Creeps, Noctis, and Picky into the beam of light, which causes Oseus to be sad and snap, and reveals Sockman to be himself from an alternate timeline. Purple and Oseus explain to the other zombies and Zomboss that they've been duped into help summon a horrific death god, but it's too late. The sky blackens and a huge portal appears, releasing Kefredrik onto the world. So all of the plants are dead. Noctis, Picky, and Creeps also dead. The god of death itself has awoken. Looks pretty bleak for the zombies. Part 5 would have opened with a flashback to episode 33. Kefredrik blasts the zombies with a death ray, but it does nothing. Also, apparently when the universe was eradicated, the zombies were still there! Zomboss has made the zombies able to resist the heat death of the universe. So after presumably another one of those fucked up intros like the godforsaken Bill Cipher episode, we cut back to Kefredrik being released. It quickly grabs the gem and tries to blast it, however it just does nothing. The Sockman explains that he doesn't want the universe to end this time. He wants Kefredrik to kill him. However, out of nowhere, the gem of the Underneath is stolen by Scurvy, who has been freed by Conehead and Oseus during the summoning. Kefredrik is really pissed off and tries to blast the zombies with its normal laser, but fails. He then summons phantom versions of all the characters thrown into the beam of light, blasts Shigwe, and also turns him into a phantom, and then flies away. The phantoms begin to attack the zombies, and then we would have gotten a montage of Kefredrik annihilating all life on Earth.
The city.
Towns burn, governments crumble. There would be a bit of Conehead masquerading as the United States President during the events of Scroobly Woobly Spacily Timely, telling the military to launch an atomic bomb at Kefredrik, which levels a small city, and Kefredrik just tanks it. Conehead then runs away in the time machine. Also, I like how Kefredrik can tank a nuke, but not a small stone. Purple suggests that they use the pencil of fucking wishing, please no, to reverse the events of this episode. Duckus suggests that they should just reverse the events of the entire series because of the trauma, and Oseus agrees, giving him an opportunity to rebuild his relationship with Noctis and Creeps. Conehead would then, and I quote, say a funny thing which would alert the phantom of Noctis and Creeps like they remember something, and they'd stand and stare at him, but then would quickly snap back out of it. They all find Mage, who is hiding in a bin, and they ask her where the pencil of wishing is. She just has it apparently. Before they can use it, Kefredrik comes back. It sees the pencil of wishing and it's just really pissed, like unimaginably pissed, and starts chasing after them. Zomboss attempts to redeem himself by ordering the other zombies to attack Kefredrik. They then manage to set off the wish, and we get a montage of every previous episode like the last time this exact thing happened. It would rewind to the point where Noctis and Creeps would find the zombies in the drawer. It seems like they won, but then Kefredrik bursts out of thin air, having followed them, grabs the pencil of wishing, and fucking snaps it in half. It wishes to send all of the zombies to the end of time, as it reminds them that this was always going to be the fate of immortals. The zombies are all banished to sit alone on a dying planetoid a quadrillion years in the future, and the episode ends. Yep, just keeps on going. Can you see why I didn't want to make this? The universe has ended as the zombies discuss the events of the series. All seems lost as they are doomed to spend an eternity living in an empty world. The gem of the Underneath is still in possession of Purple, as Kefredrik is a stupid fucking moron and sent his victory condition to the end of time. All seems lost until the time machine appears again and the future Conehead pops out. The other zombies scold him for abandoning them, and he apologizes, saying this is just how the timeline has to be. He then reveals to Conehead that they are one in the same, and Conehead doesn't believe him, as he would not give a single shit about the causality of existence, and demands that he takes them back to go and destroy Kefredrik. Future Conehead calls present Conehead an idiot, as they have no way to destroy him. Conehead mentions that the Phantom, Noctis, and Creeps had a moment of lucidity. Perhaps they could be restored with the power of memories. Basic suggests that they used the time machine to send Kefredrik to the end of time where it can't hurt anyone anymore. But they need a distraction. They travel back to the present.
Kefredrik instantly spots them and is just so angry that they just won't die. It orders all of the phantoms to attack. Duckus picks up the phantom fume shroom and gets it to gloop the gem. The gem comes alive and is driven mad by a multitude of other voices in its head from the fusion. It gains its composure and begins attacking Kefredrik as it demands Kefredrik to rebel against its creator's wishes. Kefredrik disagrees and the two begin an epic kaiju battle. Down below, Conehead begins breaking Creeps' devices, which enrages the Phantom Creeps and restores his memories. I didn't specify how the others would remember, so I don't know. Creeps would kiss Noctis or something, which would awaken Noctis, which would awaken Split Pea because he's homophobic, which would awaken Starfruit because she hates Split Pea's voice, which would set off a chain reaction of characters remembering. Purple and the Sockmen would also start beefing with each other over the events of episode 33 before Osseous kicks the Sockman in the shins or something. Meanwhile, Kefredrik and the Gem of the Underneath continue to fight. Future Conehead attempts to pilot the time machine into Kefredrik, trapping him inside and banishing him to the end of time. Kefredrik would panic, destroy the time machine, and then pin the Gem of the Underneath against the wall, pluck the Gem of the Underneath out of the gloop, and stab it in its eye. Everyone would start celebrating as the Sockman would be tied up at their feet before an ominous beam of light would burst out of Kefredrik, causing an enormous shockwave that would literally destroy all of existence. But this time, the zombies are destroyed too. All except, of course, Conehead. A universal constant that just will not die. He spots his future self on a crumbling piece of existence, and they both make their way to the epicenter of the beam, and the episode would end. Bit of an ambitious episode, really. How would I make a kaiju fight between two superpowered gods using a dream catcher and a jar of silly putty with a stone in it, also with the budget of nothing? Anyway. Conehead and his future self arrive at Kefredrik. Conehead is curious as to how on earth they even stand a chance against Kefredrik, but his future self reminds him that they put a lot of work into this world and they aren't going to let Kefredrik ruin it. Filled with determination, Conehead and his future self charge at Kefredrik. Conehead's godlike abilities are starting to come back, and this time there are two of them. Kefredrik tries again and again to blast them. They quite literally begin toying with Kefredrik, but it manages to grab one of them, and then charges up a beam. The other version then quickly gets in the way of the beam, which causes a thing to happen. The two Coneheads begin to fuse into a godlike being. Kefredrik is baffled by this and attempts to blast them again, but the superpowered Conehead just fucking parries it away. Conehead tells Kefredrik to get the fuck out of his universe, and the two begin a fight. An eldritch abomination from the dawn of time versus the embodiment of death itself, average United States election. A rock remix of In the Year 2525 would play as Conehead would absolutely pummel the shit out of Kefredrik. Like, there is just no contest. Kefredrik doesn't stand a chance. This sounds like an epic battle, but in actuality, if this got made, it'd just be Conehead would then grab the Gem of the Underneath from Kefredrik's eye, then turn it around and blast Kefredrik with it, killing death itself. The two Coneheads unfuse and now sit in a dead universe with nothing but the Gem of the Underneath. The two discuss what now, and the future Conehead discovers the wreckage of his time machine and plans to send Conehead to become him. He will sit here in the rubble of his own creation. However, the two hands from episode 41 appear and congratulate Conehead for getting rid of Kefredrik. They forgive him for creating this world and apologize for what they did to him, and offer to let him transcend with them once again. Conehead declines. They want their world back. The two Coneheads hold hands and begin to reset the timeline, up until the point at which Kefredrik deleted the universe. Everything is restored, the day is saved, etc. The series ends on a funeral for Woody, who wasn't restored, but then Zombos appears and reveals he turned Woody into a zombie. Wowie. Conehead finally tells Blover the horrible things he's done. She looks like she's going to forgive him, but runs away in fear at the last second. Zombos offers to give the plants their memories back, and Fumshum gloops the Gem of the Underneath so it can defend itself. Noctis and Woody reconcile, Conehead and his future form swap hats as Conehead goes off to become him, and the series ends. So that was, well, what was supposed to be the ending of PvZ Plush, since the only thing that was reset was Kefredrik destroying reality. I guess most life on Earth is just gone. Oh well. probably would have been anticlimactic to have the God of Death have 0 confirmed kills. There also would have been a little montage of what the characters were getting up to after the series ended, but I never specified what character would do what, so I guess I'll do it now. Okay, Noctis and Creeps get married and adopt Yoshi. The zombies teach Woody the horrors of immortality. Osseous and Noctis become best friends. Split Pea is executed. Duckus makes a living by drawing NSF commissions on Twitter. I don't fucking know. Bucket is given schizophrenia meds and begins to recover. Pea Shooter moves on from Sunflower and instead joins the Pea Daddy Polycule. Sunflower and the rest of the plants, I don't know, travel the world, spreading life to the now dead earth. Squash gets put in a retirement home. Basic becomes a gaming YouTuber, so you know what? This video is canon. Blover still has a thing for undead corpses, so I don't know, dates fucking Chaz Pompadour or something, sure. Future Conehead writes a book on his various adventures. Picky goes on to create an onion from Pikmin, and Pikmin eventually repopulate the entire Earth, making the entire Pikmin series canon to PvZ Plush. Cactus dies of a heart attack aged 52. Scurvy loses his other eye in a confrontation with Mini Chomp. Goldie crashes the entire economy and causes a recession. Wally hits the gym and becomes a tall nut. Zombos is given the lethal injection by the authorities. And finally, after the series, Purple. What will Purple do now? What will Purple do now? Purple will rank every episode of PvZ Plush. Yeah, let's go, baby. Number 50, Full Metal Dino. Fucking awful episode. Clickbaits you with cool, awesome robot dinosaurs, but no, nothing. Just unfunny jokes that make me uncomfortable to have made this. Why does Noctis mention the Syrian Civil War? Why does Duckus mention hentai? Bottom tier. Straight to the fucking darkest, dankest depths of any tier list. Number 49, Reawakening. Genuinely unwatchable tripe. What a horrendous start to the series. Imagine how much more popular the series would have been if it didn't open with a petting shot of Woody from Toy Story spouting a bunch of nonsense about the gem of the underneath. Number 48, Lights Out. Stupid, nothing episode. Like, not much happens. They're just like, oh no, the sun's gone. And then they instantly resolve it. There are no wacky and zany phrases. The only redeeming thing about this episode is that it has the first instance of Conehead bending the laws of reality by turning the sun off. Number 47, Plants vs. the fucking education system. The plot makes no sense. The new characters are forgettable. Like, who the fuck remembers the Triceratops from the Land Before Time? That's my favourite PvZ Plush character. Also, it's just really unfunny. Like, it just might be the least funny episode in the entire series. Number 46, a full 180. Do I really need to explain the issues with this one? 5 episodes spent building up a wacky contraption just for it to summon Bill Cipher from Gravity Falls, who then goes on to start singing a parody of a song about contraceptives and then racially oppresses Noctis and Grapes for being cubes. Get out! Why are you here? Saw his own dimension burn. I'd burn my fucking dimension as well if it had these fucking things in it. Number 45. The Beaming of Life. Need I say more? If this episode was made today, do you think Conehead would say skibbity riz? Number 44. Coneo and Bloviet. The last full episode of this series is this. It's just shit. Like I said, it plays out more like a fan fiction written by a preteen girl than an actual episode. And the Blover and Conehead relationship. Why? 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 Number 43. The Mallard and the Mage. More like the Mallard and the page of fucking text. Plants are actually people, guys. It's so tragic. We don't need 2 zombie plant relationships. We don't even need 1. Number 42. Ain't no Sully like it. The only reason this episode isn't in the bottom 3 is because the title is funny. Why does this episode exist? Number 41, Perplexing Pikmin. We get introduced to iconic PvZ Plush character Picky, and then shenanigans and chill. At least it has Noctis posing sexually on a Tupperware tub. Number 40, Skullosal Scandal. For such a plot-relevant episode, it sure does suck. I'm the skeleton from Minecraft. Fun fact about this episode, if you turn the subtitles on, you can see I added horrendous dialogue from Frederick. Also, this episode got retconned a bit in the finale, so half of it isn't even relevant. We care about the canonicity of a PVZ plush episode. Number 39, the Corrugated Killer. Everyone dies in the first few minutes, so the only characters left are Goldie and Scurvy, who both are boring and not iconic. Why is the antagonist cardboard? Number 38, Piranha on Plant, more like Piranha on piss. The only somewhat good part of this episode is Conehead tormenting Shigwe in a back alley. The Piranha plant itself is not good. Number 37, Bad Deal. An episode with the phrase morally questionable Splatoon drawings isn't gonna rank very high. It does have Shigwe shenanigans, which puts it higher than the rest of the unfunny, edgy early episodes. Number 36, Fear of the Dragon. Not that good, but I find Noctis being afraid of Taxmen quite funny.
Mortgages.
Also, the Ender Dragon's death scene was really funny. I also appreciated the random inclusion of the Breaking Bad Mexico filter. Number 35, Secrets of the Shroomy Woomy Commie Wommy Con. Why is there so much religious subtext? It's so weird, stop it. It's like some sort of Book of Bill. Because he shows up here. Get out of here. At least he doesn't sing about birth control in this one. Number 34, Stop the Bass. Why did I make a musical episode? It has like 2 funny moments. One being where Picho gets fucking blasted into orbit by a bass-boosted Seinfeld theme, and Noctis saying, Your mother. I cannot sing. Stop! Number 33, Root Tubers. The plants and zombies start rival YouTube channels. Could be a funny concept, but it isn't. But it does have the most realistic depiction of a PvZ Garden Warfare 2 player in a plush video, so that's something. Number 32, A Prickly Presence. Only up this high because the cactus plush looks really funny. The plot is non-existent, so it's just a bunch of shenanigans for 10 minutes before Waluigi shows up and overpowers Conehead and leaves. Number 31, Who MD. Come on, man, this episode had so much potential. Get into the Doctor Who parody more. Have the Dalek show up or something. Or the Cybermen, which could just be like zombie plushes wrapped in tinfoil. The episode should have ended with future Conehead reversing the polarity of the neutron flow, not throwing a cup of fucking water at Olimar from Pikmin. If I made this episode today, I'd just put a little plush of a dog on the time machine and just have it not explained or acknowledged at all. Number 30, the final episode. It doesn't even end, which will knock it down a bit, and the planned plot was very long and incomprehensible. Also, the plants just get no screen time at all. They're locked in a room for the first half of the finale, and then dead the rest of it. That's what happens when you have to wrap up hours of an insane person's ramblings. Number 29, Past Noc-tense. Why did you give Noctis a tragic backstory? Just make him a silly little guy. But an episode that features mainly Noctis and creeps is automatically going to be ranked higher than a lot of them. Number 28, Floral Assault. It may be borderline unwatchable, but the amount of mileage I've gotten out of that name in these retrospectives has to put it up higher. Yes, this is the sort of thing I'm basing this ranking on. It does set in motion the tone of the series. Noctis yelling at the zombies, the plants versusing the zombies, the nonsensical defeats, the random character introductions, like Starfruit, who starts pushing out every unfunny 2016 SJW joke at once.
Pronouns! I hate pronouns. Refer to me as
nothing. If it wasn't for that, this episode would be higher. Number 27, The Great and Powerful Yoshi. Points deducted immediately for it inducing childhood trauma in me because my chemistry teacher, against my will, put this episode on in class because some wretched child told them to. God forbid I tell people about the things I do, but it has Duckus being crushed by a truck, so that's something. Number 26.
Mama Z, hey, it's me, Mama Z. I'm gonna yap for 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna go attack the plants and die immediately. This is Mama Z signing off.
I liked it when Conehead got hit in the head. Number 25. Wacky Weaponry. This episode is wacky. It has jokes. Like when a bucket states to have killed many people. that was a good one, Bucket. Or the BuzzFeed quiz. Yeah, that was a thing that happened in this episode. Just because it's this high doesn't mean it's watchable in any way. The bar's so low. Number 24, Duckus and Basic's Mediocre Adventure. Yeah, pretty much in the middle, as mid as it gets. Basic and Duckus just walk around for 15 minutes and talk to random people. Number 23, Watery Grave introduces my man Chaz. Also, the episode gets bonus points for not being in that fuck-ass Toy Story wallpaper-looking blue carpet bedroom for once. Number 22, Zombies on Strike. This episode is just funny. Like, why does Noctis have the Marvel Infinity Gauntlet? That's an established thing now that exists in the universe. And it gave me that clip of Purple saying that's actually the least funny thing you've ever done, so it gets more points for that. Number 21, Christmas Tree Caper. Again, different environment. Has iconic PVZ plush character, the Nutcracker, and even more iconic PVZ plush character, the Nutshacker. Number 20, Infinite Flutter. An episode featuring multiple of the great and powerful Yoshi would seem like it'd be really, really bad, but it's actually kind of funny, because it has Big Yoshi in it. Also, one of the Yoshis being a fucking photorealistic dinosaur is kind of funny too, but this episode is still barely watchable, which is really sad considering it's like number 20 out of 50. Number 19, Heir Raiser. Purple, it's me, the clown from PvZ2, the Dark Ages. I'm gonna clown all over you. Woody being sucked into a tornado of death and screaming was comical. Epic Deltarune reference. What's not to love? Other than the plot, most of the dialogue, and the camera work. Number 18, Bulb Fiction introduces my man Dr. Edgar George Zombos. I should rank this lower because of the unfunny Reddit jokes, but Conrad slamming his face on a keyboard is such a funny visual. Again, just because the episode is this high doesn't mean it's any good. Number 17, Cheap Imitation. This episode was incomprehensible, but in a funny way. Why did Zombos just have a guy in his wardrobe for 10 years? Why can Imitator transform into Bill Cipher and the God of Death? Why does he get Woody arrested for faking a Tesco ham robbery? This is what the rest of Season 3 should have been. It can be overcomplicated in a funny way. Number 16, The Reprise of the Zombies. It's really funny that by making an episode purposefully bad, it ends up being better than like 70% of the other episodes in the series. The intro alone boosts it up dramatically. Also, me taking the piss out of my old work. Where have you seen that before? Number 15, Attack of the GLOOP. The GLOOP just screaming in agony for ages is funny. The way it moves is funny, but it still suffers from the issue of the plots just being resolved in like 2 seconds. Number 14, Shigue's Inferno. The Sockman, baby. I love the Sockman. Also features the death of that stupid fucking dinosaur robot from the worst episode in the series. The song knocks this episode down a lot, but hey, we get more Shigue content too, so yeah. Number 13, Fatal Attraction. What's not to love? We got iconic character Magnet Shroom, the PVZ plush Google document, peak Noctis writing. Even this high, the episodes are just watchable at best. Number 12, Sleepless Dream. All of the characters being completely apathetic to being in the presence of the Lord God of Death and Destruction itself is also really funny considering all of the other horrors they would have been presented with at that point. Number 11, Night of the Livid Dead. Great and powerful Yoshi gets brutally mobbed to death. 10 out of 10 episode. Sadly, it does introduce that bastard machine, but other than that, it's a pretty decent episode. Number 10, Mix and Match, has the PG Tips monkey. I like how it starts off as a generic mind-switching episode but devolves into stopping a vengeful ancient spectre by the end. Number 9, Arial Attack. The title isn't spelt correctly, that's comedy. Has SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs in it, that's comedy. Has Woody attempt to shoot a child with a gun, that's comedy. Number 8, A Basic Philosophy. I just find the visuals of Basic with random objects on his head funny. Like, look at this. Of this. He looks so goofy and comic relief-esque. This alone gets it put at number 8 out of 50. Number 7, The New Recruits. Just a wacky and zany compilation of goofy comic relief characters. What more could you ask for? I like how Noctis progressively gets more and more annoyed. I like how Yoshi single-handedly destroys that fucking machine at the end. But even at 7th place, episodes still aren't good. Number 6, The Reawakening, has White. Instant top 10 spot for that alone. The implications of all of the characters being brutally killed by the embodiment of death and entropy is funny considering this series is about plants versus zombies. Could have made it to the top 5 if it didn't have that damned song in it. Number 5, The Birds and the Peas. Come on guys, It's P Daddy.
P Daddy.
P Daddy. This is his episode. Instant top 5 for that. This is why it's the most popular episode in the series, because of P Daddy. Number 4, Garden Warfare, has that scene of Noctis throwing himself out of a window. I mean, come on. Also has my dog in it. Also gets points for being the only episode where I go outside. Number 3, messing with the multiverse. All of the different zany universes they go to is funny, but like in a baffling way. Why are they in Get Your Life? Why are they in a 2009 YouTube? Why are they in the Big Bang Theory? Why are they in Family Guy? When I really lean into the absurdity of something, it really shines. Number 2, Bad to the Cone. It features Conehead at his most chaotic. It literally takes God itself to stop him, and it has Garfield with Conehead's face slapped on. Would probably be first if the second half of the episode wasn't just some hands yapping and yapping. Number 1, screwing with space-time. The zombies go back in time to get the plants off the series. It's also a really funny episode where they try to destroy the plants like once, and it just devolves into Conehead stealing the time machine whilst he causes every single major historical event throughout all of history. Just the implications of that alone are really funny to think about. Conehead caused 2 world wars, multiple virus pandemics, the Chernobyl disaster. What else has this man done? Then he fucking causes the universe to exist. This is Conehead's world now. Not only is this episode probably one of the funniest ones out of all of them, but it also ties into the main plot of the series of Conehead being this incomprehensible, time-devouring horror. But alas, even number 1 is probably like a C tier at best. This series is not very good. It's just an objective fact. But for what it is, it's fine. It could have been worse. Do I regret making this series? A little bit. Do I wish I had never made it at all? No. No, I do not. And you know what? In 60 years, when I'm sat in my little rocking chair and my grandkid hands me an old dusty Enderman plush they found in the attic, I'll probably sit them down and tell them a story of plants versus zombies. Or die of a heart attack. Anyway, this concludes the PVZ plush retrospective. Will I ever make plush videos again? Probably not. What will I do with this channel now? I don't know. But thank you all for listening for like 6 hours of a 21-year-old man yelling about his old videos of him playing with soft toys. Goodbye.